Chapter 484. For example, the Dongfang family. For the past 3,000 years, thousands of men from the Dongfang family had died in battle at the Sun Moon Pass. Another example would be the Nan family. The Nan family was once the Southern Grand Marshal, and now the Minister of Finance. Everyone knew that the Nan family held a high position and was very powerful. However, no one knew that the Nan family chief had more than 30 brothers of the same generation. Now only the Nan family chief was left alive. The others were all in eternal slumber at the Sun Moon Pass. The principal of Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing, was now living with his wife. He only had 3 great-grandchildren and 2 great-granddaughters. His son, grandson, daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law were all in eternal slumber at the Sun Moon Pass. There were many more. And the Gao family still had so many people. There are so many people in the Gao family. Zhuoxiaoduo's words usually sounded like praise for having a lot of people. However, when faced with such a strong enemy, your family still has so many young and strong men. They had cultivation, martial arts, and strength. They lived freely in the rear, eating, drinking, and playing. Even now, they died in nightclubs, casinos, and drinking tables. Some even died on the bellies of women. How sad. Grandma, we must take revenge. We must take revenge. How dare they target the Gao family? We must not let them go. Vice Principal Gao's eldest grandson's eyes were filled with hatred. When this period is over, we must take revenge. Our brothers and nephews can't die in vain. Mrs. Gao was stunned. She looked at her eldest grandson with eyes full of mockery. Revenge? Haha. They died in nightclubs and casinos. How can they still have the face to talk about revenge? Mrs. Gao suddenly exploded. All the men in the family, go kneel in front of the ancestral tablet. Think about what you have done all these years. No one is allowed to blink. Go and see what the ancestral tablet says. How much of the glory of the Gao family's ancestors is left? I have not cared about the Gao family for so many years. However, I still remember that I am the granddaughter of Marshal Shiman. I am the daughter of the military. When your grandfather wakes up, I will settle the score with him. What's the point of raising a bunch of trash like you? Other than humiliating yourself, other than ruining women, other than muddling along, fighting for power, framing the good, and oppressing the weak. What else can you do? Your Gao clan? Even sitting here right now makes me feel ashamed. Mrs. Gao slammed the table. Now all of you get out. The second madam smiled apologetically and said, Eldest sister, there's no need to make such a big fuss over nothing. Our children are always by your side safe and sound. It's better than going out to fight and kill. Hee hee. All these years it's all thanks to you guys for spoiling them. They are a bunch of good-for-nothings, vermin of the country. It's all thanks to you. When old Gao wakes up, if you guys don't leave, I will. Mrs. Gao's face was stern. She closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. Madam. Master is awake. In the nutrition cabin. Vice Principal Gao finally moved and opened his eyes. Mrs. Gao said coldly, If she's awake, so be it. Just continue to recuperate. He turned around and said sternly, Everyone go kneel in front of the ancestral tablet. If I don't say anything, no one is allowed to get up. Immediately. Immediately. As he spoke, he stood up and left in a huff. However, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since he was awake, he should first recuperate and recover a little. Only when his body recovered could he better deal with the situation. The Gao clan was already in deep trouble. If old Gao did not make a corresponding change, destruction would really happen in an instant. Mrs. Gao, who had been enlightened, clearly understood this point. Zhuoxiaoduo's feng shui theory was being proven step by step. Many people had died in the Gao clan. This was an ironclad fact. However, the number of casualties was nothing compared to the Gao clan's thriving population. If the entire Gao clan's fortune was exhausted and they still did not change, they would definitely face an extreme backlash from their fortune. When that time came, all these people would die, including herself. During this period, Zhuoxiaoduo and Li Chenglong behaved exceptionally well. Basically, they went to school and left school together. At most, Zhuoxiaoduo occasionally went to have lunch with Granny Shi. Other than that, they did not go anywhere else. They just practiced, and compressed. Li Chenglong finally broke through to the embryonic breathing realm 2 days ago. This breakthrough to the realm was basically unspeakably easy for him. There was no obstruction at all. After the breakthrough, Li Chenglong felt that his strength seemed to have taken a huge leap in a sudden somersault. His ability had increased by at least 3 times. After practicing for a period of time, he felt that he had already consolidated his current realm. Finally he could not hold back his arrogance and challenged Master Zhua. Come. Zhua Xiaoduo Yu Xiao Xiantian, I, an embryonic breathing expert, will give you some pointers. The consequences were obvious. Li Chenglong, who wanted to show off, kicked an iron plate. A newbie in the embryonic breathing realm was directly beaten to a pulp by a senior Xiantian. Do you still dare to be arrogant? I don't dare anymore. Are you still arrogant? I was wrong. Challenging me. Zhua Xiaoduo snorted and said, Let me tell you, Swamp, I have killed more embryonic breathing realm cultivators than you have ever seen. This is not an exaggeration, it is the truth. Yes, this was not an exaggeration. The number of embryonic breathing realm and inner core realm cultivators who had died at the hands of Zhua Xiaoduo was really quite high. Li Chenglong's face was full of resentment. Li Chenglong was absolutely invincible in Class 1, except for Zhua Xiaoduo. Even if Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing joined forces, the two overlord halberds combined, they could not withstand Li Chenglong's bare fists. Today he had broken through and wanted to take advantage of the time when his ability had skyrocketed and Zhua Xiaoduo had not broken through yet to gain the upper hand. However, when he went up against Zhua Xiaoduo, he was beaten up badly in just a few moves. Moreover, he was told that Zhua Xiaoduo had already been merciful. How could Swamp endure this? You should break through quickly. Li Chenglong said, When you break through, you will probably be able to defeat Huayan, right? Zhua Xiaoduo's face was deep and meaningful. I should be short of 100 million points. Hee. Even if Li Chenglong did not mention it, Zhua Xiaoduo was about to break through. He had a feeling that his dantian was almost completely full. It was the kind of situation that was close to being substantial. He had to break through a new meridian and form a new cycle in his body to allow the spiritual energy to undergo a qualitative change before he could continue to progress. Every advancement was a qualitative change. This was an inevitable state. I will suppress it one last time and break through tomorrow night. Zhua Xiaoduo wanted to drag it out. This was because he still felt a little unsatisfied. Although the number of times he suppressed it was already more than expected, even with this time, he had only suppressed it 32 times. It was still too little. That night, Zhua Xiaoduo practiced various moves in the Tower of Annihilation. He exhausted his spiritual energy to the maximum limit and practiced until he was exhausted. Then he took out the top-grade Jade of Astral Souls in the Tower of Annihilation to recover. This was what he had been doing all this time. It had to be said that the space of the Tower of Annihilation was extremely quiet and the space inside was very large. He did not have to worry about anything when he was practicing here. He could be completely focused. Zhua Xiaoduo liked this place more and more. He did not even need to clean the place when he was practicing here. The Jade of Astral Souls would directly absorb it into powder and scatter it on the ground. After more than 10 days of continuous absorption, the powder had accumulated. Zhua Xiaoduo vaguely felt that something was wrong. Where was the Jade of Astral Souls powder? He would shake off a huge pile of powder every time he practiced these days. But where did the powder go? As he thought of this, Zhua Xiaoduo could not help but widen his eyes. After absorbing the Jade of Astral Souls powder, it could be said that there was no spiritual energy left in it. However, the texture of the powder was still the Jade of Astral Souls. If all of it was collected, it could be sold and used in some special industries. For example, the construction of the Jade of Astral Souls nutrition cabin was made of highly compressed and condensed parts of the Jade of Astral Souls powder. It had an excellent effect of conducting spiritual energy. However, this was only a small number. Most of the Jade of Astral Souls powder was directly thrown away. This was because in the hands of an ordinary martial artist, it was simply trash and useless. However, how could the Jade of Astral Souls powder that he had left behind during his practice disappear without a trace? If he had not acted rashly today, he would not have discovered it. Zhua Xiaoduo was on high alert. He subconsciously sniffed. There seemed to be another smell in this space. That was a very, very faint scent. That belonged to grass. However, there were no other living things in the Tower of Emptiness other than himself. Where did this fragrance come from? Zhua Xiaoduo was even more surprised. He turned over and lay on his stomach on the ground. He began to dig around. There was originally nothing in the place where he was standing. It was an extremely hard material that he did not know. It felt like mud had turned into concrete. But now that the ground under his body was actually soft. It felt very different from other places. Was this the effect of the Jade of Astral Souls powder? Zhua Xiaoduo looked at it again and again. He found that under the powder there were faint specks of green. Zhua Xiaoduo was even more shocked. Wasn't the space of the Tower of Emptiness supposed to be devoid of spiritual energy? Were there no living creatures or plants? But what was with these specks of green? For a moment, Duo did not know what to do. He did not know if this change was due to the jade of Astral Soul's powder. That was why such a strange situation had occurred. In the next moment he rushed out as if he had gone mad. He rushed out and collected the Star Soul jade powder that had already filled half a pond in the courtyard and stored it all into the space-destroying pagoda space. It's still too little. Duo could not help muttering to himself as he watched the jade of Astral Soul's powder disappear in a short time after he had poured it in. I think I've discovered something incredible. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. I wanted to update at 7, but there are less than 2,000 words left. I'll go home tonight and update tomorrow morning. Chapter 485. Duo took a deep breath. In the beginning, the Tower of Annihilation did not have any additional functions. Other than being able to store living things, it was only a super large storage space. However, the fact that it could carry living things was already extraordinary. At the very least, there was oxygen in this space. It could allow people to survive and even live. When Yi Changqing used this space, he mostly practiced martial arts or meditated in it. After all, to practice and absorb spiritual energy, one had to do it outside. Because outside, one could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at the same time while practicing. The increase in effect was incomparable to that of the Tower of Annihilation. After all, to practice in the Tower of Annihilation, one could only bring in their own resources. There was a huge waste problem. It was a waste of time and resources. Therefore, he did not practice in the Tower of Annihilation at all. However, when the Tower of Annihilation fell into Duo's hands, it was very different. Because Duo had a lot of secrets and trump cards, and most importantly he was rich and powerful, the abnormality was revealed. In practicing martial arts in the Tower of Annihilation, especially during this period of time, Duo had consumed so much top-grade jade of Astral Souls that it could fill a car. He did not care about the waste at all. He only cared about the progress. He was too lazy to come out to practice and then go back in again. However, his cultivation and absorption speed were also very fast. This caused the consumption of the jade of Astral Souls to increase. As a result, after so many days and months of accumulation, he finally made such a special discovery. Regarding this change, Duo was not shocked. Instead, he was very happy. He could see clearly that the little green spots were some grass seeds that had been brought in. They had just started to germinate and were very weak. There were already signs of withering. However, if they could germinate, it meant that the space could grow. This discovery made Duo pleasantly surprised. Could it be that the true intention of the Tower of Annihilation was actually this? In fact, the Tower of Annihilation had already taken shape. It just lacked the necessary filler. The powder of the jade of Astral Souls? Will the effect of the jade of Astral Souls be better? Duo thought for a while and threw in 2,000 upper-grade jades of Astral Souls. Then he went out of the Tower of Annihilation to sleep. The next morning, he went in to take a look and found that the upper-grade jade of Astral Souls had not been touched at all. However, the powder of the Astral Souls that he had thrown in earlier had disappeared without a trace and turned into soil in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. It's fine if the jade of Astral Souls has completely absorbed its powder, but not if it's a complete jade of Astral Souls? What kind of logic was this? There doesn't seem to be any difference between the two, right? After all, Duo was not involved in scientific research, so he knew nothing about it. But to him, it didn't matter whether he could do it or not, as long as the result was okay. I don't care what the reason is. Whatever works, I'll do it. How simple is that? The next day he went to the Hidden Dragon High School to ask around. How do you deal with the remaining Astral Souls jade powder after the cultivation? How do you deal with it? Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing and the others were confused. Just throw it away. How else can you deal with it? Where do you throw it away? Wherever you can throw it away. Do you think you can save it up and sell it for money? How much is that? Yes, although there was a market for the Astral Souls jade powder, only places that used the Astral Souls jade powder on a large scale would collect it. Usually, after the cultivation, the amount of Astral Souls jade powder left was very small. There was no value in collecting it. Yes, the powder pond in Zhuxiao's house was originally dug by Li Chenglong. It was just a prank. He wanted to see if it could be filled up after 4 years. These things were really worthless. Duo felt that his question was equivalent to not asking. Where do the cultivation trash of the Hidden Dragon High School students go? Every dormitory class has a trash bin. The school has a special handyman who collects the cultivation trash and daily trash every day. Xiang Chong said. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes lit up. During the lunch break, Zhuoxiaoduo went to find the handyman who collected the trash for the Hidden Dragon High School. He didn't expect this person to be a middle-aged boss. After all, the Hidden Dragon High School students threw away too many things. Many things were thrown away without batting an eye. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, these things were extremely valuable. Therefore, collecting trash in the Hidden Dragon High School was also a big job. The profit was quite good. In the Hidden Dragon High School, they didn't need to spend a single cent to collect the trash. After they were collected, they would be sorted and sold for a lot of money. The class monitor Zhuo, do you need something from me? The boss was very humble in front of Zhuoxiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo was famous in the Hidden Dragon High School. His status was respected. How could this boss not know the current #1 person in the Hidden Dragon High School? To put it bluntly, Zhuoxiaoduo only needed to say one sentence: find someone else to collect the trash. He had to get lost. How could he not curry favor with him? I want the cultivation trash you collect. I want the powder of the Astral Soul's jade. Yes, I want it for my experiments. Zhuoxiaoduo casually made up a reason. Okay. The boss let out a sigh of relief. He thought it was something serious. That was it. Among the things he collected every day, this was the most common. The key was that this thing had a very low recycling value. There were only a few commercial uses for it. The supply far exceeded the demand. There was no way to sell it at all. The things that fell into his hands were basically used to fill the holes outside the city. He had to collect a few carts worth of them every day. Now that Zhuoxiaoduo said he wanted it, it was actually a good thing for him. At least he had a connection with Zhuoxiaoduo. Yes, you can collect it at your place. I will collect it once every 2 or 3 days. Do you have a place to store it? Yes. Where did you throw the powder from before? Outside the city. There is a special place for it. I threw it all there. Where is it? That afternoon, Zhuoxiaoduo took a rare day off. He went directly to a mining area in the south of the city. There was an extremely huge and spectacular collapsed pit here. No one knew how deep it was. Carts carrying the powder of the Astral Soul's jade constantly came and poured it down. Most of the powder went straight into the deep pit. The remaining powder on the ground was immediately shot by someone with a high-pressure water gun. Then it turned into mud soup and fell into the deep pit. Zhuoxiaoduo was greatly disappointed. So this was how it was handled. Directly sweeping it into the sinkhole was really once and for all. There was no future trouble that this made Zhuoxiaoduo, who wanted to directly fill up the Tower of Annihilation, extremely disappointed. Why don't you do something else? After cursing, Zhuoxiaoduo immediately went to the boss's waste collection shop. Ask the other waste collection shops. Tell them to keep all the Astral Soul's jade powder they have on hand for me. 1 cubic meter, $50. How about that? Zhuoxiaoduo asked. No problem. The boss took charge and said, actually we don't need so much. In the past this thing had commercial uses. It could be used as a special building material. However, with the large-scale mining of the Astral Soul's jade and the in-depth research, its use as a special building material has declined rapidly. We want to collect it and ship it out for free to fill up the sinkhole outside the city. We have to pay the transportation fee ourselves. $10 per cart is already a lot. Then I'll leave it to you to negotiate. I'll still pay you $50 per cart. You can take it all. It's your business how much you want to collect. Any leftovers will be your service fee. That's settled. Zhuoxiaoduo said indifferently and made the final decision. Okay. Thank you, squad leader Zhuo. Well, my only request is that during the acquisition process, you must not expose my existence. Just say that a big boss wants to use it for research purposes. Zhuoxiaoduo reminded him. However, as he continued to collect more and more in the future, it was destined that it would be impossible for him to keep it a secret. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't expect to keep it a secret completely, or even for too long. However, if others wanted to ask him what he was going to use it for, Zhuoxiaoduo felt that he could keep this secret forever. Strictly speaking, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't know the significance of the Astral Soul's jade powder to the space of the Annihilation Tower. That afternoon, Zhuoxiaoduo collected 3 carts and put them directly into the Annihilation Tower. Back at the villa, Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't wait to go in and see what was going on. He realized that it seemed like the pile was too thick and didn't show any signs of reducing. He waved his hand and dispersed all of it. He wanted to see what would happen if he collected too much of the Astral Soul's jade powder. Or would there be an unexpected miracle? That afternoon, Zhuo Duo chose to sleep in the Annihilation Tower. Tonight, he prepared to suppress it one last time before breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm. The final painful aftertaste, followed by the breakthrough that followed closely behind. Zhuo Duo wanted to conserve his energy. He carefully observed the environment before he fell asleep and remembered every detail. Then he lay down and fell asleep. After he woke up, he made a comparison to see if he could find any clues. This time, Zhuo Duo slept exceptionally soundly and relaxed. In the Annihilation Tower, he didn't have to worry about being ambushed. There were no safety concerns, so he was at ease. Just as he fell asleep, he started to dream again. Naturally, he met that person again. In the clouds, a Xiaolong appeared sneakily. Once he appeared, he wagged his tail in front of Zhuo Duo and flew here and there. His cute little eyes were full of flattery. "Brother, why are you ignoring me? We are good friends." Xiaolong felt wronged. "Good friends? You flatter me. I've always been the one giving you benefits. When have you never given me any benefits? How can you be considered a good friend?" Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes and said with conviction, "I'm really poor." Xiaolong complained. "Go play somewhere else. I don't know if it's your nature as a dragon or if it's your habit to lie with your eyes wide open." Zhuo Duo simply ignored him. However, Xiaolong, who was ignored, suddenly became excited. In the past, when he said this, Zhuo Duo basically kicked him out of the dream. However, this time he didn't kick him out. This was an improvement. This meant that there was a chance. Chapter 486. It wasn't that Zhuo Duo didn't want to kick him, but if he followed Li Qingming's instructions and kicked this guy out, he would wake up as well. If he wanted to sleep again, he would have to toss and turn for a while. At this moment, Zhuo Duo intended to conserve his energy and didn't want to waste any time. "I've already transformed your space. Isn't it a great benefit? This is my gift to you." Xiaolong seized the opportunity to claim credit. "Huh?" Zhuo Duo was stunned. "Transformed space? Transformed my space? You're bluffing. It's really me who transformed it." Xiaolong looked aggrieved and murmured, "There's not the slightest bit of life in here, but there's a limit to how long it can last. Sooner or later it will collapse. I saw that you liked this thing, so I drew all the remaining Earth Dragon Chi from the Dragon Vein in Dongxi to you. Otherwise, how could your dead space have signs of life?" Xiaolong chattered on. "I spent a lot of effort to draw the remaining Chi of the Earth Dragon here. It's so tiring." "Huh?" Zhuo Duo sobered up a lot. "You mean, the change in my tower is not because it absorbed the Astral Soul's jade powder, but because of you?" "Absorbed the Astral Soul's jade powder?" Xiaolong was stunned. "How could this be? I only drew in 1/3 of the Earth Vein. How could it have this function?" Then he rolled his eyes and said, "I don't know about this. But I'm sure that the increase in vitality is the result of me drawing in the Chi of the Earth Dragon. We are good friends. Of course I should help you." "TSK. Why should I believe you? I think it's the power of the tower itself. What does it have to do with you? What's the point of being so greedy?" Zhuo Duo snorted. "Do you think you can fool me with your flowery words? Do you think I'm so easy to fool?" "I'm telling the truth." Xiaolong shook his head and wagged his tail as if he had been wronged. He began to ramble on and on about how hard he had worked and how important the geomantic convergence Chi was to this empty and lifeless space. Zhuo Duo gradually began to believe it. However, his face was still full of disbelief. "I don't believe it. Do you think you can do whatever you want? Unless you have other benefits to offer." Xiaolong was at a loss. What other benefits could he offer? Baby. Spirit medicine. Jade of astral souls. Mineral deposits. Zhuo Duo said, "All of the above are fine." Xiaolong didn't understand what Zhuo Duo was talking about. He said, "I don't understand." Zhuo Duo wanted to take out some treasures, spirit medicine, heavenly treasures, and so on for this guy to take a look. However, he found that he didn't have any high-grade heavenly treasures in his space ring. He had no choice but to take out a piece of jade of astral souls. "You have this?" Xiaolong stretched out his white claws and scratched the jade of astral souls. He said, "I know where to find this. There are a lot of them. But I can't take them out." "You know where to find them? There are a lot of them?" Zhuo Duo was greatly astonished. He inexplicably found out some incredible information. "I'm the spirit of the earth veins. Of course I know where to find special mineral deposits." Xiaolong was very proud. "Since you're the spirit of the earth veins, Why can't you take out the mineral deposits? Zhuo Duo said angrily, are you playing with me? Xiaolong's expression became more and more aggrieved. I'm just a spirit. I can't carry anything heavy. I can only control the power of qi meridians. Zhuo expression said, you're talking nonsense. Do you think I'll believe you? Last time I saw you sitting on a pile of shiny gold with my own eyes. Xiaolong came to a sudden realization. Are you talking about those shiny things? Yes. Most of them are fake. Xiaolong was so sad that his eyes turned red. I'm just a spirit. How can I have those shiny things? Those are all my imagination. I know those are good things. I'm just fooling myself to increase my happiness. Happiness? It's all your imagination. Zhuo Duo was completely shocked. You imagined a mountain of gold with all kinds of treasures on it. Then you sat on the mountain of gold and pretended to be a rich man? Fooling yourself? How could there be such a thing? Could it be that you're an idiot? Xiaolong was very melancholy. He said, I can't even pick up a gold coin. How can there be a mountain of gold? Really? Really? Xiaolong was about to cry. Do you have to keep asking me about my saddest things? I love those things the most, okay? They're shiny and shiny. Sob, 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 I want them so much. But even if I see them, I can only see them. If I could pick them up, I would have a mountain of gold long ago, okay? Zhuo Duo said disdainfully, then what do you have now? After all this time, you don't have anything. Poor dragon. What a waste of my providence points. Poor dragon immediately shut himself up. Do you have to be so direct? We're good friends that even if I really don't have anything, I really treat you as a good friend. I'm still young. Xiaolong said sullenly. Are you no longer a spirit when you grow up? Can you pick up tangible things? Zhuo Duo snorted and directly stabbed his heart. Xiaolong's grievance reached its peak. He curled up like a snake and suddenly burst into tears. Wah wah wah. Zhuo Duo was shocked and had goosebumps all over. You can cry, but can you not make such baby sounds? Xiaolong cried. I've been crying like this since I was young. I don't know how to cry in other ways. Then don't cry. Zhuo's eyes darted around. He said, don't you know where this black stone can be found? You can tell me the location and I'll go and dig it up. If I get it, I'll benefit from it. Even if you give me benefits, I'll naturally return the favor with good friends. Xiaolong said suspiciously, but your eyes are darting around. That's a sign that you're up to no good. If you want to scheme against me, I'll have to think about it. Zhuo Duo sweated. You can even tell? Could it be that my acting skills have deteriorated? That can't be. I'm an award-winning actor. Unless you give me a drop first to show your sincerity, Xiaolong said as he wiped his tears with his two paws. Zhuo Duo immediately became gloomy. This guy wasn't easy to fool. Don't think that I don't know that the black stone you're talking about is very valuable in your hands. Very, very valuable. Xiaolong was no longer sitting cross-legged. He sat with his two paws like a duck and continued to wipe his tears with his two paws. And it's very useful, very useful. You used this kind of stone to cultivate before, but it's not as good as your black stone. Zhuo Duo snorted and said, isn't it the same stone? What's the difference? You're too pretentious. When Xiaolong heard this, he actually rolled his eyes in a very human-like manner. This guy is really bad. Friends. No one would lie to me like this. Luck points are easy to talk about. I just don't believe that you know where this stone is. Zhuo Duo continued to bluff. Xiaolong was not convinced. Of course I know. I'm not afraid to tell you that the black stone I know is even blacker than the one in your hand. I often go to sleep in it. It's very comfortable to sleep in there. Zhuo Duo raised his head proudly. I don't believe you. Seeing is believing. Xiaolong, if you don't believe me, then forget it. Zhuo Duo. Damn, he didn't play by the rules. Couldn't he just say something like, if you don't believe me, I'll bring you there to take a look? At least tell me the general location, right? We haven't agreed on the terms yet. Xiaolong peeked out an eye from between his paws. Fuck. Zhuo Duo made up his mind and said, bring me there and I'll give you a drop. That won't do. Xiaolong said, there are many of these black stones there. You only gave me a drop. It's not enough. Are you still good friends? You're so petty. Okay, just tell me how much you want. Zhuo Duo asked. Xiaolong hesitated for a long time. How much do you have now? This dragon actually wanted to take everything. Zhuo's heart skipped a beat and he immediately flew into a rage. This is a dream. This is a dream. This is a dream. With a poof, the dream instantly shattered. Zuo Duo, who had woken up, cursed loudly. This is too much. Too greedy. How can there be such a greedy thing in the world? I'm so angry. Do you think it's easy for me to earn some Providence points? Just as he was cursing, there was a soft pop, and a long-awaited refreshing feeling enveloped his body. 4 drops of Providence points fell from the sky in succession. In an instant, Zuo body felt extremely comfortable. His meridians also expanded, and his dantian also expanded a little. Awesome. Awesome. Zuo Duo was pleasantly surprised. It was 4 drops in succession. How could there be so many? However, even if he thought about it with his knees, he would know that this was for the Gao clan. The Providence, Feng Shui and so on had all come true. What's more, Vice Principal Gao should have woken up, and at the same time, had acknowledged his statement. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get 4 drops of Providence points at once. This was simply timely help. Zuo Duo was so happy that he almost cried. He even forgot about the resentment that originated from a certain dragon. What blacker stone? Go and play with it. That night, Zuo Duo might have been in high spirits because of the joyous occasion. He compressed his innate genuine qi one last time. In the end, after the compression was completed, he was shocked to discover that there was still a little gap. This was a situation that had never happened before. It was probably these 4 drops of Providence points that caused his meridians to expand and his dantian to expand as well. Although the gap was very small, Zuo Duo still didn't waste it. He went through the thorny path again and compressed it to the point where it couldn't be compressed anymore. Finally, at 5:30 a.m., he officially began to break through to the embryonic breathing realm, suppressing the innate realm, the thorny path, 35.5 times. Strictly speaking, the last time couldn't be considered the last time. This was Zuo limit. Breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm, the boundary between immortals and mortals. A barrier. This was truly a barrier for ancient martial art practitioners to be reborn. Chapter 487. A huge flow of spiritual energy entered his meridians. Zuo accumulation was too deep. Once he let go of the suppression, the suppressed spiritual source rushed out like a flash flood. It was like a dam bursting, like the opening of the floodgates of the Yangtze River. The barrier of the embryonic breathing realm only resisted for less than half a second before it was easily broken through. The turbulent spiritual energy rushed into the brand new meridian route. The meridian, which was originally empty, was instantly filled up by the spiritual energy that rushed in. Then it was pushed forward with the force of emptiness. With a poof, 2 streams of black blood spurted out from Zuo nostrils. Almost at the same time, countless tiny black spots were expelled from the pores on the surface of his body. Every breakthrough of a large realm was a natural cleansing of the meridians and marrows. The turbulent spiritual energy washed through the meridians again and again. After the impurities were expelled from the surface of his body, a faint fog started to appear. As the spiritual energy went through one cycle after another, Zuo entire body was shrouded in white fog. As time went on, the clouds above his head gradually rose and accumulated, forming a cotton-like thing above his head. Then it slowly changed, slowly forming pieces of lotus leaves. It was like the surface of a lake in the morning, rippling slightly with the undulation of the lake water. There were more and more lotus leaves, gradually forming a huge patch above his head, almost occupying the entire space in the bedroom. Yi Changqing, who had been secretly protecting him, stared with his eyes wide open. What was the point of having so many lotus leaves? Why didn't he hurry to condense the 3 flowers above his head? He didn't even need the lotus leaves. Did this brat even understand the crux of this? Under the gaze of Yi Changqing, the lotus leaves were still gently shaking. From the gaps of the lotus leaves, flower vines started to emerge one by one. Then a small flower bud appeared on top of them. As the flower vines grew longer, thicker, and bigger, the flower bud on top of them also grew bigger. However, Yi Changqing, who saw this scene, was stunned. What was this situation? The so-called 3 flowers gathering acupoint and 5 qis collecting origin was a common practice in the cultivation world. However, this brat had condensed 9 flowers at once. 9 flower buds. Are you trying to defy the heavens? However, Xiao has broken through to the embryonic breathing realm at the innate realm. Can your spiritual power really do that? This was too arrogant. But at this time, he absolutely could not be disturbed. Once he was disturbed, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Yi Changqing prayed in his heart. It wasn't easy for a genius to appear, so he mustn't play himself into a cripple. Under Yi Changqing's focused gaze, one of the flower buds gradually grew bigger, and then bit by bit, it became a budding bud, and then the first petal bloomed, then the entire flower was in full bloom. Stop. It was so realistic. Even the veins on the petals and the pollen on the stamens were clear. Then the second, the third, the fourth. Every flower bloomed very quickly and perfectly. It rushed out, branched, and grew. Then the flower bud began to grow and bloomed. There seemed to be an endless amount of spiritual energy supporting it. It was endless, and there was no possibility of shortage. In front of Yi Changqing's dumbfounded eyes, 9 lotus flowers, each as big as a bowl, were placed in the bedroom, slender and elegant. The whole process only took the time to brew a cup of tea. Yi Changqing felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. How was this possible? In a place where he couldn't see, Zhuoxiaoduo's energy center was circulating the 9th cycle, and the flow of spiritual energy was getting faster and faster. At the center of the energy center, a Xiao-sized vortex was slowly forming. And this vortex started to spin at an extremely fast speed, as if it was spinning crazily. It swept up a large amount of spiritual energy into the energy center, and after one round, it was immediately thrown out from the other side. As the vortex rotated faster and faster, the flow of spiritual energy in the meridians also became faster and faster. The fiery red spirit qi flowed rapidly like magma. In the end, it even produced a sound that was no different from the rumbling of thunder. And the vortex in the energy center continued to rotate. Slowly, after a total of 999 cycles, Zhuoxiaoduo felt that in the center of the vortex in his energy center, a Xiao-sized particle had started to appear, gradually condensing into a substance. Yes, it could only be said to be close to a substance, but it still hadn't reached the stage of a pure substance. And all the true core power was still rotating, all so that it could be condensed and condensed to the extreme. And this process was named by the ancient martial art practitioners as embryo formation. At this point, it was the true meaning of the embryonic breathing realm. And Zhuoxiaoduo's true core power circulation didn't have any intention of ending, and it was still roaring and surging. After an unknown amount of time, the flow of the true core power finally slowed down. And at this moment, the embryo formation in the energy center had already become the size of a peanut. It shone with a red light and a golden light. The lotus flowers on top of Zhuoxiaoduo's head started to shrink one by one, then the lotus leaves, then the fog. Finally, all the strange phenomena on the outside disappeared, and the spiritual qi in the meridians in his body started to circulate, returning to its normal speed. Only then did Zhuoxiaoduo slowly exhale, and this exhale was green in color. It was like a long dragon spurting out, directly piercing a hole in the window opposite. Yi Changqing, who was guarding behind the window, was almost hit by the last of the turbid air that was spat out. Principal Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart. This brat couldn't have discovered me, right? Otherwise, how could he have spat out so accurately? Facts had proven that Principal Yi had thought too much this time. How could Zhuoxiaoduo have the ability to discover such a strong person like Yi Changqing? Now, his whole body and mind were still immersed in the excitement and joy, and he didn't have any other thoughts. Not bad. Quietly using the inner vision technique, he examined his energy center again and again. His energy center, which was originally filled with dense fog, now had a faint feeling that it was bright and clear. Pieces of red clouds floated in his energy center. The red clouds were abnormally thick, and they were so red that they were purple. Piece after piece, layer after layer, from top to bottom, there were a total of 9 layers thick. And in the centermost position, there was another red, round bead that looked like a pellet, slowly rotating on its own. The speed of rotation was consistent with the speed of the vital qi flowing in the meridians, shining and shining, and it was a marvelous sight. It's really too cute, too amazing. Zhuoxiaoduo paid full attention to that round red bead, and he even wanted to take it out and play with it. If it were to play with a marble, he felt his own strength, and with a little bit of qi, the red bead in his energy center would rotate faster, and then the spiritual qi in his meridians would surge majestically like the Yangtze River. But in an instant, his whole body was filled with explosive power, and he faintly felt like he had to vent it out. He felt it for a while. Zhuoxiaoduo muttered to himself, after breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm, the power level is indeed different. The explosive power now is at least 10 times more than before. If I don't care about the consequences and go all out, I should be able to cause even more extreme damage. No wonder everyone wants to break through to a new realm. It turns out that one's own realm has such a huge impact on the combat power level. While Zhuoxiaoduo was muttering to himself, Yi Changqing, who was outside the window, almost couldn't help but go in and give him a beating. At least 10 times more? Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? After a normal person broke through, their strength would increase greatly, but to be able to break through the limit of one's original strength by 2 times was already very commendable. Moreover, one still needed to continuously train to be able to integrate this new strength into one's own and use it to its fullest potential. A situation like yours, where your strength increased by more than 10 times after breaking through, is no longer a step to the sky, not a demon, not a defiant, but a legend. A legend, understand? Zhuo Duo grabbed his phone. What the heck, why is it not even 6 o'clock? So, breakthroughs are actually so fast. I thought it would take quite some time. Behind the window, Yi Changqing's expression changed again, then he left silently. He was afraid that if he didn't leave he would most likely rush in and beat this bitch to death. He had never seen such a cocky person. Breaking through so fast? How dare you say that? Do you think everyone breaks through as fast as you do? Which one of them didn't suffer endless torment and succeed in breaking through with great difficulty? Which one of them didn't make themselves half dead and spend a lot of time to break through before succeeding? Even after succeeding they still had to thank their luck. Have you ever seen someone who was stuck at a bottleneck and couldn't break through for decades? Have you ever seen someone who was stuck at a high-level bottleneck and couldn't break through for a lifetime? This little bitch. He was just asking for a beating for speaking so bluntly. Li Chenglong shouted from downstairs, "Swell, let's go, let's go. It's time to go to school." I'm coming. I'll be right there." Zhuo Duo was really agile. With a light swoosh, he had already taken off all his clothes. Then the spiritual energy in his body surged, and a spiritual mist enveloped his body. His entire body was clean and refreshed. With a shake of his arm, he instantly put on another set of clean clothes. When he reached out again, a strong suction force suddenly appeared in his palm, and the heavy chair that was originally placed beside the desk was sucked into his hand. He weighed it in his hand and found that it was as light as a feather. Ha 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 ha. Zhuo Duo looked up to the sky and laughed. Nyen cat. I can do it too. I can do it. Ah. I can do it too. I can do it. Ah. Downstairs. Li Chenglong, who heard someone's arrogant words, was dumbfounded. He subconsciously looked at his crotch. Then he saw Zhuo Duo appear in front of him like a ghost. With a wave of his hand he said confidently, "Let's go. Let's go to school." Zhuo Duo was really proud and high-spirited all the way. Moreover, his steps were graceful and carefree. The two of them leisurely arrived at class 1. Zhuo Duo pretended to let Li Chenglong go in first. Then, when the class was full, he put his hands behind his back and pretended to be reserved as he walked in with swaying steps. His face was filled with a faint smile that was as calm as the wind and as calm as the water in an ancient well. In any case, he was just acting tough. This posture was basically telling everyone, "Don't move, I'm going to start showing off." Chapter 488. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhuo Duo stood tall and straight. His face was handsome and his demeanor was elegant. He stood on the podium with his hands behind his back. His face was cold and arrogant. Wretch. Yu Yin'er and Zhen Piapiao both made disgusted sounds at the same time. He was quite handsome. But what are you trying to do by acting like, "I'm going to start acting cool"? What are you trying to do? Who wouldn't be disgusted by it? Especially when everyone already knew the class monitor's character. Why was he pretending? The two small white thunder tigers in the arms of the two girls actually let out 2 growls to show their disdain for this king of swords. Zhuo Duo didn't mind at all. With a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze, he walked up to the podium with his hands behind his back. At this moment, when Xingtian, who was already standing at the door, was dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this class monitor standing on the podium that belonged to the teacher and saying a few words every day? Was he planning to usurp the throne? Was he going to rebel? "Students, I have a very good news for you today," Zhuo Duo said happily. "Maybe you can make a guess?" The 20 people below were speechless. "Guess my ass." "Forget it, I'll tell you directly. I've broken through to the embryonic breathing realm," Zhuo Duo announced loudly. His words were full of pride and arrogance. "I've broken through to the embryonic breathing realm. Did you all hear that?" When Xingtian, who was at the door, was very excited when he heard that. "This guy, I even told him to let me know when he was about to break through. He actually broke through silently by himself. It was indeed great news. With my breakthrough, I only need one hand to deal with all of you in the future. Zhuo Duo laughed maniacally. Ha ha. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The 20 people below had black lines on their foreheads, and their faces changed from that of an old-fashioned society. Zhuo Duo picked up a black pen and started to write on the whiteboard behind him. With one hand behind his back, he wrote smoothly. He said reservedly, after breaking through, I'm overwhelmed with emotions. I'm writing a poem here. A poem was written on the whiteboard with a wave of his hand. Invincible in the innate realm, a legend in the embryonic breathing realm. Who is the most beautiful in the hidden dragon class 1? There is only Zhuo Duo in the world. After Zhuo Duo finished writing, he threw the pen to the ground and laughed heartily. He walked down the podium, his whole body brimming with joy. That wildness was truly carefree and uninhibited. It had the feeling of, I'm going out laughing at the sky, we're not ordinary people. Behind him, a voice suddenly. When Xingtian said, Where are you going? Quickly come up and clean the whiteboard. Pick up the black pen. Who are you to throw my black pen? Why are you arrogant? Are you itching for a beating again? Hearing this, Zhuo Duo felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stiffly turned around and looked at the door. He saw Wen Xingtian's cold and murderous face. Zhuo Duo rushed up to the podium without a word. He wiped the whiteboard clean at lightning speed. Then he picked up the black pen and handed it to Wen Xingtian with a flattering face. Teacher Wen, I didn't realize you were here just now. I was just imparting some cultivation experience to my classmates so that they won't be bullied by others when they go out. Wen Xingtian snorted, You really have good intentions. Why aren't you scramming? Zhuo Duo immediately went to his seat. The 20 people's shoulders trembled. A few girls lowered their heads. Their long hair covered their faces. They laughed so hard that their bodies trembled. It was so satisfying. It was so satisfying. This bastard deserved to be punished like this. Who asked him to be pretentious? After he was done, he got slapped in the face. Did he act like an idiot? It was so satisfying. It was so satisfying. In the morning, everyone fought as usual. Although there were fewer people, the battles were more intense than before. Everyone fought until the ground rumbled and thunder rumbled. 3 teachers in black and Wen Xingtian watched from the side. There was a sword grandmaster, a knife grandmaster, and a spear grandmaster. The 3 of them were on duty today. Of course, there were other teachers on duty in other classes. There were quite a number of teachers in the Hidden Dragon High School. It wasn't that there was only one form teacher in each class. There were many teachers on duty who taught according to the student's aptitude. Why isn't that student participating in the battle? The sword grandmaster in black asked Wen Xingtian curiously. Wen Xingtian sighed. His current ability is too high. It's way beyond his peers. It's meaningless for him to participate in the battle. It's even more disadvantageous for the other students. I've been teaching all my life, and this is the first time I've encountered such a weirdo. He can't practice with people of the same level. This was too fucking depressing. Before he broke through to the embryonic breathing realm, it was still okay. If everyone attacked together without fear of death, there was still a possibility of exhaustion. But now it had become an impossible thing. This brat had broken through to the embryonic breathing realm. The increase in his ability was rather terrifying. Way beyond his peers? Disadvantageous for the other students? It seems that I haven't encountered such a thing for a long time. The sword grandmaster was suddenly interested. What weapon does he use? Wen Xingtian thought for a while and said, Sword. Sword. The sword grandmaster was even more interested when he heard that. What a coincidence. Wen Xingtian coughed and said, Why don't you practice with him, Teacher Zhang? Mr. Zhang Wenqing immediately became excited. Okay, that's right. You have to take it easy. How can I not know that? Wen Xingtian waved his hand and called Zhuo Duo over. Teacher Zhang wants to test your ability. As he said that, he threw out 2 swords. One was a regular alloy long sword, and the other was a lighter long sword. Naturally, they couldn't use their personal weapons in this contest. Zhuo's weapon was a rare divine weapon. If Teacher Zhang's sword was broken, it would be terrible. Teacher Zhang obviously misunderstood. He laughed softly. When you are so attentive. You are afraid that I will break his sword. Wen Xingtian rolled his eyes and didn't comment. Zhuo Duo picked up the light sword and bowed. Thank you for your teaching, teacher. Teacher Zhang chuckled and said, You can just use your best sword moves. You don't have to worry about attacking me. I heard from Teacher Wen that you have just entered the embryonic breathing realm. Have you consolidated your foundation? Yes, teacher. Zhuo straightened his long sword. His left hand held the scabbard and his right hand held the sword hilt. He gathered the sword will in his heart and activated the heart of the sword. His back straightened. His long sword hadn't been unsheathed, but his whole person was like an unsheathed long sword, standing between heaven and earth. This was the heart of the sword that originally belonged to Qin Fangyang. Now, Zhuo had assimilated it into his own understanding and formed his own style. Seeing this, Zhang Wenqing's eyes lit up. What a good seedling. Clang. Zhuo unsheathed his long sword. It was clear and melodious like a dragon's roar, but with a faint sound like thunder. At this moment, it made people feel that the sky was covered with dark clouds. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Although it hadn't started to rain yet, there was already a humid air between heaven and earth. This is water attribute? Teacher Zhang Wenqing's expression became more and more surprised. This was because he cultivated water attribute martial arts. In the next moment, Zhuo brandished his long sword and executed a series of wonderful moves. In an instant, the heaven and earth began to drizzle, and the rain mist gradually spread out. Seeing this, Wen Xingtian and the other two teachers retreated 15 feet away. Teacher Zhang Wenqing's long sword flashed. He forcefully broke into the rain mist. His sword slanted and accurately aimed at Zhuo's throat. Zhuo's body moved and swayed. He continued to activate the sword will of the drizzle sword. Together with his sword, he blended into the rain mist. The surroundings became foggy and one's vision couldn't be seen clearly. Ding ding ding. The sound of swords clashing could be heard constantly. It was the sound of two swords clashing. Teacher Zhang's aura kept changing. In less than 5 seconds, it had already changed 3 times. Only then did it stabilize. The other two teachers widened their eyes. Department head Wen, this student of yours is really monstrous. Old Zhang's cultivation isn't at the top in Hidden Dragon Academy. However, his comprehension of Sword Heart is one of the best in Hidden Dragon Academy. In less than 5 seconds he was forced to use an Origin Core Realm sword will that is 1 tier higher than his. This level of attainment in the way of the sword is truly frightening. The younger generation will surpass us in time. When Xingqian didn't even look at him. Instead, he stared at the other 20 people fighting and said calmly, "This is only the beginning. Just an Origin Core Realm sword will is not enough." The two teachers were speechless. Wasn't this a little too much? Even if this student's swordsmanship was extraordinary, or even bizarre. It was continuous and dense and it covered the heavens and the earth. It seemed soft and powerless but it was actually filled with killing intent. The two teachers could tell that if it was a fight to the death with an opponent of the same cultivation realm, Teacher Zhang would have already died under his sword. Zhuo's swordsmanship became sharper and sharper. The zhenqi flowing from his body was endless. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he had already unleashed his full strength. His might was much stronger than before. It was as if it was drizzling. As the might of Zhuo's swordsmanship increased, Zhang Wenqing's aura also increased by a notch. The pinnacle of the Origin Core Realm. Teacher Zhang Wenqing also felt like he had seen a ghost in his heart. This was simply inconceivable. Ordinary new students who had just entered the academy would be able to teach them sword techniques with ease. They would be able to do it without using any strength at all. Even if they were in the realm of martial masters, they would still be able to easily defeat their enemies. Even if he was a student in the embryonic breathing realm with his experience, understanding of the way of the sword and self-control of the sword technique, he would still be able to handle it with his martial master realm. However, when he faced Zhuo, he realized that he was at an absolute disadvantage when he used his martial master realm power at the start. He could lose at any time. Then he raised his sword to the innate realm, but the situation didn't improve at all. He was still completely restrained. The other two teachers were even more speechless. "Old Zhang, you are teaching a student sword technique. Why are you the one who raised his realm 4 times? The teacher is relying on his high cultivation and the student's swordsmanship is extraordinary. This is the opposite. What happened to lifting something heavy as if it was light? Monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Today is Monday. Give me a few more recommendation votes. Chapter 489. Teacher Zhang Wenqing was getting impatient. In the beginning they had only exchanged 2 swords, but he had already fallen into a complete disadvantage within these 2 swords. Then he raised his realm to the embryonic breathing realm, increasing his power by 10 times. The situation improved slightly, but he was still restrained. Even now, he had already reached the pinnacle of the primordial elixir realm, but he still felt a little shaky. This was simply incomprehensible and unbelievable. Didn't they say that he had just broken through to the embryonic breathing realm? But what was the meaning of the sword breaking through the void and the sword will soaring to the sky? What was the meaning of the heart integrated into sword? Could it be that he had been practicing swordsmanship since he was in his mother's womb? Zuo was in high spirits. Suddenly, he let out a long howl and performed 7 to 8 different sword techniques in succession. He used them interchangeably and randomly. The first one was grand and imposing, the second one was treacherous and sinister, and the last one was tricky and weird. Then it was a surprise attack. Zhang Wenqing, who was caught by surprise, was flustered. Helpless, he suddenly roared and raised his power to the nascent soul realm. Then he raised it to the intermediate stage of the nascent soul realm, and then to the advanced stage of the nascent soul realm. Only then did he suppress Zuo. But it was only a suppression on the level of power. In terms of sword techniques, it was no longer a suppression. Zuo's swordsmanship didn't only have a variety of styles and endless transformations, it had already reached an extremely high level. If Zhang Laoshe were to use his swordsmanship to counter a single move, he would have to use at least 3 moves in order to deal with it. However, he still wouldn't be able to stop the other party's continuous swordsmanship. What the hell? What the hell? The sound of the two swords clashing became more and more frequent. The two teachers who were watching from the side had already changed from speechless to dumbfounded and speechless. 15 to 16 collisions in a moment? Is this really old Zhang's teaching battle with a student? Is this the nascent soul realm? He has long been at the advanced stage of the nascent soul realm. I didn't expect the difference in their swordsmanship to be so great. Zhang Wenqing's voice was full of excitement and joy. Do you know how to control the sword? Zuo hesitated for a moment. I can't control it for now. Use it. Zhang Wenqing shouted, let me see your attainments in the imperial sword technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling brilliance suddenly lit up in the air. All the rain and fog around them were absorbed by the brilliance like rivers flowing into the sea. Zuo's figure appeared. His sword shook continuously, and with a humming sound, he and his sword turned into a huge beam of light that soared into the sky and shot down. On the other side, Zhang Wenqing quickly drew circles with his long sword. Circles of sword energy condensed and shot towards Zuo's beam of light. Obviously, he intended to form layers of sword net with continuous sword qi to eliminate Zuo's abundant attacks. Unfortunately, the fierce attack of the sword qi dragon far exceeded Zhang Wenqing's expectations. It instantly broke through the layers of defensive sword qi and rushed over. Zhang Wenqing shouted loudly, and the brilliance of his long sword suddenly flashed, and the aura around his body was unprecedentedly majestic. He brazenly slashed out with his sword. With a loud bang, Zuo's entire body rolled like a gourd on the ground. He was directly pushed back more than 30 meters, plowing a trench in the ground. The sword in his hand was directly broken into 2 pieces. On the other side, Zhang Wenqing stood with his sword in hand. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Zuo. Just now, Zuo used the imperial sword technique of becoming one with the sword and almost killed him on the spot. It forced him to raise his cultivation to the cloud transformation realm and use his tyrannical cultivation to repel Zuo. The muscles on his face were still twitching, and the corners of his eyes were twitching. I've taught for so many years and I've never seen such a demon. As for the other 2 teachers, they were completely dumbfounded. Was this a teacher teaching a student? Looking at old Zhang's body, there were actually so many small holes that it shouldn't be that the student attacked with all his might, using his embryonic breathing realm strength or even higher. Then the teacher would use his innate realm or embryonic breathing realm strength to defuse them one by one. Then he would casually point out inadequacies so that the student would be convinced and benefit a lot. That shouldn't it be like this? Why was it completely reversed now? When Xingtian also turned around and asked with a smile, Old Zhang, how is it? Is it all right? Zhang Wenqing's face was flushed red. He coughed and said, very good. This student's swordsmanship has already reached a higher level. He has also condensed the heart of the sword. It's hard for external forces to shake him. No matter if it's the technique, habit, execution, or continuation. They are all the most orthodox and impeccable techniques. Also, the swordsmanship is very. He looked at Wen Xingtian and gave him a look. Then he said, in short, in terms of the details of the swordsmanship, I have nothing left to teach him. I can only give him very little pointers. What he needs to do is to combine the proficiency of the swordsmanship with his soaring cultivation after his cultivation has increased again. Only then will he be able to show his brilliance. He smiled guiltily and said, "You also know that people who practice swordsmanship always have some small flaws. Some like to pretend to be cool, some like to be cool, some like to be elegant, some like to be elegant, some like to be divine. In short, everyone more or less has some flaws. The purpose of the existence of us teachers is to correct these flaws. But Zhuo Xiaoduo doesn't have any of these flaws. His execution of the sword can only be described as practical. What's more than 90% of his swordsmanship is aimed to kill. His previous swordsmanship teacher is really admirable." Zhang Wenqing said from the bottom of his heart. For example, if this is a small tree, then his previous teacher has already removed all the branches that would affect his growth. Now, he only needs to absorb the maximum amount of nutrients and grow quickly. There's no need to do anything else. At this point, he added, "I'm specifically referring to his swordsmanship." When Xingtian made a sound of acknowledgement, but there was a hint of doubt in his voice. This kid's swordsmanship is already at its peak. But this child should also practice other weapons. And his attainments in them are even stronger than his swordsmanship. Zhang Wenqing took a deep breath. If it's an ordinary student, we should advise him to specialize in one skill. But this Zhuo Xiaoduo doesn't need to worry about that. He has the aptitude and qualifications to practice multiple martial arts simultaneously. What's the specific direction of his next step? When Xingtian asked humbly. Obviously, he wanted to verify his opinion and see if it was the same as Zhang Wenqing's. Zhang Wenqing pondered for a long time and said, "What's left is to continue nurturing the sword intent and sharpen the heart of the sword. You can only rely on your own grinding skills for these. In terms of skills, other than speed and precision, you can only lift heavy as if it's light, lift light as if it's heavy. You need to control these skills over a long period of time. It's not something that can be taught with words." When Xingtian's face immediately warmed up. Zhang Wenqing's insight was indeed sharp. What he said was exactly the same as what he had expected, without the slightest difference. "Do you have a specific training plan? Enter the gravity room." Zhang Wenqing didn't hesitate. "Enter the gravity room directly." So extreme? His swordsmanship is complex and exquisite. In fact, he is already heading in this direction. It also shows that he often entered the gravity room to cultivate in his original school, which is why he could achieve this effect. Now that the direction is clear, he only needs to maintain the same progression as his original path. Then, entering the gravity room directly won't cause too much of a burden. Of course, if he can carry weights, the effect will be even better. When Xingtian nodded slowly. Teacher Zhang's thinking was exactly the same as his. There was really no difference. He was indeed an experienced teacher for many years. He has already broken through. He can indeed enter the gravity room directly. When Xingtian nodded silently. "But this student, how did you train him?" Zhang Wenqing was very impressed. He has just entered the embryonic breathing realm. How can he have such powerful strength? Such a deep foundation, it's as if it's endless. After saying this, he quickly shut his mouth. He wanted to say that he almost killed him. But thinking about it, this sentence was too embarrassing, so he couldn't say it out loud. When Xingtian stood with his hands behind his back, his face calm. He thought to himself, "If I say that this has nothing to do with me, that would be really embarrassing. Moreover, if I remember correctly, this brat should have been suppressed 34 times in the thorny road. But how can I tell you such a terrifying truth?" Zhuo Xiaoduo dragged half of his sword and his cracked thumb and thumb. He asked humbly, "Teacher Zhang is really brilliant. Please give me some pointers on my shortcomings." He was speaking from the bottom of his heart and didn't discount anything. Since he started practicing swordsmanship, he had encountered many enemies and sparred many times. But to be able to directly hit him with a sword and send him flying, and he was still in the state of sword manipulation at that time. Zhang Wenqing was the first. "Zhuo Xiaoduo, may I ask who was your previous swordsmanship teacher?" Zhang Wenqing was very impressed by Zhuo Xiaoduo's previous teacher. Qin Fangyang, Teacher Qin. After saying this name, which he hadn't heard for a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but miss him. What is Teacher Qin doing now? Where did he go? Is he okay? This Teacher Qin is really amazing. Zhang Wenqing praised sincerely, to be able to fix the student's shortcomings and send him over. This foundation is impeccable and extremely stable. Zhuo Xiaoduo's cheeks trembled subconsciously. Thinking of the days when he was dominated by Qin Fangyang in Phoenix City, He couldn't help but feel a burning pain in his buttocks. Then his whole body reacted. Right? Proper, right? No shortcomings? Those were all created by being beaten up. After all, you just broke through. After 3 days of self-adjustment, use your credits to enter the gravity room to cultivate. You don't have to participate in the class's collective training anymore, when Xingtian instructed in a deep voice. Yes. Gao residence. Chapter 490. Vice Principal Gao had already fully awakened. Once he regained his consciousness, he would be able to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. Using the autonomous mode to resist and heal his injuries, his recovery speed would naturally be much faster. Currently, he had already exited the nourishment cabin and was lying on his bed to recuperate. He held a few pieces of high-grade Star Soul Jade in his hand and circulated his energy to absorb them, replenishing the energy he had expended during this period. Mrs. Gao, on the other hand, was keeping watch outside. During this period of time, the bad news about the Gao family had never stopped. All of them were accidents, and all of them brought trouble upon themselves. Then, there was an 80% chance that they would be killed on the spot. Mrs. Gao blocked all the bad news from the outside so that they wouldn't disturb Vice Principal Gao. Mrs. Gao only had one way to deal with all the bad news. She only accepted it and didn't give any orders to deal with it. She especially didn't allow anyone in the family to go out and seek revenge. She suppressed all the bad news one by one. From the days Wuxia Duo came for fortune-telling until now, there had been a total of 45 accidents and disputes in the past 10 days. 8 companies went bankrupt, 32 people died, and 5 or 6 people were seriously injured and in a coma. The bad news was like a tidal wave, wave after wave, each higher than the last. Almost all the members of the Gao family who were outside were affected. The married daughters of the Gao family hadn't died yet, but there were still some bad things happening. But today, it seemed that the bad luck had come to an end. There was no news since morning. Mrs. Gao finally breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the sun set. When she entered the room, Vice Principal Gao had already finished his meditation. He asked with a gloomy face, "Any more bad news?" "Not today," Mrs. Gao said lightly. "Could it be that I've really been cheated all these years?" Vice Principal Gao paced back and forth. "Gao Zhiyun, don't you know what you've done all these years? God is watching. When the time comes, retribution will come. How can it be false?" Mrs. Gao said bluntly, "You damaged the interests of the Hidden Dragon School for your own power. Do you really think there's no retribution? It's fine if you want a position, but why do you have to damage the school?" Vice Principal Gao said in a low voice, "The family arranged for me to come here. What can I do? Do you want me to give up the family mission and betray the family?" "Family mission? The clan arranged for you to come here so that you could occupy a position. When did we ever allow you to stir up trouble? As long as you work diligently as a teacher, you will naturally have students all over the world. When the time comes, you will naturally be rewarded." Mrs. Gao said bluntly, "But what have you done? Other than fighting for fame and profit, what have you contributed to the Hidden Dragon High School?" The fact that you've continued to help the Gao family is probably the greatest contribution you've made over the years." Vice Principal Gao remained silent for a long time as regret flashed across his face. "Now that you've been sold and used, do you feel good now?" Mrs. Gao snorted. "You almost lost your life, do you feel good now? Happy now?" Gao Zhiyun's face darkened. "You still have to ask if I was really tricked. Someone set up a feng shui scheme for 18 years. I didn't see it coming. You're really something. Someone is willing to spend 18 years to scheme against you." Mrs. Gao snorted. "And I didn't see it coming. There was no trap at home, but you went out to find someone to dig a hole for you and then jumped into it yourself. You're really promising." Gao Zhiyun's face darkened even more. It was as black as the bottom of a black pot. "As for what Wuxia Duo said, you've also seen the video of that day. What do you think? Does it make sense? Is that what happened?" Mrs. Gao asked discontentedly. "You don't have to tell me your answer. After watching it, you were like a taciturn gourd and didn't say a word. That's equivalent to giving me a clear answer. The only thing I want to hear now is who exactly you found back then. I'm really interested to know who was so awesome as to set up such a feng shui scheme to end the family line." Vice Principal Gao sighed deeply and said, "It's hard to explain in a few words." His face was gloomy. After a long time he muttered, "Wuxia Duo is always right." Mrs. Gao said angrily, "Then what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for death?" Vice Principal Gao was silent. He didn't move for a long time. I can tell you that the continent is now in a battle that concerns the survival of the astral souls. There's no retreat. And Hidden Dragon Yin Yun and Ancestral Dragon are the top martial arts schools. Many years ago, I heard from my family that this is a battle of fate between 2 or even 3 continents. Since it's a battle of fate, these top martial arts schools and the cradle of talents are the origin of fate. You think that no one is watching you while you're jumping around here? Mrs. Gao sneered and said, "You're dreaming. Let's not talk about others. There's the Department of Martial Arts, the Military Department, the Star Shield Department, the Shadow Department, and the Supervision Department. Which one of these departments isn't watching? Why didn't they do anything to you? Don't you know in your heart? Do you really want to wait until the day your family is exterminated? Of course we're waiting for the big fish behind you. How many times have I reminded you? You're still stubborn. You only care about climbing up the ranks according to your family's request. Can you climb up the ranks? Do you think the power you have in your hands is real?" To use a phrase that's been used too many times, it's a dream that can turn into a bubble at any time. If you cause serious consequences when the big fish behind you really pops up with your involvement with them, no matter whether it's good or bad, do you think you can still stay out of it? Everyone in our family is guilty of treason. Executing the whole family and exterminating the 3 generations is the lightest punishment. Carrying the infamy forever is the ultimate disgrace. I don't want to be punished like you. Mrs. Gao said angrily, "You're jumping around, jumping up and down. Do you really think no one is paying attention to you? It's just that you really don't have those people behind you. That's why we can't find out. That's why we're keeping you alive and waiting for you to continue. Do you really think that you've done it flawlessly without any loopholes? Do you know what groundless means? A groundless can take you down. Do you think you're like Yi Changqing, Xiang Kuangren, and Wen Xingtian, who can't be touched or don't dare to? Who do you think you are?" Vice Principal Gao didn't say a word. He lowered his head and took the reprimand. Mrs. Gao had said these words countless times before, but each time her words fell on one ear and fell on the other. He was soft-hearted, dismissive, or simply impatient and left for work. But now when he heard these words again, he broke out in a cold sweat. There were also waves of lingering fear. His hair stood on end and he shuddered. It made too much sense. After watching the video that day, every word that Zhou Xiaoduo said really pierced straight into his heart. Bit by bit, he uncovered the mystery of the feng shui pond. Then the family's successive incidents in the past few days. One by one, the facts were laid out before his eyes. Vice Principal Gao had no choice but to believe it. He completely believed it. He really did something wrong. Thinking about his injuries this time, he was indeed tricked, schemed, and set up by someone. Gao Zhiyun, as the person directly involved, was well aware of this point. He was very clear. After connecting all the dots, Gao Zhiyun realized that he had unknowingly become a knife in someone else's hand. Or perhaps, his existence had long become a knife for someone or some force. He could not even be considered a pawn. He could be abandoned at any time, discarded at any time. Because he did not conspire with anyone at all. But what he did was more precise than what he was instructed to do. "What should we do now?" Gao Zhiyun whispered. "No, I don't know." Mrs. Gao said lightly, "Ever since I gave birth to 3rd child, I accidentally bled and almost died, so I could not have children. All these years, I did not care if you had many wives or concubines. But don't forget that your surname is always Gao. My surname is Shimin. We've already used up all the glory of our ancestors. This is our own good fortune and there's nothing to say about it. But if we're accused of treason at the end, even if we die, we won't be able to face our ancestors. Well, maybe you have been shameless for a long time, but I don't have the face to face our ancestors. I really don't know how to explain this to them. My great-grandfather is still the commander of the West, leading tens of millions of soldiers to protect the astral souls. My granddaughter was executed in the country for treason." Mrs. Gao said coldly, "I can't afford to lose face like this." Principal Gao's face darkened. "Don't say any more. You can't afford to lose face like this, but can I? Our Gao family is also a family of generals for generations." Mrs. Gao sneered. "Your Gao family is a family of generals for generations? How can you be so shameless as to say this? Look at your more than 20 sons, more than 200 grandsons and even more great-grandsons. How many of them are on the battlefield? Is there even one? Your Gao family has more than 4,000 people now. How many of them are on the battlefield? Family of generals for generations? Is this the family of generals that your Gao family knows? Gao Zhiyun. Please don't insult the words family of generals for generations. Mrs. Gao sighed and said sadly, Gao Jiyun, back then, I took a fancy to you because of your family of generals and your pride. That's why I entrusted my life to you. Now you have fallen step by step into this state. It's my fault for being blind and wishful thinking. It has nothing to do with anyone. Everyone in your Gao family has long given up on the honor of being a family of generals. No one will follow the teachings of your ancestors anymore. I have nothing to say about this. This is the choice of everyone in your Gao family. Mrs. Gao said and stood up with a sorrowful face. She said softly, Gao Jiyun, if you still don't repent sincerely, then when you recover, let's divorce. I am the daughter of the Shiman family of generals. Even if the family doesn't care about me and doesn't care about me anymore, I can't bring shame to the family. Mrs. Gao didn't wait for Vice Principal Gao to reply. She stood up and left. Behind him, Gao Jiyun had a face full of shame as he lowered his head deeply. Chapter 491. The Gao Family of Generals. It was a title from a long time ago. What was the Gao family's ancestral teachings? Again, Gao Jiyun used all his strength to get up from the bed and slowly walked out of the door. He walked west. There was a newly erected ancestral teachings tablet. Before he got close, he heard complaints. Why are you kneeling here? What's the use? You've been looking at these words all day. No matter how great your ancestors are, they can't jump out from this tablet, right? What's the point of these ceremonies? Besides, our ancestors fought bloody battles to conquer the world. As the descendants, shouldn't we enjoy the glory of our ancestors? We can't let our ancestors' blood be shed for nothing. That's right. If we don't enjoy it, who will? Are we going to let those whose ancestors have never been on the battlefield enjoy it? That's right, that's right. The ancestors planted the tree so that the descendants can enjoy the shade. What a wise saying. I really don't want to kneel. What era is this? What ancestral teachings, really? You have to kneel even if you don't want to. That person emphasized it again and again. It's all because our ancestors haven't woken up yet. It's her turn to use a chicken feather as a token of authority. Gao Jiyun's face was as calm as water as he walked in. When the descendants of the Gao family saw Gao Jiyun, they all knelt with their backs straight. No one said a word. The entire place was silent. No one dared to say anything else. Gao Jiyun walked to the tablet and slowly knelt down. He looked up and stared at the words on the tablet. He sighed softly and read aloud, Blood irrigates the sun and moon bridge for the sake of Jianghu. Death on the battlefield should be with a smile. Death on the battlefield should be with a man's blade. Descendants of the future must remember that killing witch bandits is a hero. Their lives are for the country and the people. Only then can they be worthy of the surname Gao. From today onwards, no matter who it is, anyone who doesn't remember the ancestral teachings of the Gao family will be expelled from the family. From today onwards, all adult males of the Gao family will begin to cultivate the art of killing. When the hidden dragon goes to the front lines for training, they will go together and enlist in the army. Those who don't contribute will never return home. Vice Principal Gao completely ignored the confused gazes of the descendants. He knelt for a full hour before he stood up and bowed deeply. My surname is Gao. I am a descendant of the Gao family of generals. 2 days later, late at night, Vice Principal Gao quietly walked into Yi Changqing's house alone. No one else knew what the two of them were talking about. However, there was a secret operation in Shangjing that eliminated a stronghold. It was said to be the lair of a famous Qi gazer in the Jianghu Empire. After that, there was a series of actions, but I won't go into detail about them. For an entire week, Zuo Duo went to school during the day and entered the gravity room without asking for permission. He only came out after school in the afternoon. Hidden Dragon High School's 100 times gravity room was not only much more effective than the 50 times gravity room in Phoenix City's second high school, it was also much sturdier. In the beginning, Zuo Duo could barely move his feet when he entered with 3,000 kilograms of weight. If he had not been promoted to the embryonic breathing realm, the gravity alone would have been enough to crush Zuo Duo. With no other choice, Zuo Duo changed to wearing 500 kilograms of weight and entering the 100 times gravity room. Only then could he barely cultivate. Even in the Hidden Dragon High School, which was known as a gathering of geniuses, there were not many people who cultivated in the 100 times gravity room. Most of them cultivated in the 10 times, 20 times, and 50 times gravity rooms with weights. As a result, there weren't many of the 50 rooms that were 100 times the gravity were fully occupied. As for the 5,500 times gravity rooms, there were even fewer people who cultivated there. There were only 10 1000 times gravity rooms which were one level higher. Ever since the school bought them, no student had ever entered them. Almost all of them were brand new. Currently, in the entire Astral Souls, the gravitational room with the highest multiplier was the 1000 times gravity room. Every day, Wuxia would cultivate until he was completely exhausted. He would only come out when his whole body was like noodles. Firstly, Wuxia's original intention to become stronger was still the same. Secondly, it was because his credits were spent like water. The 100 times gravity room cost 50 credits for an hour. This price was like robbery. Wuxia spent at least 10 hours a day in the room. That was 500 credits a day. In just a week he had used up 3,500 credits. This situation made Wuxia's heart ache. I only have so many credits and I've used up 3,500 credits in a week. Now I have less than 20,000 credits left. How miserable. I'm so poor. I can't live anymore. The 20,000 credits he had obtained during his first training was definitely not enough. He had to think of a way to earn more credits. There were many times when Wuxia had planned to look for Wen Xingtian, Teacher Wen, and Yi Changqing to give a lecture. Why did I get so many praise but I can only stand side by side with Li Chenglong, Meng Zhangjun, and only get 20,000 credits? What can I do with that? With the amount of praise I got, I can't even get 200,000 or 300,000 credits. This is obviously a shady deal, a huge shady deal. Especially Yi Changqing, that old man. I gave him so many black stones and this is how he repaid me? But he didn't dare to go even after he had gathered his courage several times. The reason was simple. The praise he turned in were all defective. If the school wanted to investigate, they could say that none of his praise were qualified, and all of them were invalid. What could he do? Now that what was done could not be undone, he could only swallow his pride. Besides, Wuxia understood that the school was worried that he had too many credits, and only cared about cultivating instead of going out to fight. Cultivating and going out to fight were two different paths of martial arts. Neither could be omitted. The richer the combat experience, the stronger the combat power. It was the same for cultivation. But a person who cultivated his whole life to become an expert was far inferior to an expert who polished himself on the battlefield. The gap was so big that it couldn't be measured. This week, Xiaolong came again and again after Wuxia fell asleep, but Wuxia didn't pay any attention to him. Wuxia could tell that this guy was pretending to be young. He was an old scoundrel in his bones. He actually wanted to gain something without risking anything. How could the greedy Wuxia tolerate this? Every time he came, he would chase him away immediately. When he had nothing to do, he would play with his providence points. He would put 7 or 8 drops in his hand and turn them in his palm in front of Xiaolong. When Xiaolong was drooling, he would keep it and chase him away. You want it? No way. Wait until I'm in a better mood. Xiaolong was crying and wiping his tears. He was so pitiful that he wanted to die. But Wuxia wouldn't budge. Don't come if you dare. But how could Xiaolong not come? The dragon vein in Fenghai City was really empty. If it wanted to grow, it had to rely on Wuxia's providence points. But the owner of the providence points was such a guy. What could he do? Xiaolong was so depressed that he was about to go crazy. Of course, Wuxia kept Xiaolong hanging because he didn't have a lot of providence points on hand. When he set foot on the thorny road before, except for the ones used to help with his cultivation and pain control, even if he added the 4 points he just earned from Vice Principal Gao's house, he only had a total of 24 points. Not to mention that Xiaolong couldn't give him any benefits now. Even if he could, Wuxia would definitely not trade. With such a small stock, Wuxia felt a great sense of crisis. He needed to have some income. But now he couldn't find time to do other things. He was too busy every day. After cultivating in the 100-fold gravity room for an entire day, his progress was far less than before. The weight he carried had only increased from 250 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms. This kind of progress made Wuxia feel that it was too slow. He was unprecedentedly dissatisfied. In addition, they had to collect Star Soul Jade powder every day. In the past week, they had already collected 100 carts of it. That boss son was still very efficient in doing things. He managed to convince more than 10 other shops that collected waste. The amount of Astral Souls Jade powder that others had was naturally not as much as the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. But the amount of powder collected every day was also not little. There were at least 10 carts. Those shops transferred the Astral Souls Jade powder to Boss Sunday. They didn't have to go out of the city. Not only did they save a lot of costs, but they could also get a profit of 10 star yuan per cart. It was like money falling from the sky. Naturally, it was amazing. However, Zuishaoduo also had a request. Once the Astral Soul's jade powder was mixed with other things, they couldn't be collected. Only pure Astral Soul's jade powder was worth collecting. But for these shops, this was not a problem at all. They just had to pay attention when collecting and ensure the original taste. In this week, in the space of Zuishaoduo's Annihilation Tower, a boundary a little further away had been laid out layer after layer. Although there weren't many changes for the time being, all the Astral Soul's jade powder that was sent in were all absorbed by the Annihilation Tower within an hour after being spread out. It was just that no one knew where it was absorbed to. The most direct change in the Annihilation Tower, or rather, the only change, was that more and more places had the same green spots that appeared before. They were ordinary grass that had just sprouted and were slightly green. Soon after, they withered and died. They couldn't survive for long. But Zuishaoduo didn't care about this. Anyway, there were plenty of these things every day. He just collected little by little. After a long time, there would be profits. Fang Inua called a few times during this period, but it wasn't anything important. He just wanted to report that there were fresh star beasts in the farmstead outside. Zuishaoduo also took some time out one night to use the vitality of the star beasts in the farmstead outside the city to charge the dragon blood flying dagger. Now the dragon blood flying dagger was in a bright red state. It was very pleasing. Hidden Dragon High School was very peaceful. Nothing happened at all. After Vice Principal Gao woke up, he didn't come to work. He stayed at home to recuperate. There was a change. It was that the price of the high-grade Astral Soul's jade powder had increased. Chapter 492. Originally, 10 credits could be exchanged for 1 piece. But now, it was 100 credits for 1 piece. After asking for the reason, it turned out that the price of high-grade jade of Astral Souls in the entire Fenghai city had increased. Supply exceeding demand, the price increase was the law of the market. This was not surprising. What was really surprising was that there was basically no high-grade jade of Astral Souls in the market anymore. Well, although it was not completely gone compared to before, it was much, much less. And the main culprit that caused this result was a certain someone who was still unaware, Zuishaoduo. First, he used Fang Inua to collect high-grade jade of Astral Souls, which had already caused a certain impact on the market. Then, during the students' experiential learning, he sold the Lightning White Tiger and a large number of Astral Souls. It could be said that he had obtained all the high-grade jade of Astral Souls in the market. One must know that for these martial arts families, the jade of Astral Souls that they paid for would definitely not be from their own storage. They would all be purchased from the market. This also led to a shortage of high-grade jade of Astral Souls in the market. As long as there was a little bit of it, it would be swept clean. It could be seen that Masters' casual actions had actually caused inflation. In an extremely secretive place in Fenghai City, 3 or 4 people were secretly negotiating. Have you investigated clearly? Is this kid really so difficult to deal with? One of them asked. It's not that he's difficult to deal with. It's just that he doesn't go out at all. What can we do? This is really troublesome. During this period of time, he's been doing 2 things. Either he goes to school or he goes back to the villa. Or he goes to see Headmaster Shi's wife. Alright, I don't know if that kid has been quiet for too long. A few days ago he went out of the city and then returned to his original path. It's really without any warning. We were completely caught off guard and had no time to react. Depressing. Doesn't he know how to come out and play? Is he just cultivating, eating, and cultivating? Someone frowned. How can there be such a fucking youngster? We can't touch the villa. We don't dare to touch it. Since Yi Changqing arranged for him to stay there, he must have the intention of protecting him. With Yi Changqing there, attacking the villa is no different from walking right into a trap and seeking death. We can't go to Principal Shi's house either. With that old lady there, we won't be any better than Yi Changqing. That's right. But in Hidden Dragon, it's even more impossible. Right now, the only time I can make a move is when I'm on the road. However, it's still difficult on the road to and from school. The distance is too close. There's only a wall separating him from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. On the way to Principal Shi's house. I can give it a try. But as long as I let out a long whistle, the old lady will be there in 2 or 3 seconds at most. Although this amount of time is enough for us to kill that brat, the person who did it is destined not to return. Is it worth it to go to such extremes? Who would be willing to do it? After discussing for a long time, the 4 of them realized that they had no idea where to start. Realizing this, the 4 of them pointed at the sky and cursed wildly. Didn't they hear that this Wuxiao duo was very good at causing trouble? Why don't you come out and cause some trouble? Why are you so obedient every day? How can we ambush you? You're simply a bastard. You don't live up to your name. The freshman arena is in a few days. Should we? What's the use of that? The freshman arena. This brat entered the school as the champion of the freshmen. Now that his cultivation has increased greatly, who can kill him? Besides, there aren't any chess pieces that are that strong among the students. Should we wait for the next trial? No. After the incident with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, if we want to make a move during the trial, we'll only be walking into a trap. That damn Dao League, why did they do this? This is so fucking depressing. Everyone in the Heavenly Dao Union is dead. Who knows what they were thinking back then? Mo Wuji sighed. Let's take it slow and wait for an opportunity. A person who seemed to be the leader's side. This is the current situation. It's so fucking depressing. When they first received this mission, everyone thought it was very simple. Zhou Xiaoduo used his fortune-telling ability to solve two major problems in the Hidden Dragon High School and martial arts tournament. Although only the latter one was on their side. However, the higher-ups felt that with such a person in the Hidden Dragon High School, as long as they wanted to take action in the future, they might be obstructed and interfered with. Therefore, killing Zhou Xiaoduo became the top priority. A few of them had seen the target of this mission. He was just a small character at the peak of the innate stage. They didn't take it to heart and accepted it excitedly. However, when they arrived at Fenghai City, they realized that this small character was not simple. They couldn't make a move on him at all. Again and again, they came up with a countermeasure. Time and time again, they defended themselves strictly and closely monitored Zhou Xiaoduo's movements. However, the conclusion they came up with was that most of the time, they would not be able to make a move. Even when there was an opening to make a move, it would attract the most extreme counterattack. Whoever made a move would die. Moreover, there was the premise that they might not be able to kill Zhou Xiaoduo. This was because, according to the information, the pinnacle of the innate realm had already broken through to the embryonic breathing realm. Even though the strength of the embryonic breathing realm was still nothing in these people's eyes, when it came to instant killing, succeeding in one strike and escaping 1,000 miles away, these people knew that they might not be able to do it. The few people who came to this conclusion felt even more depressed than a dog. Now, it was them who were trapped in Fenghai City and couldn't get out. They were really at a loss. Previously, we killed the 3 dandy sons of the Gao clan. Why didn't the Gao clan do anything? Such a big clan, why didn't they take revenge? This doesn't seem like Gao Zhiyun's character. It's good to create some chaos. It's probably because Gao Zhiyun hasn't recovered from his injuries? He hasn't come to work yet. That means he hasn't recovered yet. The higher-ups told us to keep an eye on Gao Zhiyun. This time we made use of him. I'm afraid it will be difficult for our relationship to be the same as before. Tisk, who was the one who pretended to be Xiang Quangren to kill Gao Zhiyun? What? Didn't he kill this old man directly? If he didn't leave a tail, would we be in so much trouble today? Do you think he didn't want to kill him? Gao Zhiyun is quite a capable person. He managed to avoid being hit at the critical moment. He's really lucky that he didn't die. The most important thing is that the guy surnamed Wu went there too early. Otherwise, Gao Zhiyun would have been dead by now if he had even a second to spare. You can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things. Tisk, watch your words. His realm is much higher than ours. Let's continue to play the game. If it really doesn't work, we can only try it when Zhou Xiaoduo is on his way to old Mistress Shi's place, or when he's on his way home. If there's really no other way, we can only take the risk. Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly feel that his cultivation progress had slowed down. It was unprecedentedly slow. Previously, when he was in the Martial Master and Xiantian realm, he could fill his Dantian with spiritual energy in a few days. But now, even if he had countless high-grade jade of astral souls to help him cultivate, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth outside could be obtained as he wished, and the dragon blood-flying dagger in his hand was constantly charging. But his Dantian was still empty. It didn't feel as full as it used to be. He could clearly feel a huge amount of spiritual energy flowing into his meridians like a tide. But the spiritual energy that surged into his Dantian was first absorbed by the golden pearl. Then it spun at a high speed. After one round, it turned into a faint cloud and stayed in his Dantian. But the huge amount of spiritual energy that could fill his Dantian had turned into a wisp of cloud at this moment. The difference was not just huge, it was like heaven and earth. Even if the power had increased and there was a breakthrough in quality, what kind of temper did Zhou Xiaoduo have? If it wasn't filled, it meant that it wasn't safe. It was best to be in the state of being on the verge of a breakthrough at any time. Only then would he be more at ease. It was best to prepare and compress for a breakthrough every day. Although it was painful and bitter, the sense of satisfaction and security was real. He started to cultivate even more recklessly, draining the pond to catch the fish. It was an extremely extravagant way to cultivate. He used the high-grade jade of astral souls as a mattress. He laid on it layer by layer. Below his head and stomach were high-grade jade of astral souls. In his right hand he held a few pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. The only thing that wasn't holding a high-grade jade of astral souls was the dragon blood-flying dagger in his left hand. In just a week, 500 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls had turned into nothing. Well, it couldn't be said that they had all turned into nothing. After all, there was still some powder of the jade of astral souls left. However, now that the star soul jade was in Wuxia's hands, it would only take less than a minute for it to be sucked into a pile of powder. It was that powerful. No wonder Teacher Wen doesn't use the jade of astral souls to cultivate anymore. So this is the truth. Zhuo Duo muttered to himself. She probably couldn't withstand such consumption, right? Not only Wen Xingtian's level but even Qin Fangyang, Mu Yanyan, Sister Lan, and the rest rarely used the jade of astral souls to cultivate. Well, that's not right. Zhuo Duo suddenly remembered something. When he was at home, Zhuo Xiaoyan was at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. When she absorbed the medium-grade jade of astral souls, she didn't seem to be as fast as he was now, right? Although he had forgotten how long it had been, it definitely wasn't as fast as him. It was far from it. So what was going on? Zhuo Duo was a little confused. Could it be that he was now stronger than Yan Yan Cat? Could it be counted like that? It couldn't be, right? He was a little confused. Yan Yan Cat was blowing dust all over the sky. It couldn't be him, right? That night, Zhuo Duo entered the space of the empty extermination pagoda again. He scattered the 7 carriages of jade of astral souls powder that he had collected today as usual. Then he randomly chose a place to start practicing his hammer and hidden weapon. After working tirelessly for more than 3 hours, he finally exhausted himself to the point of exhaustion. He lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. During this period of time he had left Xiaolong hanging for 8 to 9 days. It should be about time, right? It was time to talk to this guy. Maybe this guy really had a clue about the top-grade jade of astral souls. Zhuo Duo fell asleep and soon entered the dreamland. It was still Xiaolong. He blinked his eyes cutely and appeared with a fawning face. "Good friend, you are here." Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscription votes. Chapter 493. Zhuo Duo frowned and looked unhappy. "How can you enter my dreams so easily every time? Because we're friends? This means that we're fated to be together." Xiaolong circled Zhuo Duo happily. "Good guy, do you still have those drops?" Zhuo Duo casually grabbed a dozen drops and turned them around in his palm. "You mean this?" Xiaolong's eyes immediately widened and he muttered subconsciously, "Good guy, give it to me, I want it." His saliva immediately formed a long arc. Zhuo Duo had already collected all the providence points with a flip of his hand. "Friend." Xiaolong couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were glowing green as he looked at Zhuo Duo. He couldn't wait to pounce on him and snatch them away. "Did you find the few plants I asked you to look at a few days ago?" In order to gain some glory from Xiaolong, Zhuo Duo went to the school history library a few days ago and searched for a comprehensive collection of heaven and earth treasures. Then he asked Li Chenglong to steal a copy and put it next to his head. In his dreams he let Xiaolong see the top 10 heaven and earth treasures, spirit herbs. Any one of these was a super treasure that ordinary martial artists would rarely see in their lifetime. Xiaolong's eyes flickered and his tail swayed involuntarily as if he regretted it. "I've been lazy these few days and didn't look for them. I've been thinking about the providence points here and really don't have the mood to look for other things." Zhuo Duo sighed dejectedly. He knew it was hopeless when he saw this guy's expression. For a moment, the two stingy guys stared at each other, speechless for a long time. The current situation was, if Xiaolong was willing, he would be able to find good things for Zhuo Duo. He would be able to find ore veins and elixirs. These were all good things that money couldn't get. If Zhuo Duo was willing, he could also give Xiaolong a drop of providence to give him some benefits. But the problem now was that these two misers didn't want to lose out. They both had their own defenses. What if I give it to you first but you don't give it to me? Then wouldn't I have suffered a great loss? In particular, Zhuo Duo still had concerns. He couldn't get out now and he didn't dare to go outside at all. There are probably people out there waiting to kill me. And I don't want anyone else to know about this kind of hidden treasure. I just want to keep it all to myself. Ahem. This made the difficulty of the mission much higher. Now, even if Xiaolong was willing to concede and was willing to offer the treasure, Zhuo Duo might not be able to get it. In other words, Zhuo's sense of urgency was no longer as strong as before, especially about the astral soul's jade mine. Zhuo Duo didn't doubt Xiaolong's words. That guy said that he was sleeping inside, and he made it sound so real that Zhuo Duo would rather it be true about this. After all, only he had providence points and no one else had them. So, Zhuo Duo wasn't in a hurry at all now. I still have a lot of the top-grade astral soul's jade mine. Old man, you can still hold on for 3 to 5 years. You won't die no matter what. Even if I dig it out now, I'll just put it in the space ring and idle it. Why should I be in a hurry? Zhuo Duo wasn't in a hurry, but Xiaolong was still very anxious. Tell me, what will it take for you to be willing to give it to me? Xiaolong was very depressed and finally began to give in. I've already helped you transform this tower. This is a practical action. You can choose not to thank me, but you can't not appreciate it. Why should I appreciate it? Did I let you transform it? Your actions have destroyed the tranquility of my pagoda. I haven't settled the score with you yet. If we really want to talk about it, you should compensate me. Destroyed the piece? I'll compensate you? Xiaolong's eyes widened. He even suspected that he had heard wrongly. There was actually such a shameless person in this world. Yes, but I'm a generous person. I won't be calculative. Anyway, you've already transformed it. Even if I blame you, it's useless. With your stinginess, will you compensate me? Zhuo Duo said magnanimously. Xiaolong blinked. You can be even more shameless. Once I get all of your deity, I'll empty your tower and return you to your original state. I'll let you completely return to peace. Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes. Little guy, do you think I don't know what you're thinking just because you're a dragon? You're still too inexperienced to play mind games with me. Let's talk about the conditions. Xiaolong was listless. I'll take a step back first. Otherwise, I'm afraid this human won't play with me anymore. People these days are really difficult to deal with. They're not generous at all. Conditions? How about this? As long as you find one of the top 10 herbs, I'll give you a drop of it. Of course, it'll only count when I get my hands on it. I'll give you a drop for every type of spirit medicine I get. Fair and reasonable. Fair and square, right? Zhuo's eyes flashed with a cunning light. No. Absolutely not. Xiaolong shook his head and rejected without hesitation. I'm at a huge disadvantage. The herbs you've given me are all of the best quality. Such good stuff may not be seen even once in 10,000 years. You're actually talking about species with me. If I find hundreds of them at once, you'll only give me a drop? How can there be such logic in this world? Zhuo Duo was dumbfounded. He muttered in his heart, this guy isn't stupid. We can't talk about one type. Xiaolong directly demanded an exorbitant price. 1 herb, 10 drops. Bullshit. Do you think my luck points are cabbages? Zhuo Duo directly started to mumble, I'm dreaming. Wait. Xiaolong's voice became sharp. We can still negotiate. But it was too late. Once again he was kicked out of the dream by his good friend. Xiaolong was extremely depressed. If I had known earlier that this guy is a miser like me, and like me, he won't act unless there's an incentive, I wouldn't have asked for so much. Looks like I have to lower the price. It seems like this good friend of mine doesn't have a lot of those beeps. However, the ones he took out and played with today were already quite a lot. Xiaolong flipped through the collection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he had copied with his own method. Looking at the first 10 types, he sighed. This time he really studied it seriously. After studying for a long time, he hurried out. I have to go and look for it. Otherwise, it'll be hard to negotiate. Xiaolong disappeared in a flash. Obviously, he really put it into action and went to look for good things. Zhuo Duo woke up from the dream and walked out of the Tower of Annihilation slowly. Little thing, you want to fight with me? Humph. Zhuo Duo shook his head. Don't you know who Master Zhuo is? I'm just collecting money for fun. From the time Xiaolong came to find him until now, the man and the dragon had already fought more than 10 times. Xiaolong was stingy at the beginning, but now he started to take the initiative to look for the elixirs. He retreated step by step and he was about to be defeated like a collapsing mountain. However, Zhuo felt that it was not enough. He still needed to suppress it. Otherwise, this stingy little devil would definitely play tricks again. Because if it were him, he would definitely play tricks. Zhuo put himself in Xiaolong's shoes and felt that this Xiaolong was as despicable and shameless as himself. How could he be at ease? At least for now, he was still far from being at ease. During this period of time, whenever Zhuo had free time, he would do his best to collect records related to the dragon vein, including some unofficial historical materials. He even let Swollen Black search Jianghu's National Library. However, the theory of the dragon vein was always limited to the terrain. No one had ever said that the dragon vein could actually condense into a dragon. Even if it was a dragon with form but no substance, there were no legends related to it, let alone any records. It was just a kind of terrain that condensed a kind of super strong luck, and it was called the dragon vein. Actually, it was more appropriate to call it the vein of luck. This was the accepted explanation of the dragon vein. However, what was up with this Xiaolong? Not only did it condense into a form, but it could also speak. It was extremely intelligent, knew how to be petty, and liked to take advantage of others. This was already beyond everyone's understanding. It had probably never appeared since ancient times. However, it kept coming to his dreams to harass him every day. He didn't know whether it was fate, opportunity, or misfortune. Zhuo sighed. He was too handsome and even a dragon came to harass him. It was really troublesome. It was Monday of a new week again. There was a commotion in the Hidden Dragon High School again. An unusual aura surged endlessly. Someone saw that Vice Principal Gao had come to work. Xiang Quangren and Wen Xingtian were all on guard, as if they were facing a great enemy. The one surnamed Gao had returned with serious injuries. He was definitely going to do something. As usual, Vice Principal Gao attended the meeting on Monday. However, Vice Principal Gao completely ignored the hostility of Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian and the others. Instead, he made a request. In December, the students of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades of the Hidden Dragon High School will go to the Sun Moon Pass battlefield training once a year. I hope that the descendants of the Gao family can accompany them. I've already asked someone to inform the front line. Once they arrive, they will immediately be integrated into the army and be disbanded for training. From then on, they will be considered as part of the army. However, they didn't join the army through the formal procedures, so the army won't send anyone to pick them up. They need to go there themselves. Therefore, I want to borrow the team of the Hidden Dragon High School to go together. Vice Principal Gao's words directly stunned everyone. Xiang Quangren and Wen Xingtian were even more confused. After being seriously injured, their brains were damaged. Were they sending their descendants to the front line to die? Don't you have any idea of the quality of the Gao family's people? If one went, one would die. If two went, two would die. Even if the whole family went, they would all die. To everyone's surprise, Yi Changqing agreed without the slightest hesitation or surprise. In December, the Hidden Dragon High School will go to war. The students will train for 2 months. The descendants of the Gao family can accompany them. Thank you, Principal. Vice Principal Gao slowly sat down. Vice Principal Wu frowned and said in a low voice, "Old Gao, what are you doing?" Vice Principal Gao said indifferently, "There are too many people in the family. We can't afford to raise them. We'll send them to the battlefield and let them earn their own food. They're all adults. Don't tell me that they'll blindly rely on us old people." Chapter 494. Vice Principal Wu frowned and said, "But a place like Sun Moon Pass is too dangerous. Old Gao, why do you let your descendants do this? They can't make a living doing something." Vice Principal Gao let out a sigh of relief and said, "My Gao clan is also a family of generals. If our descendants don't go to the battlefield, wouldn't it be a waste of the name of a family of generals?" Family of generals. Ah. Xiang Quangren laughed loudly. "In the past 100 years, has your Gao clan ever produced a general? How dare you say that your clan is a family of generals? You have no sense of shame." Vice Principal Wu slammed the table. "Old Xiang, what do you mean by that?" Vice Principal Wei said indifferently, "Xiang Quangren, are you trying to stir up trouble again?" Vice Principal Gao stood up and stared straight at Xiang Quangren. He said indifferently, "Old Xiang, we've always disliked each other. Today is no exception. Today I'll make a bet with you. This time, 300 of my Gao clan's descendants will follow the students to the Sun Moon Pass. The bet is that these people will either die within 3 years or someone will become a general. Since you hate my Gao clan so much, I wonder if you dare to make the bet. Do you dare to accept this bet? Vice Principal Gao's tone was indifferent, but his eyes were bloodshot. For a moment, Xiang Quangren, who had always been a hero, was intimidated by his aura. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Suddenly he laughed loudly. Are you going to let me off so easily? What do you want to bet? Let's bet that we'll have all the best seats in the 3 continents. Xiang Quangren's pupils suddenly shrank. He slammed the table and said, I'll bet. At this moment, more than 80% of the people present felt that they were like 2 monks scratching their heads in confusion. Could it be that they were dreaming? Otherwise, how could they have heard about such an explosive bet? The bet was already explosive enough, but the bet after that was even more shocking. All the best seats in the 3 continents. This table was the best table in the entire world. It was extremely rare to see one. It was said that no one would be able to eat it even once in 10 years. In fact, it was more than a rare occurrence. The last time this table appeared was more than 50 years ago. The so-called 3 continents best feast was a gathering of the best delicacies from the Umno Alliance, the Astral Souls, and the Tao League. The ingredients used were at least Cloud Transformation Realm Astral Beast meat. 9 precious astral beasts from each continent were used as the main ingredients, and half a kilogram of each astral beast's essence was used. There were 9 types of top-notch edible treasures in each continent, and 1 plate for each continent. There were also the sea star beasts from the 3 continents. There were still 9 species on each continent, and the essence of each species was taken. There were 9 types of edible heavenly treasures in each of the 3 continents and oceans, and 1 plate of each type. There were 9 types of star beasts flying in the skies of the 3 continents, and 1 caddy of each type of star beast was taken. Finally, there was also the spirit wine brewed from the finest heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the 3 continents. Each continent had 9 types of wine, but only this was unlimited. An ordinary ancient martial arts clan might not be able to afford such a feast even if they had 1,000 years of history. These 2 people were actually using it for a bet. No matter who won this round, based on the wealth of these 2 clans after the feast, their vitality would be greatly damaged, and they would not be able to recover from the setback. What are we betting on? How do we win? Wen Xingtian added, laughing. I'll be the judge. When it's time to eat, just count me in. Everyone rolled their eyes. Fuck, I was just about to say it, but this guy beat me to it. The judge's identity was really worth it. He did not need to pay anything to be able to attend the feast. If he won or lost, he would definitely be able to bask in the glory. However, no one could tell that Wen Xingtian was actually helping Xiang Quangren. Although Vice Principal Gao's words were full of emotion, it was not impossible for him to set a trap. Now that he was going to talk about the details of the bet, he wanted to expose all the hidden secrets in front of everyone. Moreover, he had snatched the position of judge to intervene and not cause the situation to be unbalanced. At the end of the day, Wen Xingtian still did not trust Vice Principal Gao. Let's bet. Vice Principal Gao took a deep breath, and his voice sounded like it was going to explode. Whether or not there is a general among my descendants, Xiang Quangren, you can choose to bet or not. Xiang Quangren rolled his eyes and said, I'll bet. Vice Principal Gao was stunned and said angrily, then I'll have to not bet. If you don't bet, you'll pay. If you bet, I'll pay. All right. It's a deal. Xiang Quangren laughed heartily. Throughout the whole process, Yi Changqing did not say anything. He just watched with a smile on his face. He did not say a word and did not comment. However, Vice Principal Wei, Vice Principal Wu, Vice Principal Lu, and the rest all looked gloomy. Gao Zhiyun's behavior today was a little abnormal. What was going on? Why did this guy suddenly show signs of betrayal after a single battle? Usually they would never be on the same side. Why was there such a change today? Xiang Quangren laughed maniacally. Gao Zhiyun, I still look down on you. But since you dared to say that you're going to send your children and grandchildren to the battlefield, and even dare to make such a bet, then you're still a man. You have guts. Therefore, I agree to bet with you. However, your descendants have been spoiled for many years. It will be difficult for them to withstand the wind and rain. I'm afraid there will be a lot of losses this time. Even if you are ruthless, I can't stand it. Later, I will send them to Hidden Dragon City for recruit training. They will train until December to increase their life-saving ability. Even if they are not sharpening their spears at the last minute, it will still be good. Thank you. Vice Principal Gao stood up. Thank you for your kindness, Vice Principal Xiang. Humph, I'm not doing this for you. Anyone who dares to go to the battlefield is a man of Yanwu. If they do their best and are still killed because they are not as strong as others, we have nothing to say. However, directly throwing delicate flowers into the battlefield and sending them to their deaths is not something I would do. Because that is framing, not sacrificing. Xiang Quangren snorted. Come and report tomorrow. I have to get rid of all the bad habits of those brats and pull out all the thorns on their bodies. Otherwise, just their bad habits alone will make the soldiers at the border laugh at our Fenghai country for not having enough people, sending these good-for-nothings to make up the numbers. What a laughingstock. Okay. Who has more? Send them over now. Xiang Quangren slammed the table. Every December, from the end of the year to the beginning of the year, was the time when the soldiers of Sun Moon Pass went home for the new year and reunited with their families. This was also the military's tradition. These soldiers who had been guarding the border for a whole year were allowed to go home. Go home and see the families they protected, the country they protected, and the prosperous era they protected. However, during this period there would be a certain period of emptiness. During this period, there would be senior students from various high martial arts organizations, as well as the descendants of various families who wanted to join the army, going to the trial. They would use this force to fill up the emptiness. This trial would last for 2 months. During this period, the Umno Alliance would also celebrate the new year. After all, they were also separated from the continent of astral souls. Everyone's customs and habits were similar. Therefore, during this period, even if there were battles, there would not be many. No one wanted to be tainted with too much blood during this period. During these 2 months, there were even many years where the troops did not fight a single battle. They just came back to feel the atmosphere of the battlefield at the border. Most of the high martial arts students spent most of their time listening to the martial artists and old women at the front line bragging for 2 months. Therefore, it was not very dangerous. However, for the students who participated in the trial, they still had to prepare for the battle with all their might. Otherwise, if there was a battle, this group of students and martial artists who went up later would definitely die in large batches. Many of the descendants of the families who had already graduated also joined the army at this time after being influenced by their families for a few years. This group of new recruits was united with the students of the high martial arts universities. It was almost a routine. And for a period of time before they left, everyone would be training together. And Xiang Quangren of Hidden Dragon High School was the vice principal in charge of this year. But these were not important. Or rather, they were not the main point. Because at this moment, Vice Principal Wu, Vice Principal Wei, and the others were puzzled by one thing. This matter for Vice Principal Gao was abnormal. No matter how they looked at it, there was a sense of abnormality. What was the reason for this? The bet with Xiang Quangren was to eat and drink a lot. Although the bet was very high, but was betting on food and drink something that would happen between Vice Principal Gao and Xiang Quangren? Shouldn't the two of them be fighting each other to the death the moment they see each other? What kind of unforeseen event happened that caused such an abnormal thing to happen? Yi Changqing knocked on the table and said indifferently, "As for the details of this matter, you two can study it yourselves after the meeting. A school is a school, not a casino." Vice Principal Gao said, "There's one more thing." "Speak." "I came to Hidden Dragon High School to fulfill my duties as a vice principal. I don't have any other responsibilities, so I have a lot of free time. From this year onwards, I want to take on a part-time role and arrange some time to teach in the lower levels." Vice Principal Gao said, "I can teach staff techniques. I'm quite confident in this aspect." The Gao family's staff technique was also famous on the battlefield. However, it had not appeared on the battlefield for many years. Hearing this, Yi Changqing immediately fell silent. Vice Principal Gao waited quietly. Subconsciously, Xiang Quangren wanted to stand up and curse. You can't even teach your own son well, yet you still want to teach students? If you teach students, saying that you're leading them astray would be an understatement. You're just casually poisoning them and harming them. But when Xingtian stopped him with a look, Vice Principal Wei and Vice Principal Wu also sat up straight and waited for the next development. Gao Zhiyun wanted to directly interfere with the teaching? Was he planning to seize power from here? Gao Zhiyun was so scheming. Yi Changqing was silent for a long time. Just when everyone thought that he would not agree, he finally said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Vice Principal Gao to teach the 2nd grade. As a new student, you don't have enough experience. I'm afraid that you'll make mistakes. The 3rd grade and above are basically set in stone. There's no benefit in going. You can train in the 2nd grade for a while and see the results." Thank you, Vice Principal. Gao Jiyun was overjoyed. In just a few words, Gao Jiyun had successfully seized power. Was it that easy? Vice Principal Wei and Vice Principal Wu were shocked. They could not sit still anymore and stood up at the same time. Vice Principal, I also want to. Today's 2 chapters. I haven't rested for 4 months. My heart is in a mess. I'll rest for half the afternoon. I'll go fishing by the river. Chapter 495. You two want it too? Yi Changqing rolled his eyes in his mind. Then he slapped the table and put on a straight face. No way. If all of you leave, who will do the work? We can talk about it later. Especially you, Vice Principal Gao. You can't make any mistakes in your work. If you don't do your job well, you should go back to doing what you're supposed to do. Then he didn't allow the two to speak and said directly, now let's get back to business. The next important thing is the freshman competition. We have to hurry. Martial Arts Department. The 2 vice principals sat down awkwardly and cursed in their minds. What did he mean by now let's get back to business? This sentence was simply disgraceful. Was what we were going to talk about not business? Yi Changqing was too much. Hearing Yi Changqing call his name, Wen Xingtian of the Martial Arts Department stood up. We've started to build the arena. It should be finished by tomorrow afternoon. But there's one thing. Well, will Zhou Xiaoduo participate in the freshman competition? Zhou Xiaoduo's strength was now far beyond his peers. If he participated in the freshman competition, he wouldn't even need to fight. He could just stand in the arena and sleep and be the champion. Because everyone who went up would only say one word, surrender. Yi Changqing said firmly, Zhou Xiaoduo can't participate in the freshman competition. He rejected it directly without any hesitation. When Xingtian's face twitched. Okay, I understand. It was within his expectations. Li Chenglong. Yi Changqing said. When Xingtian stood up hurriedly. Li Chenglong can participate. Yi Changqing glanced at him. When Xingtian coughed and sat down awkwardly. If Zhou Xiaoduo doesn't participate, you have already taken away the absolute trump card of my class. However, considering that Zhou Xiaoduo's strength is even worse than that of an animal, it is indeed unfair to the other students to have him participate. So be it, it is a good opportunity to polish his state of mind. But you actually want to get rid of Li Chenglong as well? If the other classes were to take the championship, where would I put my face? Those who know that my 2 trump cards were forcefully expelled by the evil forces, but those who don't know will think that there is a problem with my teaching standards. Wen Xingtian. Am I Wen Xingtian shameless? I'm in class 1. All right. The competition will be held in a week's time. Everyone go back and prepare yourselves, Yi Changqing said. All right. 4-year deans, you must look after the students. Yes. Also, before the grand competition, organize another freshman's training. Go and earn some credits. Yi Changqing sighed. I'm afraid that many children won't have enough credits. Yes. Open missions to students at the Origin Core realm and above. Not only school missions but also Star Shield missions, military missions, and even missions from society, the Department of Investigation Services, and so on. All of them are open to students. Yes. Hidden Dragon High School instructors, after the mission begins, cancel all leave and return to their posts. Yes. Yi Changqing was silent for a while as if he was thinking. Then he said, after the Spring Festival, when the people who have undergone the baptism of the battlefield return, the challenges of the various high schools in the country will begin again. I don't know if this year's Hidden Dragon High School. There will be people who will kick down the mountain gate. Regarding this matter, make some arrangements and see who will go. No matter what. I only have one request, and that is, our Hidden Dragon High School's own mountain gate cannot be kicked down by others. Yi Changqing's eyes flashed like thunder and lightning. If there is someone who comes to kick down the mountain gate, you all will make your own arrangements to meet them. The school's higher-ups will not participate. However, if any of the classes are defeated, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Cough, cough, cough. The 2nd and 3rd year deans all happened to coincidentally cough. Their 2 faces were like 2 wrinkled old eggplants that had no water in them. They started to distort. The 1st years did not have the qualifications to challenge, so there would not be any 1st years coming to challenge them. As for the 4th years, they were basically out doing missions all year round, polishing themselves. They rarely stayed in the school, so naturally there were not many people who came to challenge them. Therefore, if they were to challenge them, it would basically be the 2nd or 3rd year students. In addition to Yi Changqing's explicit order, the 2-year deans suddenly felt that the pressure was as great as a mountain. Principal. The second-year deans were a little bald. They stood up with a bitter face and said, if Ancestral Gragon and Yun Duan come, the victory and defeat. In other words, they naturally had confidence in winning against the other schools, but against Ancestral Gragon and Yun Duan, they did not have that much confidence. Don't you know that Hidden Dragon has been going downhill all these years? Don't you have any self-awareness? You don't care about mercy? What the hell do you want us to do? Seeing this, Yi Changqing could not help but sigh. For 10 consecutive years, Hidden Dragon had always been suppressed by Yun Duan and Ancestral Gragon's 2nd and 3rd year students. No wonder the 2 deans' faces were ugly as if they had eaten shit. But this problem was also difficult for Yi Changqing. Can't force them to lose? That's impossible. But at this juncture, do you want me, the principal, to say, Yun Duan and Ancestral Gragon are here, so it's okay to lose? You 2-year deans know how to be shameless, but do you think I, the principal of the school, don't know how to be shameless? Yi Changqing looked at the 2nd-year deans in annoyance and said angrily, fight with your life on the line. If you lose, you have to lead the 2nd-year teachers to dance in the plaza. Just do a plaza dance. The 2nd-year dean's bald head was sweating profusely. Fuck, I'll be beaten to death. The 3rd-year deans could not help but wipe their cold sweat. Fortunately, I did not open my mouth to ask. Otherwise, I would be the one dancing. I had already opened my mouth just now, but this baldy beat me to it. That was close, that was close. Is there anything else? Yi Changqing waited for 2 seconds and then said, meeting dismissed. After the meeting, Vice Principal Gao was pulled away by Vice Principal Wu. No one knew what the 2 of them were talking about. Xiang Quangren came to Yi Changqing and said, Boss, did this Gao Zhiyun eat the wrong medicine? Yi Changqing said indifferently, be more polite. He's also a vice principal, the same rank as you. After saying that, he turned around and left. Xiang Quangren rubbed his head. A strange feeling that he could not figure out what was going on spontaneously arose. Idiot. When Xingqian scolded disdainfully and also left. Who are you scolding? Xiang Quangren was furious. But when Xingqian was already far away, Xiang Quangren frowned and pondered. Finally he came to a realization. You're saying that Gao Zhiyun is an idiot. That must be it. He nodded, thinking that he understood, and left with a carefree heart. That the school was in full swing, building various arenas and arenas. The students, on the other hand, were training at a higher intensity. Even Zhou Xiaoduo, who had not received the bad news that he was not allowed to participate in the competition, still went into the gravity room to train every day. He trained himself half to death every day. He had just reached the 500 kilograms weight limit and was still in the adaptation period. And this situation made Zhou Xiaoduo feel very frustrated. I originally had a 30,000 kilograms weight limit record. But now, I can only train with a 500 kilograms weight every day. I haven't even officially passed the adaptation period. Failure. According to the time in Phoenix City, he should have changed by now. Of course, the main reason was that no one cared and no one set the standards. But now, when Xingqian threw him a list, you have to carry a 500 kilograms weight and complete all the tasks on this list before you are allowed to change to the next level. All of them had to be done to the standard, preferably 3 times. And the standards of these tasks were all beyond the level of difficulty. None of them could be done easily. But Zhou Xiaoduo did not care. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. It's just reaching the standard. Why would I be afraid? Back when I was practicing hidden weapons with Sister Nian, there were so many strange and unreasonable requirements. I gradually adapted and completed them better and better, more and more perfect. It's enough. And so, he began to train day and night. Isn't it just reaching the standard? Isn't it just reaching the standard? As Zhou Xiaoduo entered the gravity room for a long time and rarely appeared in front of others, Li Chenglong began to dominate the class. Every day he would grab his classmates and beat them up. It was like an elephant grabbing a white rabbit and ravaging it crazily. And there was no end to it. Reality proved that when a person who was often bullied suddenly had a chance to bully others, that kind of feeling was simply incurable. Once it was started, it could not be stopped. It was much more ruthless and crazy than when others bullied him. Li Chenglong beat his classmates crazily. Of course, Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong bore the brunt of his attacks. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Hanjun, Piao Piao Yu Yener, and the others in the military shop were also the main targets. Every day, every hour, every moment, these people were beaten black and blue by Li Chenglong until their faces were swollen beyond recognition. The sect leader never discriminated between men and women when he beat people. Once he caught them, he would hammer them. In the end, the class complained incessantly. When Xingtian finally could not stand it anymore, he grabbed Li Chenglong and threw him into the 50x gravity room. Can't you do it? Go there and train. After Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong left, the class immediately returned to the state of dragons fighting for supremacy. No one was willing to submit to the other. Usually, you and I are the ones who get beaten up. Now, you want to be the boss? I want to be the boss too. If you don't submit, come and fight me. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? As a result, the Warring States era was completely opened. When Xingtian finally flew into a rage. The reason was that during a martial arts theory class, when Xingtian was teaching, when there was a sudden boom from below, Xiang Chong and Hao Hanjin had already started fighting. Then Xiang Bing grabbed Zhen Piao Piao and started to hammer her. Xiang Bing had wanted to beat her for a long time. She wanted to buy a white lightning tiger from this girl, but Zhen Piao Piao did not sell it. Xiang Bing was furious. Who told you not to give me a white lightning tiger? I'll beat you to death. For a moment, the whole class was in chaos. They were quickly divided into two groups of people who fought together. When Xingtian's face turned purple with anger. This was a martial arts theory class, not a combat class. You bastards are simply looking down on the teachers. Then when Xingtian made his move, he attacked in all directions and sent the whole class into the nutrition cabin in the blink of an eye. Until the next combat class. When the teachers on duty arrived at the field, they only saw an empty field. There was not a single student. Only when Xingtian stood under a tree outside the field with a dark face. The teaching assistant stood behind when Xingtian, trembling as he recorded. Where are they? Minister Wen? I killed them all. When Xingtian's anger had not subsided, his words were full of killing intent. Chapter 496. The three teachers looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. You're really something. If you're really willing to kill one of them, then we'll admire you. On the other hand, the Gao family had also officially joined the training team. On the other side of the wall, they were drilled to the point where they wished they were dead. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. The host in charge of the training, Xiang Quangren, hit them hard and ruthlessly. Every day there were people crying for their mothers. This performance made Xiang Quangren so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. What kind of fucking thing is Gao Zhiyun throwing at me? So he went to find trouble with Gao Zhiyun. Vice Principal Gao was even angrier than Xiang Quangren when he found out. He directly rushed over, grabbed his grandchildren and beat them to death. In a few seconds he broke more than a dozen of their legs. Whoever embarrasses me again will be expelled from the family immediately. Get the fuck out of here. Vice Principal Gao, who was scolded by his wife at home, finally dared to scold here. This fuck your grandmother curse was truly grand and imposing. After Gao Zhiyun left, the Gao family's grandchildren were all well behaved. At least no one wanted to find their mother anymore. A few days later, Hidden Dragon High School started this year's freshman competition. With the start of the freshman competition, Li Chenglong was finally able to come out of the gravity room. As soon as he appeared, he occupied an arena. He fought with great joy every day, with an aura of exultation and extreme satisfaction. He had the aura of someone who could compete with him. As for the main character, Zhou Xiaoduo was still locked in the gravity room to cultivate. Let me out. I want to fight. Zhou Xiaoduo, who found out the truth from Li Chenglong, screamed in his heart every day. Of course he only screamed in his heart. He could never say it out loud. A certain handsome leader of the Feng family was waiting for him to go out and fight. He still wanted to use this freshman competition to write more than 100,000 words. If he went out, he would succeed. I won't go out. I'll give you water. Use other water. Shangjing. 9 Heavens Pavilion. Turn in the mission. The Civet team came to turn in their mission again. This is the second level's mission, right? Yes, they couldn't complete it. Our leader thought it was quite simple, so he brought us to complete it. We've also completed this mission. This. We've completed it. This is the quest item. There's also this mission. This should be on the 3rd floor, right? Our captain said that he didn't do it on purpose. He just happened to pass by and encountered it. He only found out that it was a mission on the 3rd floor after killing it. There should be a reward for this, right? Can we hand it in here? And this is a mission from the military. Was on the way. On the way, so we completed it together. Do you want to receive the reward here or? After a round of calculations, even the staff of the Meritorious Service Department was stunned. Ever since this civet had arrived, it had been quite obedient at first. It only did what it was told to do. But now, his subjective initiative had been greatly enhanced. He sent out a list of missions in one go and went through them one by one. While completing his own mission, he, conveniently, completed the missions on the second and third floors. This was something that had happened quite a few times already. "Where's your captain?" Captain said that she couldn't be bothered with something as trivial as handing in the mission. She has already gone back to cultivate. Increasing her strength is the most important thing. The Zhuxiaoyan, who had just returned, heard a knock on the door. She didn't move her body and just waved her hand casually. The door opened. A handsome young man stood at the door, holding a bouquet of delicate flowers in his hand. He had a dazzling smile on his face. Then, a gust of bone-chilling wind blew and the flowers in his hand withered instantly. The person instinctively looked around and saw that the room was filled with ice and snow. The room was covered in white and silver. The Zhuxiaoyan, who was sitting on a large ice lotus seat in the middle of the room, was dressed in a snow-white robe. She turned her head and looked at him with indifferent eyes. There was no emotion at all. Although she didn't say a word and didn't even make a sound, her calm eyes were clearly asking impatiently, "What's the matter?" That beautiful face, that awe-inspiring and cold temperament, that unreachable feeling, that cold and unworldly purity, and that elegant demeanor of being at the top, all of these turned into a torrential cold current along with her eyes. It made people shudder and shiver uncontrollably. The young man instantly felt that although the other party was picturesque and beautiful, she was the fairy Guanghan who was above the clouds, and he was just the most ordinary person among all the living beings. A sense of distance that was as wide as heaven and earth arose spontaneously and was difficult to erase. I'm fine." His face was stiff. On the one hand it was because of the cold and on the other hand it was because he was scared. A gust of cold wind blew and the door was slammed shut. The young man stood at the door for a long time in a daze. He only felt that his heart had sunk into an ice cave. It was cold and desperate. In short, there was no warmth at all. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and went back with the broken bouquet in his arms. As soon as he returned to the martial arts arena, he was greeted with a burst of laughter. "Is it over?" "It's over." The young man was in a daze. After a long time he finally sighed. "You guys dug a hole for me. I just came back and you gave me such a big setback. How did it feel? Did she talk to you?" "Talk." The young man was sad. "Just a calm look and my whole body was frozen. No wonder you guys didn't dare to go. You've all suffered before, right?" "Of course. This civet lady has outstanding talent, and her cultivation progress is also extremely fast. So, don't think about it." The young man smiled bitterly. "This kind of woman is the kind of woman who, with just a glance, gives you the feeling that this woman is from a completely different world from you. You can only look up to her but you can't get close to her. I really can't get any confidence at all. She didn't ignore you, but she can make you feel that it's impossible." The young man shook his head. "I can't even think about it. How can a person be so cold?" Someone inside laughed. "We brothers have already been convinced. We can only look at such a woman." In the Xian Ice Room. This Xian Ice Room was a special reward that Zhuxiaoyan exchanged for when she completed a task. Basically, after every task, Zhuxiaoyan would exchange all the rewards for the deep-sea Xian Ice. There were two kinds of Xian Ice. One came from the snow mountain and the other came from the deep sea. The Xian Ice in the deep sea was even rarer. It was an extremely precious thing. Ordinary powerhouses couldn't even see it, let alone get it. If one wanted to get the deep-sea Xian Ice, he or she would have to be at least above the cloud transformation realm to have a slight chance of getting it. Ordinary cloud transformation realm powerhouses couldn't get it either. Even someone as strong as Zhuxiaoyan couldn't get it by herself with her current cultivation, let alone others. However, she could exchange for it by completing tasks. Now her bed, the lotus seat she used for cultivation, and even the tables, chairs, benches and other household items that could be used had all been turned into items made of deep-sea Xian Ice. Of course, most of the things in the room hadn't been changed. Zhuxiaoyan's short-term goal was to replace all the furniture in the room, including the ceiling and floor, with this kind of deep-sea Xian Ice. Humans had to set a small goal in the short term. Based on the current situation, achieving it was only a matter of time. The deep-sea Xian ice had a strong and targeted supplementary effect on Zhuo Xiaoyan's moon scripture. The cold qi in the deep-sea Xian ice could make her moon scripture revolve faster and smoother. There would always be a beneficial effect. Moreover, it could continuously produce cold qi. Zhuo Xiaoyan sat cross-legged. She was calm and continued to work hard to compress her spiritual energy. Now, she had already reached the pinnacle of the origin elixir realm and had already gone through the compression of her real spirit qi 5 times. Now she was compressing for the 6th time. The origin elixir realm belonged to the golden elixir realm. The pain she had to endure during the compression process was even greater than the thorny path. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan had experienced the compression of the embryonic breathing realm many times before, so she was already used to such a situation. When I was compressing the embryonic breathing realm, although it was the power of heaven and earth and the power of the phoenix vein that prevented me from breaking through, and although it was a very passive experience of suppression, it also helped me to increase my potential in this area. This time, based on the current situation, I can suppress it at least 9 times. But I can't be satisfied with just that. The ancients said that 9 times was the limit, similar to the limit of numbers. However, that was mainly referring to the compression of the thorny path's vital essence. I have suppressed it dozens of times in the embryonic breathing realm. Obviously, it has greatly exceeded the knowledge of the past practitioners. Then, the limit of my suppression will definitely not be limited to 9 times. I have to try to compress as much as possible. I definitely can't limit the number of suppression to 9 times from the start. Humph, Duo dog actually wants to catch up with me. How can I let him catch up with me? Zhuo Xiaoyan's face revealed a tinge of gentleness and arrogance. I'm not going to wait for him. I'm going to put in 10 times more effort to completely suppress this little dog in this lifetime. If he catches up with me one day with this little dog's temper, won't he be arrogant to the heavens? And he's going to show off in front of me every day. This definitely can't happen. As long as she thought of this matter and imagined the scene, Zhuo Xiaoyan was even more motivated. Little dog. In this lifetime, you will always follow behind me and slowly catch up with me. You will always be within sight but unattainable. In the future, in our family, whoever's martial arts is stronger will have the final say. She thought of the time when she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo again. When she casually mentioned her progress, she saw the little dog's stunned and shocked expression, as well as its depressed and aggrieved expression, as if it was a puppy that had been beaten up. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly felt refreshed and high-spirited. The corner of her mouth suddenly revealed a sweet smile. At this moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. Chapter 497. Ever since there was more Xian ice in the room, the signal of the most expensive and high-end mobile phone, which claimed to be designed for cultivators, was inevitably affected. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoyan placed the mobile phone on the signal receiver and placed it on the windowsill at the edge of the room. This was the place in the room that was least affected by the deep-sea Xian ice. She waved her hand and the mobile phone flew to her. There was a group message on the phone. Captain, we have received the reward. The Xian ice that you exchanged for this reward is in our office. It is so big. It is so cold. Please come and collect it. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes flickered, then he put down his phone and flew out. The door opened. A gust of extremely cold air flowed into the room, causing the temperature of the entire building to drop by more than 10 degrees. On this floor, even the corridor was covered in a layer of white frost. If Zhuo Xiaoyan had not closed the door immediately, the entire corridor would have been covered in a thick layer of ice in a short period of time. Civet is out. Someone shouted, and many heads popped out as if they were looking at something rare. Zhuo Xiaoyan walked downstairs. Many people were standing at the door and looking at her. There were even a few old men who were intentionally or unintentionally looking in their direction. A few young men suddenly stopped in the hall and started to chat enthusiastically. They laughed from time to time. They seemed to be very cheerful and bright. However, the cold air swept past them and they could not see her figure clearly. She had already entered an office. After a while, the cold air intensified. Zhuo Xiaoyan came out with the Xian ice. The cold air swept past them and they could not see her figure clearly. Zhuo Xiaoyan had already disappeared into her room. Everyone felt a sense of loss that they were all staring at her, but they still could not see her. Civet should have reached the infant transformation stage, right? Bullshit. I am at the advanced infant transformation stage. I almost froze to death just now. Cough. What is her cultivation stage? The peak of the inner core stage. Someone revealed. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. Why is it impossible? She's still on the first floor. She has already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Do you think the leaders are blind and would let such a thing happen? What is going on? What level is such a character at? What level is he at? What does he represent? I'm afraid you guys don't know this. Although Civet is still on the first floor and mainly takes on the first level missions, she can complete all the missions on the lower 3 floors as long as she is satisfied with them. What the hell? Then why hasn't she leveled up? I'm compressing my realm, idiot. The primal core realm can actually be compressed? Wasn't that already at the level of golden core? How can I compress it? Idiot, how can a genius be the same as you? Sob, sob, sob. I also enjoyed the reputation of being a genius back then. Disgusting. Scram. I can only say that there are different levels of geniuses. Geniuses like you only appear once in 3 or 5 years, while Civet is a peerless genius that appears once in 1,000 years or even once in 10,000 years. Similarly in Shangjing, Zhou Xiaoduo once had a crush on Yunduan Gaowu. Long Yuxing stood on the new student arena, tall and straight. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. He said calmly, "Next." A few minutes later, Long Yuxing still said calmly, "Next." His face remained calm and indifferent from the beginning. However, there was a hint of fatigue and impatience. Wait, this batch of new students is really too weak. Among my brothers, I'm already considered as trash, but I can still stand out in Yunduan Gaowu and become one of the 3 strongest people. Fate makes fools of people. It's really that the other arenas also had their own champions. Everyone could challenge them as they wished. After confirming that they had successfully defended their arenas, it was time for the higher-level battle between the champions. Wanli Xiu was the champion of another arena. Since she stood on it, she had maintained a winning record. In the last stage of the Yunduan Gaowu's new student arena, there was no surprise that it was a 3-nation battle. Zhou Yunqing, Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing. Long Yuxing was the first to fight Zhou Yunqing. The battle between the 2 new geniuses was earth-shattering, and the sun and moon lost their light. Long Yuxing was at a disadvantage from the beginning, but he did not give up. Even though Zhou Yunqing's no-return sword was awe-inspiring and caused considerable damage to him. But Long Yuxing still fought with his life on the line. He always fought to be first. If you slashed me with your sword, I would slash you with my sword. At the very least, I would kick you. This kind of battle atmosphere was already infinitely close to the fighting style of a battlefield. Or it could be said that this was already a life-and-death battle, an extreme battle. At the end of the battle, Zhou Yunqing used a big move to secure victory and completely suppressed Long Yuxing. But he was also covered in cuts and bruises. He had the advantage from the beginning, but Long Yuxing was still able to fight until both sides were injured. It was almost a Pyrrhic victory. Zhou Yunqing sighed in his heart. He was really convinced. Next was the battle with Wanli Xiu. Zhou Yunqing sighed in his heart. He faintly guessed why Long Yuxing was so desperate. Long Yuxing was fighting for a chance for Wanli Xiu to win the championship. So he did not hesitate to fight with his life on the line. He fought until he was half crippled and then he went to fight Wanli Xiu. With Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing, and himself as the 3 of them, against the half-crippled Zhou Yunqing, there was no way they would lose. When the 2 of them entered the school, they had already expressed their status as a couple. Other people were envious but they could not do anything about it. Now that he met them, other than sighing about his bad luck, what else could he do? Unexpectedly, after Wanli Xiu got on the stage, she directly said, "I admit defeat." Below the stage, Long Yuxing, who only had 1 breath left, opened his eyes wide. Opposite him, Zhou Yunqing also opened his eyes wide. I know what he is thinking. He wants me to defeat you and obtain the honor of being the champion of this year's freshman competition. But in your current state, I have an unfair advantage. But if I were to fight against you in your best state, I know that I can't win. Wanli Xiu said very calmly, "If it was a real battle, I would not hesitate to take your life at this moment. But now that we are facing each other, it is not difficult to defeat you, but I don't want to take advantage of you. In this competition, Yunduan High Martial Arts needs the strongest person to become the champion in order to deal with external challenges. Secondly, if I become the champion, I will be separated from Long Yuxing by you, the runner-up. I feel that the gap between us is too big. Thirdly, he is seriously injured now. I have to rush to take care of him. For this battle, I will count on you." After Wanli Xiu finished speaking, she smiled freely and jumped off the stage. She cupped her hands and gave up the honor of being the champion that she had already obtained. But Zhou Yunqing did not feel the slightest joy of being the champion in his heart. He only felt that he had been firmly fed 2 mouthfuls of dog food. His heart was crying out in panic. Winning without a fight, the champion had an unfair advantage. One fought with all her might, and the other gave up everything to take care of him. The life of a single dog was really difficult. Zhou Yunqing was speechless. Standing on the stage, he smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. He said self-deprecatingly, "I have become the champion, but I have to be abused by single dogs. I suddenly feel that the honor of being the champion is tasteless, almost like a chicken rib." Below the stage there was a burst of laughter. That was indeed the case. Now, everyone no longer had any thoughts of being the champion and runner-up. They all felt that they had eaten enough dog food. Long Yuxing against Wanli Xiu. The two of them fought for the runner-up and runner-up. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they said at the same time, "I admit defeat." Below the stage, with Zhou Yunqing taking the lead, all the freshmen of Yunduan High Martial Arts High School sighed in unison. Damn it, this year's batch was really too unlucky. Not only did they have to be beaten up every day, but no matter how hard they tried, no matter how hard they fought, they could not win back. If that was all, it would be fine. Sometimes one's strength was limited and one's skills were not as good as others. There was nothing they could do. But this was a good arena final, and they did not see anything. They only had a mouthful of dog food. Choke. Damn it. This is blatantly bullying us single dogs. Do single dogs have no human rights? Do they deserve to be bullied and ridiculed? Well, fine, single dogs deserve it. After the arena ended, Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu walked side by side. The fetus is gone. Me too. How many times did you suppress it? More than 8 times. The remaining bit is definitely not enough to suppress it once. Let's count it as 8.5 times? Me too. This result is a little difficult. The next time we meet Zhua and the rest, I reckon we will still be beaten up. I am also worried about this matter, but I really can't suppress it anymore. It's sad. Regarding the embryonic breathing realm, I have heard of a trick. What trick? That is, from the moment you enter the embryonic breathing realm, you start suppressing your own spiritual source. Don't wait until your true vitality is overflowing before suppressing it. Suppressing it again and again like this, you will be in a state of compressing your true vitality every day. Long Yuxing said, "It is said that Commander Dongfang did this in the past. However, this process is extremely painful. Very few people can withstand it, because that process is equivalent to stepping on a thorny road every day of one's life." Wanli Xiu clenched her teeth. "If we do this, will it be possible to beat up Zhuo Duo in the future?" Long Yuxing smiled bitterly. "I can only say that it is possible. This may be the only way that we can surpass Zhua. But even if we still can't beat Zhuo Duo, we can at least beat Zhou Yunqing to death." "Then let's do it." Wanli Xiu clenched her teeth. "What is there to settle with Zhou Yunqing? Zhuo Duo, this bastard, is the most infuriating. The video that he sent to the group a few days ago made me so angry that I didn't eat for 3 days. Is it the video of the time when the martial master couldn't control his breakthrough to the innate realm?" Long Yuxing smiled and tried his best to comfort her. "Actually, he didn't record it clearly. At that time, every part of your body was emitting black mud. He only managed to record a small part of it. I won't tell anyone else about the rest." Bang. Long Yuxing was sent flying with his limbs in the air. Wanli Xiu rushed up angrily. "Long Yuxing, I realize that you are looking for death very happily now. Today I will beat you to death. Let's see how you talk." Requesting a few recommendation tickets. Chapter 498. Ping 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 ping. Many people were dumbfounded when they saw this. Seeing that the runner-up of this year's freshman competition was directly suppressed by the 3rd place, as if there was an irreconcilable hatred between them, everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Too cruel that they were just jealous of the public display of affection, but now they could only rejoice. On the other side, Dragon Soul High Warrior Li Zhongming was still sleeping soundly. "It's time for the freshman competition. Woo woo. You're the champion, wake up. Woo woo. Hurry up. Woo woo. Hoo hoo. Get the fuck up and sleep in the arena. Woo." Jade Sun High Warrior Yu Moyan's long sword was in the air. On the tip of the sword, drops of blood dripped down. It was a shocking sight. Next. His face was expressionless, his eyes were cold, His whole body was like a bloodthirsty sword, emitting a murderous aura that kept people away. Yumoyan was a man of few words, his personality was very cold. In Phoenix City, with Zhuoxiaoduo and the others around, there would never be an awkward silence. Yumoyan naturally became more lively. However, being alone in an unfamiliar environment made Yumoyan's personality even more extreme. Yumoyan looked at all the people around him, no one could compare to Zhuoxiaoduo and the others. This made Yumoyan have no intention of making friends, and he did not want others to replace Zhuoxiaoduo and the others in his heart. He thought that would be a betrayal. So he cultivated alone every day, desperately improving himself, fighting, and slowly became more and more isolated. Recently, other than his mentor Luo Yenling, he didn't even talk to anyone else. But his sword was getting sharper and his murderous aura was getting stronger. The teachers had a headache because of Yumoyan's personality. Teacher Luo Yenling was even more worried, but no matter how she arranged for other students to deliberately get close to him, Yumoyan was like a piece of ice that refused to melt. It was clear that he was keeping people 1,000 miles away. Yumoyan's killing Dao is getting more and more perfect. Yes. But won't this child's temperament be affected? Although the Tao of slaughter is powerful, it is too easy to lose yourself. Once your state of mind is damaged, your future will be bleak. No, the boy's mind is unusually strong. There's always a fire in his heart. That ball of fire was given to him by the old principle, He Yuanyue. No one can extinguish it. As long as he doesn't give up and abandon himself, his state of mind will not be lacking. The competition ended. The champion Yumoyan walked alone. Under the setting sun, he sat alone in a corner of the field. He gently took out the jade pendant from his chest. The jade pendant still carried the warmth of his body as he held it in his hand. I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country will not be invaded. I hope that my brothers will always be happy. I hope that my sisters will always be safe. I hope that I can protect all of this. Old principle, I won't forget your request. In these troubled times, I will use my killing to protect my treasures. Umo Yan's eyes were resolute, his will as firm as a rock. He quietly looked at the jade pendant for a long time before he treasured it and put it back into his chest. This was his treasure. Now he finally understood He Yuanyue's intentions. For details, see Book 1, Chapter 109, 10,000 Years of History Jade Pendant. If not for this jade pendant, if not for those words, with his extreme personality, his cold and unsociable personality, his style of killing, he might really have walked on the other extreme path. But now it was different. The jade pendant was very warm in his chest. It reminded him that he had something to protect and cherish. There was not a single person in the entire field. Only Yumoyan was left. In the corner, among the weeds, he sat quietly hugging his knees. His eyes were fixed on the swaying weeds in front of him. His eyes did not move. After a long while, he softly hummed a song. All these years alone, the wind has passed, the rain has gone. Friends walk together, those days will no longer exist. The song gradually deepened and the lingering sound was faint, but it never stopped. The red sun gradually set in the west. A murmur. I miss you so much. I miss you so much. How are you now? Somewhere in the forest. Qin Fangyang's entire body was bathed in blood, and was actually covered in cuts and bruises. He struggled to move his body, and moved to the side of a star beast he had just killed. He moved closer to his mouth and began to gulp down the star beast's blood. To go to Shangjing, my strength is not enough, far from enough. At the very least, I need to be a god-reigning cultivator. Chanchan, you really dare to ask me to go to Shangjing to protect your precious babies? But I am only a cloud transformation cultivator. But how can I bear to disappoint you? The inner core of a cloud transformation cultivator like this. If I kill 7 more, I will be able to gather enough vital energy to reach the god-reigning cultivator. The only pity is that I can't compress it anymore. No. I still have the top-grade jade of astral souls that Xiao Duo gave me. Chanchan, did you know? Did you calculate this? After 3 more times of compression, I will step into the god-reigning cultivator rank. Chanchan, don't worry. I will take care of the children for you. Kunlun Taoist sect. Mu Yanyan came back with injuries and immediately entered the secret place for cultivation. This time she killed several cloud transformation cultivator star beasts in one breath, but she also suffered a great loss of vital energy. But the more the battle atmosphere was like this, the more it could help her improve. Only at the critical moment of life and death could she have enlightenment. Only by fighting to the death could she transcend. I don't have much time left. Can I become a god-reigning cultivator in 3 years? Fight. Phoenix City, Mount Fenghuahan. In front of He Yuan's tomb. Sister Lan was wearing a blue dress with her hair wrapped. She leaned against the tombstone and basked in the sun. Not far behind her was a small thatched hut. Let me read for you the news about Zhuo Duo and the others on the internet. Sister Lan held the phone and smiled. I know you miss them. But this era is good. You don't have to go anywhere. Just search the internet and you can find the news about your treasures. Well, this Sword King is Zhuo Duo. It seems that he is doing well. Also, this Iron and Steel Hierarch is Li Chenglong. Look at the students you taught, each and every one of them. Well, they are quite powerful. Long Yuxing and Wan Li Xiu can also be found on the internet. But Yu Moyan and Li Zhangming are hard to find. But those 2 children are calm and honest. They are more reliable than the previous ones, so you can rest assured. I have been asking about Qin Fangyang recently, but there is no news at all. But with his cultivation he should be fine. You don't have to worry. I went back to my hometown some time ago and stayed for a day. The old lady said she would come to see you. I didn't ask her to come. Sister Lan paused and smiled. I told her that if you have a next life, you will definitely be her daughter. If you owe her in this life, you will pay it back in the next life. The old lady was very sad. She said she was old and couldn't give birth to a child like you. She was sad. I have been dreaming about you for the past few days, but you didn't talk. So, I go to sleep at 9:30 p.m. If you have time, come to my dream and talk to me. Okay, you don't talk, that's fine too. Anyway, I have been with you for a lifetime. You don't talk much, so I am used to it. Sister Lan talked endlessly in front of He Yuan's tombstone until the moon was high in the sky. Finally, she lit 3 incense sticks, said goodnight and went back to her room to sleep. The mountain breeze blew gently, and the smoke rose in spirals. When the phoenix turned around, there was only silence. Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Hu Ruoyan sat in front of the computer and read the 2 posts. The Sword King's martial arts life is so boring, and Hierarch's martial arts life horizon. She was so happy that she was swaying back and forth from time to time. These were the 2 posts she read every day. She was addicted to them and could be called a loyal reader. Old Li, come and take a look at this girl from the Gao family, Gao Qiao. Although she looks beautiful, her eyes are full of troubles. Xiao Duo is so innocent, he won't be a good match for her. Li Changjiang was looking at a stack of student analysis materials. He snorted and said, What? Xiao Duo is innocent? How can you tell that he is innocent? Whoever marries him will have to worry about it for the rest of their lives. Hu Ruoyun snorted, then sighed and said, Xiao Duo is innocent and kind. He has a strong sense of justice and doesn't have his guard up against others. I am really worried that he will suffer outside. Li Changjiang was really shocked this time. He turned around and took off his glasses. He looked at his wife seriously for a long time before he said in disbelief, You have been talking about this person for so long. Is he really Xiao Duo? Do you have a different understanding of the words innocent and kind? Hu Ruoyan suddenly got angry and said, Nonsense. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. Li Changjiang closed the analysis book and suddenly sighed. He said, You are so worried about Xiao Duo every day. I think your motherly love is overflowing and you have nowhere to vent it. Come, let's have a child and you can play with him every day. A biological child is better than that Xiao Duo. Hu Ruoyan struggled. Hooligan bastard. I haven't finished reading this post. Li Changjiang said, I will read it tomorrow. No. It is important. It was still in Shangjing City. Nan Xiaoxiong. Yes, Chief Nan, who hadn't been seen in a long time, sat in the office with his burly body. He looked at the teams that had returned from their missions. Why didn't you catch Team 3? Chief, we didn't catch them. When we went there, they were already gone. Chief Nan nodded lightly. Men, take down Team 3 and interrogate them. The information is so accurate, but they still didn't catch them. Choose someone else and rebuild Team 3. Chief, these people have made 2 mistakes in their consecutive operations. There must be a mole behind this. Investigate this thoroughly. Yes. Chapter 499. Nan stood up and said, According to the information I have, one of you should have a problem. After the investigation, I will apologize to the other 3. If there is no problem, I will apologize to the 4 of you. Those who are suspicious will not be able to hide from me. As for those who are not suspicious, they will just have to suffer for a few days. Take them away. Yes. As for the other teams, no one is allowed to die during the interrogation. Whether it is the four of them or the other suspects, you can use any means but no one is allowed to die. This is the bottom line. If anyone dares to kill him on purpose, I'll kill your entire family. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. Chief Nan was very domineering. Also, put out a warrant for the people I mentioned in the entire continent. Do it as soon as possible. Chief, this is the work of the investigation department. Do it just because I asked you to? Investigation department? Don't you know that I am the boss? Chief Nan was furious. He slammed the table. What? That Wang guy from the investigation department is not working? Or did he say something wrong? No. We haven't done it yet. I don't think he dares to. I am in charge of the finance department. If he dares to fart, I will stop his entire department's salary and let him drink the northwest wind. Chief Nan shouted. Also, Star Shield Department, Security Department, Martial Arts Department. Ask them to send their elite soldiers over to cooperate with my investigation. Whoever dares to not cooperate, their salary will be stopped immediately. They will be paid when they work. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. This style that those who knew him would think that he was the chief of the 6 departments. Speaking of which, no one dared to offend him. Since the last time the Ministry of Culture talked back to him, they had stopped 3 months of salary. In these 3 months, whenever someone from the Ministry of Culture spent money to buy something, someone would immediately come to investigate the huge amount of money and unknown income. Now, the chief of the Ministry of Culture had resigned and more than 70 people were sent to prison. His style was too domineering. It was not that no one had spoken ill of Chief Nan in front of the emperor. In the end, the emperor said, "We have been fighting for so many years and spending money. It is not easy for you, Chief Nan. Until now, you have not stopped spending money on the palace. It is already very good. No one has it easy, so please understand." The person who said this had tears in his eyes. What else could he say? His Majesty the Emperor is also in a difficult position. I have to understand. Ever since the restoration of the imperial system, the existence of the imperial family in Jianghu had considerable authority, but it was not like the supreme authority of the feudal dynasty, where their words were law. Especially now that there was a war on all sides, which concerned the survival of the entire human race. Even though he was the ruler of a country in name, his authority was still limited. Therefore, this was also a very difficult thing to do. The crux of the matter was that the author hadn't thought of this layer yet, so he didn't explain it first. What did the Gao family say? The patriarch of the Gao family is waiting for you in the reception hall. Sit. The Gao family has been turned into a bunch of good-for-nothings because of him. What right does he have to sit and wait? Yes. On the streets of Shangjing, Emo Xuani slowly walked out of the cake shop with a big cake in her hand. Today was her mother's birthday, and it was also the first time she celebrated her mother's birthday since she came back, so Emo Xuani bought an extra bottle of wine. However, as soon as he walked out of the door, he saw a battle in front of him. It seemed like someone was trying to assassinate him. A little fatty in his 20s, dressed in luxurious clothes, was rolling and crawling towards him. His chubby little face was full of panic and fear. Emo Xuani didn't want to cause trouble, and didn't want to rashly get involved. He quietly dodged, trying to avoid trouble. Whoosh! An arrow was shot from afar, and a sharp whistling sound broke through the air. The little fatty shouted and nimbly dodged, leaving behind 6 afterimages. Whether it was his movement technique or speed, they were all extraordinary. Unfortunately, it was still to no avail. With a muffled sound, the arrow fiercely pierced the little fatty's buttocks. It went in from the left side of his buttocks and came out from the right side of his buttocks. It was like a closed-door surgery, but the method was a bit more extreme. The little fatty screamed and immediately changed his trajectory, coincidentally knocking Emo Xuani's cake away. At the same time, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "My butt." Then he sniffed with his nose, "Strawberry cake. My butt." In an instant, black-clothed people jumped down from all directions. Emo Xuani saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly turned around to run. But the little fatty had already grabbed her leg. "Sister, save me. My butt." For a moment, Emo Xuani panicked. Without thinking, she grabbed the back of the little fatty's neck and floated back into the cake shop behind her. The attack from behind was like a mountain, and the whole shop was sent flying. However, this was not out of Emo Xuani's expectations. The moment she entered the cake shop, She used her movement technique and flashed out from the back door. Her body floated and she went to another alley. Then, with a series of twists and turns, she carried the little fatty and arrived at another busy street. Mo Xuanyi had studied martial uncle Fang Yinua's life-saving methods for a while. On the other side there was another ear-piercing sound. It was the experts of Shangjing rushing over. Mo Xuanyi didn't stop carrying the little fatty. With another flash she had already entered a big supermarket. She whispered, "Don't shout." The little fatty was surprised to find that unknowingly, his butt was covered with cake. If one didn't look carefully they wouldn't be able to see it. Also he didn't feel any pain from the wound and it didn't even bleed. He didn't know what method this girl used, it was really magical. Mo Xuanyi came from the Ravenous Wolf group and came to Planet Soul to hide. Furthermore, Fang Yinua had taught him everything along the way. Naturally he was very familiar with this method of escaping for his life. After coming out of the supermarket's back door, he took a turn and brought the little fatty to a private clinic. "Doctor, my little brother was shot by an arrow." If it was before, Mo Xuanyi probably wouldn't even look at this kind of thing. Even if the little fatty was chopped into minced meat in front of her, she wouldn't bat an eyelid. "If you die then die, what does it have to do with me?" But after going through Zhuo Xiaoduo's fortune-telling, she completely changed her mind. Being kind to others, doing more good deeds, especially saving a life, will definitely be rewarded. She had committed too many sins in the past. Even if it wasn't out of her heart, she still had a lot of sins. She needed to do more good deeds to make up for her good fortune. She was familiar with the terrain here, so saving the little fatty was no big deal. The accident happened before, so she believed that no one saw her face. Leaving the little fatty in the clinic, she left him some money and asked, "You remember the way home, right? Go home by yourself, I still have something to do." She hurriedly left. The onlookers rolled their eyes. This girl was really heartless. Her little brother was injured, but she left some money and left. The little fatty's eyes flickered. He suddenly shouted, "Sister, I lost my phone." Mo Xuanyi snorted. She was already far away. "I'll buy you a new one when we get home." She didn't stop from beginning to end and just left. The little fatty's mouth revealed a smile. "Not only did she save my life, she also left me 100 yuan. Humph. This 100 yuan isn't for me to treat my injuries. It's not enough to treat my injuries. This girl just gave me 100 yuan so that I could find a phone to call for help. This also proved that she didn't want to care about this matter at all. But no matter what, the little fatty smacked his lips and sniffed. "The cake she brought just now. Strawberry flavor. It's my favorite flavor." Then, as if by magic, he took out his phone. "Come and pick me up." "Fuck, it's just a drill organized by the old man. You guys really shot me? It hurts." In Phoenix City there were some unfamiliar faces that were searching around. Why did they disappear when they arrived here? They couldn't have died so cleanly in that battle, right? The people from several Stargate sects were all dead? Where did they go? After these people searched the entire Phoenix City, they still didn't want to give up and went to the nearby cities to search. The students were fighting to the death in the arena. Zhuo Xiaoduo was sweating profusely in the gravity room alone. Finally, school was over. He squeezed out the last of his strength and crawled out of the gravity room. Then he lay in the resting room next to the gravity room and felt countless amounts of spiritual energy gushing out from the walls, nourishing his body bit by bit. Then he opened a cupboard. Inside the cupboard was spiritual water with traces of spiritual energy. As long as one entered the gravity room they could drink it for free. Zhuo Xiaoduo opened 3 bottles in one go and started to gulp them down. This was the rule of the Hidden Dragon High School. Next to the gravity room was the resting room. After training one could come in to rest. There was a plate of 3 kinds of low-grade spiritual fruits and 6 bottles of spiritual water. When one entered, as long as one stepped on the floor and sensed someone entering, spiritual energy would shoot out from the surrounding walls to help the cultivator recover. This was the treatment of a day's worth of resources. Otherwise, 50 credits per hour would be too expensive for the Hidden Dragon Advanced Martial Arts Academy's credits. With these things, they could more or less make up for the psychological trauma of the students. The impact of spending. Zhuo Xiaoduo finished the 6 bottles of spiritual water and the 3 plates of spiritual fruits. His body had almost recovered from the fatigue. He put on his clothes and burped out. It was already afternoon. The red sun was setting in the west, but the sky wasn't completely dark yet. In the distance, the deafening shouts were still coming from the arena. The rumbling sounds of martial artists fighting could still be heard. Zhuo Xiaoduo's clothes were unbuttoned. and he lazily walked over step by step like he was half dead. Let's just watch the show and wait for the swelling. Let's go home together. Behind him, the teacher in charge of the gravity room arranged for people to enter and clean the room. Then he went into the resting room to take a look. Looking at the empty plate of fruits, he smacked his lips and said, as expected, this kid really doesn't leave anything behind. Today there were 2 more. Chapter 500. In the past, only a few students who entered the gravity room drank all the spiritual water. Most of them were too embarrassed to drink it all. After drinking 1 or 2 bottles and eating a few spiritual fruits, they would leave. But this Master's Will was not like that. Since the first day he came in, not a single drop of the 6 bottles of spiritual water was left. The 3 plates of spiritual fruits, not even the cores were left. Wherever he passed, the sky was truly 3 feet high, and not a single blade of grass was left behind. This character is really desperate to take advantage of others. He would rather die than suffer losses. Teacher, there are faint fist prints in the gravity room, a cleaner came out and reported. Fist prints? The teacher narrowed his eyes. The one who used the gravity room just now was Wuxia from grade 1, right? I know. From tomorrow onwards, paste it with a recoverable metal bar. Yes. This kid has been in the gravity room for 20 consecutive days, choosing cultivation methods, swordsmanship, and other things. He used up credits. Just the gravity room alone cost him 10,000 credits. He should not have much left, right? Zuo had leftover spiritual fruit cores in his pocket. Although they were spiritual fruits, the spiritual energy contained in them was average. They were not even as good as the low-grade jade of astral souls, but they tasted good. Zuo kept all the leftover spiritual fruit cores and threw them into the Tower of Annihilation as seeds. The space inside the Tower of Annihilation was really big. It was at least tens of thousands of square meters. During this time, Zuo threw 6 to 7 carts of jade of astral souls powder into the Tower of Annihilation every day. Even though the Tower of Annihilation occupied a large area, the entire space was covered with a layer of astral souls powder. He had already discovered that the green color from before was probably the grass seeds that had been brought in at an unknown time. He also didn't know who had brought them in. After all, there was a lawn outside the villa. When entering the Tower of Annihilation, it was not strange for some grass seeds to be brought in. After the astral souls powder was absorbed by the Tower of Annihilation, it seemed to be nourished. The grass seeds began to germinate and grow slowly. But in the end there wasn't enough energy. Just by sprouting, a lot of them withered. Therefore Zuo threw as much astral souls jade powder as possible into it. As long as one went in, they would be absorbed. Although he didn't know where it went, the ground seemed to have softened a little, but there were no other obvious signs. The furthest place, which was the edge of the Tower of Annihilation, was where Zuo had placed most of the jade powder of astral souls. After all, the main purpose of entering this place was to keep the space for cultivation. At the edge, there were already more than a dozen spiritual fruit seeds slowly sprouting. However, all of them were yellow and looked very weak. In view of this, Zuo poured all the astral souls jade powder he had collected over the past few days over here. The most important thing was to see if the plants could grow inside. If he could. Zuo felt that it would be great if he could carry a spiritual fruit garden with him. Where there is a will, there is a way. He could have as much astral souls jade powder as he wanted. Moreover, Boss Sun said that he had already contacted several other schools in Fenghai to collect the astral souls jade powder. If he succeeded, he could add at least 5 to 6 carts a day. This was a big cart, the kind that weighed more than 10 tons. Zuo couldn't help but click his tongue. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't know. Now that he had collected it, he understood how much astral souls jade the entire Fenghai city consumed in a day. Just the powder alone was transported out by dozens of carts. If they were to be restored into astral souls jade, the number would be quite astonishing. Wasn't this demand too great? But how much did the Tower of Annihilation have to accommodate to reach the normal ecological supply? Counting now, there were already hundreds of carts filled. Zuo thought. In front of him, there was already a huge crowd of people. Xiang Chong was standing on a tall stage, swaggering around as he shouted, "Next!" Well, so impressive. I also want to go up. If I become the champion of the arena or even the champion of the new students, there should be quite a good reward. Zuo was envious. Xiang Chong also saw Zuo coming over. He suddenly stopped shouting and said kindly, "Is there anyone else coming up? No more, right? It's already afternoon, school is over. Let's fight again tomorrow." After saying that, he jumped off the arena and ran away without waiting for the crowd's response. Everyone looked at each other. Why did this pretentious guy run away? Not long after, Li Chenglong also left the arena and came over. He went home with Zhuo Duo, beaming with joy and bragging along the way. The sect leader was now worthy of his name. His strength was high. The title of the #1 freshman had already been nailed onto his head. No one could beat him. What about me? Zhuo Duo was depressed. You are the top freshman, what about me? You? Li Chenglong smiled. You don't even fight in the arena. The teacher forbids you to go up and participate in the ranking. Shady. This is a complete and utter shady deal. What kind of logic is that? Isn't the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts competition supposed to be fair, just, and open? How can you treat me like this? By the way, the teacher only forbade me from fighting in the arena, but he didn't say that I can't participate in the ranking. Zhuo Duo jumped 3 feet high. The rules are like this. I don't care about anything else. Li Chenglong was very satisfied. If you have any opinions, go to the teacher. It's fine if you don't go to the principal. Anyway, I can't do anything. If you insist on giving me the title of the top freshman. If you take first place in the freshman competition, I will beat you up 3 times in front of all the freshmen. Zhuo Duo said fiercely. Li Chenglong was stunned. I am the top freshman. You beat me up 3 times in a day. Won't I become the biggest joke? Am I shameless? I am the leader. Can't you give me some face? I feel that you can really ask Teacher Wen. Him prohibiting you from participating in the competition is indeed unfair. Even if it's fair to others, it's still unfair to you. It's equivalent to harming your interests one-sidedly. This can't be justified. Swollen's eyes turned. He came up with a plan and sincerely suggested. He tried his best to persuade Zhuo Duo to find trouble with Wen Xingtian. Zhuo Duo pondered for a long time and didn't make a sound for a long time because he could imagine what Teacher Wen and Principal Yi would say. They would use sincere words to convince him. No matter how unwilling he was, he would still give in. Swollen was very bright. He immediately changed the topic. So what have you heard? The school's mission system has been opened in advance. Mission system? What are the details? Li Chenglong took out his mobile phone and logged into the school network. He clicked on the word mission on the screen. There were a few options on the screen. They were Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School Mission, Investigation Department Mission, only open to 3rd and 4th year senior students. Military Mission, only open to 3rd and 4th year senior students. Social Mission, only open to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year senior students. In addition, there were many other types of missions. However, most of them were in brackets. It was written that they were only open to 2nd year senior students and above. Zhuo Duo looked at it for a long time, and his head was filled with more and more questions. He gloomily closed his phone and said, "What the fuck, did you see that? We don't get any of those lucrative missions at all. If we want to do them, we have to wait at least a year?" A year? Thinking of this, Zhuo Duo's hair stood on end. A year later it would be too late. My points are already stretched thin. In at most 20 days my points will be depleted. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School is my nemesis. It restrains me in every way. The principal and teacher talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but it's like they're fleecing me. Where's the justice? Oh God, oh Earth, are they trying to play me to death? Do you think it's easy for me? Didn't I just make a few windfalls on Xiao? But it's all within the rules. At most, I'm just stepping on the edge. Do they have to target me like this? What can I get if I only do these first-year missions? Other levels of missions reward elixirs, spirit fruits, weapons, astral souls, jade, and even cash. What are these rewards from the school? Credits? My fucking second uncle. Zhuo Duo cursed. For example, this flying bear in the nascent soul realm. The inner core reward is 300 credits? The whole bear has to be brought back in one piece. The reward is 1,200 credits? Isn't this bullying? If I sell this bear to a grade 1 of the firmament realm, he should be able to give me a few hundred million in cash, right? This is something that can't be bought even with money. Zhuo Duo was angry. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School only gives 1,200 credits. Bah, they're obviously trying to get rid of a beggar. Li Chenglong snorted, "Don't do it if you have the ability. If I don't do it, how can I cultivate in Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School?" Duo said angrily, "You're just looking at the freshman competition as the champion, and you're already talking like it's easy for you. Think about it, the gravity room, the various facilities, which one doesn't cost credits?" "You know that too?" Li Chenglong mocked. "Do you know how much it costs to build a gravity room? Can you buy such a gravity room with money? Even if you have 100 billion, you can't buy it. You have to use Astral Soul's jade as the currency. Do you know how much Astral Soul's jade costs?" Li Chenglong snorted. "If you use the school's money, won't you give the school some profit? Let you use it for nothing?" Duo snorted and thought, "Do you know how many Astral Soul's jade I gave to Yi Changqing? Why can't I buy a gravity room? Although it's for me and I gave it willingly, I feel really uncomfortable. Heartache that I just want to make up for my losses. I'll start doing missions tomorrow. Grasshoppers are also meat, so are pigs." He sighed. There weren't many credits left. Now that he had a total of 7,000 academic credits on hand, Duo felt that he was a pauper. Now, it was only a 100-fold gravity room. In the future he would have to enter a 1,000-fold gravity room. It was said that a 1,000-fold gravity room would cost 5,000 credits for an hour. That was killing him. The credits he had were enough for 1 day. 2 days wasn't enough. What a huge cup. "I'm going to sleep early tonight. Tomorrow I'll start the finals. I must win the championship. If I can't win without you, it's really unreasonable." Li Chenglong's words angered Duo so much that he stomped upstairs. "Show off my ass. Isn't it just a freshman champion? Do I care? Tomorrow. I've been concentrating on my cultivation these few days. I haven't gone to see Grandma Sure for a few days. I'll go tomorrow after school. I don't want to see you lousy champions and runners-up. A bunch of rookies pecking at each other. Do you think you're so high and mighty?" Duo angrily practiced his hammer for an entire night. Then he angrily fell asleep. Xiaolong met in his dream as promised. Unfortunately, he was chased away by Duo before he could say anything. Annoying. This is a dream, a dream, a dream. Xiaolong was sent out of his dream with a dumbfounded expression. According to human terms, this guy was on his period, wasn't he? Xiaolong left very indignantly. "Didn't we talk about it the other day? Today I wanted to come to a compromise. I can give you some benefits first." In the end, before I could say anything, he chased me away. What did this mean? Was the benefits I prepared not sincere enough? After being chased away, Xiaolong pondered. It could tell that the stinginess of the human in front of it was even greater than itself. Not only would he not wake up early if there were no benefits, he would not be moved unless there were huge benefits. Most importantly, most frighteningly, this fellow seemed to be even more greedy than it was. He just wanted to order that deity, but this guy wanted everything. His greed was insatiable. At most, he was stingy. However, this friend of his called Wuxia's thoughts were simply, if he didn't pick it up when he went out, he would lose it. Xiaolong was only worried about one thing now. He could already see that as long as he didn't give anything first, this friend would never give him any benefits first. This was already an undeniable fact. It was the most typical case of not releasing the falcon until he saw the hare. Should I move another 1/3 of the remaining earth veins over to him? Xiaolong counted with his claws. Now that I've moved 1/3 of the remaining earth veins, although it's still somewhat useful to his space, the effect is not obvious. It can only make the seeds germinate, but once they germinate they will die. There will be no follow-up. But if I move another 1/3 of the earth veins, the effect will naturally increase greatly. But he doesn't know about this. I can't work for nothing. He didn't believe me last time. Am I so untrustworthy? Xiaolong was very melancholy. He was very melancholy about his own credibility, his own capital, and the foreseen losses. After a long time. Finally it floated away. Sigh, I'll move it over first to show my sincerity. I won't fuse it first. If he doesn't agree, I'll move it away. These don't cost anything. I just need to spend some effort. It won't be a loss. Duo woke up early in the morning. He didn't even wake Li Chenglong up. He angrily went to school by himself and then plunged into the gravity room. Swollen now, he wasn't cute at all. He wouldn't dual cultivate with him in the future. At least for the next period of time, he had to keep him hanging. He had to make him ignore his feelings and only think about himself. 11 o'clock. He came out on time. He went in at 5 o'clock in the morning. He had already cultivated for a full 6 hours. Another 300 credits were gone. Duo recovered for a while and cleaned himself up. Then he slipped out of the school in a flash. As usual, he bought some food and wine and carried it to Grandma Sher's small courtyard. Duo is out. He went to buy food. He should go to the old lady's place today. He went there after buying food. Act according to the plan. Seize today's opportunity. Don't miss it. Don't expose it. Understood. Zhuo walked for about half of the journey. Suddenly he felt a little depressed. At first, he thought it was because he didn't participate in the challenge tournament these few days. It was inevitable that he was unhappy. However, after walking for a short distance, he suddenly realized something. This isn't right. I'm actually quite happy that I didn't participate in the challenge tournament. What's going on? Why am I so depressed? He walked a little further and arrived at the area where Grandma Shi's small courtyard was located. Zhuo's footsteps became slower and slower. The more he walked, the more suspicious he became. Finally he stopped. He took out a small mirror and looked at his face. Chapter 501. Zhuo's eyes widened. It was actually a disaster aura covering his face, and it seemed to be gathering on its own. What the fuck? Zhuo was shocked. Someone wanted to deal with him. But where was the other party? When was it? What was their specific strength? Could he deal with it? Or how much was it over his limit? These details could not be seen. The auxiliary effect of the luck points was useless in observing himself. But there was no feeling of life and death crisis. He should be able to deal with it? Zhuo took a deep breath. In front of him was the place where Grandma Shi lived. It was only less than 5 kilometers away. According to Zhuo's judgment of Grandma Shi, she was a rare expert. Her strength should be about the same as Teacher Wen's, and not much worse than Principal Ye's. But should he go or not? The position he was in now could be said to be the most awkward position. It was too far to return to the school and it was too late to turn back. Moreover, if he turned back rashly, it would arouse the suspicion of the person lying in ambush, and it would lead to a strong attack. It was quite close to Grandma Shi's place. If he used his extreme speed, he could reach it in the blink of an eye. The disaster aura was not very strong. Although it was gathering, it had not condensed into a substance. In other words, the dangerous situation was not real, but it was not necessarily dangerous. Zhuo made up his mind and suddenly accelerated. At his highest speed he rushed out with a whoosh. The 5-kilometer distance was really covered in an instant. In the dilapidated community, the small farmhouses were already in front of him. But just as Zhuo approached, he could already smell the strong smell of paint. Looking around, he was immediately furious. Big red slogans were once again painted all over the walls of the courtyards. In the entire residential area, almost every wall facing the outside was covered with big blood-red slogans. Immoral, a beast in human clothing. Scum of the world, a disgrace of martial arts. A beast in human clothing, a stink for 10,000 years. Zhuo's expression suddenly changed. It became eerie and terrifying, as gloomy as water. Suddenly, a stench filled the air in front of them. A few young men pinched their noses and walked over with a look of disgust. They were actually carrying a load of dung and were walking towards the alley where Grandma Shi lived. It was easy to imagine what they wanted to do. Zhuo watched calmly. As soon as these young men entered, Zhuo was about to follow them and take action. Impudent! A furious roar rang out. Suddenly, a few screams sounded one after another. Golden light flashed and the wind blew like an explosion. The 3 young men, along with the feces bucket, were all sent flying out of the alley. They had just flown out of the alley when they were torn apart in the air. They had actually been killed in one strike. 3 people had died. The 3 heads rolled on the ground continuously. Zhuo's expression suddenly changed. It was not a good thing to kill someone in this place. Who knew how many shameless people were staring at them, waiting to hit them when they were down? Zhuo did not have time to think and hurriedly rushed forward. Fortunately, Zhuo had the habit of changing his appearance and figure in advance every time he came here. Otherwise he would not have dared to rush forward. The punishment for cultivators who killed ordinary people in the astral souls was extremely strict. No one dared to cross the line. In fact, this was what gave many ordinary people the courage to brazenly humiliate Vice Principal Shi's widow. He saw a young man in military uniform striding out of the alley, cursing, "You are all ungrateful bastards." A sharp sound of wind breaking could be heard. Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. He raised his hand and struck out with a bang. Both of their palms collided with each other. Both of their bodies swayed. The young man in the military uniform looked surprised. This brat's strength was really impressive. He could actually block a palm strike with 30% of his cultivation. You're a martial artist. All the more you shouldn't bully the widow of a martyr. The young man in the military uniform roared angrily. He rushed forward again. His body leaped into the air. His palms fell like they could split mountains. They were full of murderous intent. Wuxia's mind raced. He had an extremely intense thought. What was going on? It was impossible for Grandma Sher not to know about such an unforeseen event. However, she did not come out. Perhaps she was not willing to come out at this time. She did not want to face it. However, if this was the case, the other party's plan would succeed. The other party's target was him. Seeing that the young man in the military uniform was full of murderous intent and his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, Swordsmanship fought and retreated. He tried his best to dodge. However, his mind was slowly coming to a conclusion. The slogans all over the street were strange. He and Li Qinglong had never stopped monitoring the phone of the director who was threatened by him. However, there was no news from him. In fact, it was not just the director. He had been monitoring the communications of the entire community and the daily life of the community. He hoped to get some useful information. However, he never got any. During this period, Swordsmanship did not notice anything unusual. There were no strangers coming in either. Then the only possibility was that when he left the school, went to buy groceries and then came to Grandma Sher's house, someone took the opportunity to set up a trap. The target was really him. However, such slogans and hiring people to set off the incident at the right time. It was impossible for an ordinary person with ordinary strength to do so in such a short period of time. Especially the arrival of the man in the military uniform was even more strange. After such a long period of contact, Swordsmanship knew very well that Grandma Sher never allowed Vice Principal Sher's former students to visit, let alone kill. Just now he suddenly came out from the alley. This was even more strange. Also, with his cultivation and strength and the distance that the three young men were thrown out, it proved that this person was a master of a certain level. However, if the distance was further, he could not have done it. Therefore, he did not come from Grandma Sher's house. The distance between the entrance of the alley and Grandma Sher's house was more than 70 meters. 3 ordinary people carried feces into the alley for 3 seconds. At most, they could only walk 2 to 3 meters before being sent flying. This person, the furthest he could have been from was 5 to 8 meters away. Only then could he have caused such an effect. In other words, the position where he attacked was at least 50 meters away from Grandma Sher's house. Putting all the clues together, these people are here for me. Their real target is me and only me. This was a deliberate ambush. Swordsmanship immediately thought of the disaster aura on his face. Instantly, he understood everything. It seems that someone has been watching me all this time. This period of peace in Hidden Dragon was not because my opponents did not want to cause trouble, but because I was exposed. Based on what happened before, they came to a conclusion. If they did not get rid of me, they would be exposed by my physiognomy at any time when they wanted to cause trouble. Therefore, their first target now fell on me. They have been monitoring my whereabouts all this time. It's just that they did not have a suitable opportunity before. Even coming to Grandma Sher's house was not a good opportunity to make a move. They would have to risk being killed by Grandma Sher. However, my daily routine was too monotonous. There was almost no chance to make a move. Only when I came to Grandma Sher's house, there was a slight gap to exploit. Today, when I left the school, I went straight to the market to buy groceries. They knew what I was going to do, so they prepared in advance. They arranged for people to come and paint slogans. When I came, they hired 3 ordinary young men to throw feces. Then they rushed out to kill me in righteous indignation. Coincidentally, they met me. Killing me as an ordinary person who harmed a loyal person was logical. Even if someone investigated, it would just be an accidental killing. Once they left, it would be like a stone sinking into the sea. This is the trap. What a scheming and vicious person. Grandma Sher has seen many of these slogans and has long turned a deaf ear to them. Her spiritual sense is also slightly blocked because of this. As a result, Grandma Sher rarely hears about the fight outside. Even if she hears it, she will ignore it. She will even mistakenly think that these people are avenging her. Therefore, they have enough leeway to kill me here. Swordsmanship was extremely smart and had the help of physiognomy. In an instant, he figured everything out. The young man in military uniform opposite him had reached the level of nascent soul. His palms caused the space to roar. However, Duo tried his best to dodge. He was walking on the edge of life and death, but he was still able to protect himself. At this time, several men in military uniforms descended from the sky. One of them pretended to ask, "What's going on?" The man in military uniform shouted, "What are you asking? Let's kill this man first." The 4 men in military uniform attacked at the same time. Boom. Duo was hit and flew out. He crashed into a white wall with slogans written on it and wiped it with his hand. Both his hands were blood red and the pungent smell of paint rushed to his head. Sure enough, it was not long ago. He was not killed yet. Just as expected. With a loud bang, Duo crashed into the wall on the other side. The 5 men in military uniform did not hesitate at all. They chased after him like the god of death, and their killing intent was even more intense. Hong Long, the entire house collapsed. The residents inside screamed and screamed in terror. Duo's heart was as hard as iron. He had no scruples. He seized the chance to live and did not care about anything else. Duo had long found the residents of this area an eyesore. Bullying a heroic and lonely old lady seemed to have become a daily pastime for these ordinary people. "I can't kill you. But they can." Boom. Duo was hit again and knocked over half of the house. In the midst of the dust, he rolled and crawled out from the other side. Although he was in a sorry state, his escape speed was still very fast. The 5 of them were even more unscrupulous than Duo. They continued to chase after Duo, causing the houses to collapse. There were even a few palm attacks that seemed to be threatening. If Duo cared about the residents around him, he would immediately be surrounded and killed. But why would Duo care? He just felt that it was a pity. He should have read the fortune of these 5 people first and judged that they were going to die. But now, there was no chance. With a loud bang, the roof of the director's house flew up into the sky. Duo screamed and crashed out from the other side. Boom. Another wall collapsed. In less than a minute, 17 to 18 houses had been destroyed by Duo's serial killer palm. However, the 5 men behind him were getting more and more anxious. How could this brat be so slippery? 5 nascent soul experts had joined forces to besiege a brat who had just advanced to the embryonic breathing realm, yet he had managed to escape. The Empire had regulations that forbade anyone from harming ordinary people. We were unscrupulous in order to achieve our goals, but how could this brat be so unscrupulous? Shouldn't you be protecting the ordinary people? You are actually having more fun than us. Of course, Duo didn't have any scruples. You are chasing after me without any scruples. What can I, a mere embryonic breathing realm cultivator, do? When faced with your pursuit, I only care about escaping. Isn't that normal? Isn't it right to crash and destroy a few houses? I can't kill these bastards here, but I can make them poor and destitute. If I accidentally kill a few of them, that would be even better. It would be even more satisfying. Each of them is enjoying the peaceful days that heroes fought for with their lives, but they are doing heartless things like harming the families of heroes. I can't kill such people. Since that's the case, each of you can go and fix the houses. Duo dashed left and right. His body was as fast as lightning. It seemed like he was on the brink of death, but he always managed to escape in the nick of time. Bang bang bang. The houses collapsed one after another. 8,400 today. Looking for a few recommendation tickets. Chapter 502. Countless residents were trembling in the ruins. Was this the end of the world? Was this the power of a martial artist? Was he just running back and forth, smashing our houses into pieces with his flesh and blood? But why was he running back and forth, especially toward our walls? 70 to 80% of the houses in this area had collapsed, and there were less than 1 out of 10 survivors. Duo suddenly rose into the air amidst the dust. With a wave of his hand, the sky was filled with flowers and gold coins. 20 to 30 small gourds floated silently in the smoke. The 5 of them split into 5 different directions, breaking into the smoke and starting the siege again. But bang bang bang. A series of crisp explosions rang out incessantly. The 5 of them shouted angrily at the same time, "Despicable and shameless people, how dare you use hidden weapons?" One of them had blood all over his face and he looked ferocious. He was hit by a small gourd that Duo poured all his strength into. The small gourd contained scorching spiritual energy, and it pierced through his defensive spiritual energy. Although he tilted his head in time to avoid being hit in the eyes, half of his ear was still hit. The man was ashamed and angry, and his killing intent grew stronger. When he was about to rush forward, he heard the sound of wind breaking behind his head. The small gourd flew back at an even faster speed, and hit the back of his head with a bang. This hit was so direct that it made him dizzy and he almost fell to the ground. It was just a small white jade gourd, but it had almost pierced through his head. Although it did not directly penetrate his brain, it still made a bloody hole at the back of his head. Blood gushed out like a child's pee. The injured man was shocked and angry at the same time. He did not expect Swishaoduo to be so powerful in actual combat. In front of them, Swishaoduo saw that the destruction was almost done, and he began to throw the hidden weapons in his hands one by one. Trapped in the dust, the 5 of them dodged in a sorry state. But at this moment, one was in the dark while the other was in the open. How could they dodge Swishaoduo's hidden weapons? In just a moment, everyone was injured. Then sword light flashed again and the stars twinkled. Swishaoduo did not plan to escape. Through the exchange of blows just now, he was already certain in his heart. They were just 5 ordinary soul transformation cultivators. With his current cultivation and strength, it was more than enough to take him down. Swishaoduo did not want to expose his identity. Once he did, it would inevitably bring trouble to Grandma Sure. Moreover, Grandma Sure was nearby. If his life was in danger, he only needed to expose his identity and shout, and Grandma Sure would rush over. No matter how these people pretended, Grandma Sure wouldn't believe them. But that step, if he could avoid it, he should avoid it. If it wasn't for his premonition, Swishaoduo would have warned Grandma Sure at the first moment and asked for help. The house was almost completely demolished. No alliance spies. Swishaoduo shouted, "How dare you lay your hands on the ordinary citizens of the Jianghu Empire? You deserve to die. All of them deserve to die. They had to stand on the moral high ground. How dare you destroy our people's houses? You are the No alliance spies." Someone on the other side scolded fiercely. "You are a group of No alliance spies. Don't think that wearing our empire's military uniform can hide your No alliance aura." Swishaoduo stepped forward bravely. "Everyone listen up. Stay in your houses and don't move. Wait for me to capture these 5 No alliance spies. Everyone don't move. We are capturing the No alliance spies." The 5 people on the other side were also alert. They reacted instantly and shouted in unison. In the void, Grandma Sure's body was wrapped in clouds as she watched the 6 people fighting below. She watched as the stubborn figure charged left and right. He charged into one house after another and basically destroyed all the houses in the village. Only then did he start his sharp counterattack. He spoke righteously and attacked at the same time. It was obvious that he had the situation in his hands. Grandma Sure's eyes flashed with heartfelt warmth. "It was this little monkey. When you came closer, I recognized your footsteps." She saw everything that Swishaoduo did. Naturally, she also knew what Swishaoduo was thinking. At this moment, he still wanted to vent his anger for her and didn't want to implicate her. He would rather face 5 strong enemies alone. He was practically gambling with his life. Old Sure, this little monkey's temperament is really not bad. It's just that his temperament is completely different from ordinary heroes. He isn't taking revenge on a whim. He is going to the extreme in everything he does. Grandma Sure silently said in her heart, "This child is really good. I like him." Swishaoduo naturally didn't know that Grandma Sure was already in midair. However, he didn't want to delay any longer. The only question was, should he use a sword or a hammer? He only thought for 1,000th of a second before he took out his sword. Without any hesitation, a burst of sword light suddenly exploded in midair. The starry sky suddenly filled the sky. The star steps reached the extreme in an instant. Drizzle sword, rainstorm sword. Almost in an instant, he used all his strength to display all his superb sword techniques. In an instant, the sky changed color. The dense rain and fog shrouded an area of 1,000 feet with a swoosh. The sword lights and sword energies crisscrossed in the air. The small raindrops formed by the sword lights were like bullets flashing in a 3D movie. They fell down in a dense manner. The hidden heat of the evaporation instantly dried all the plants within a radius of a few thousand feet. Puff, puff, puff. The 5 people roared at the same time, desperately defending and attacking. However, all their struggles were to no avail. With Swishaoduo's full-strength attack after his breakthrough, every sword attack was the maximum explosion of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Once the sword energy of the cat spirit sword exploded, it would turn into surging magma. The area covered by the sword energy had been completely burned into a vacuum. A series of horrible shrieks sounded. The 5 people flew out like 5 kites with broken strings. They were full of regret. This was Zuo, a new hidden dragon student? A practitioner who had just advanced to the embryonic breathing realm? Why was he so strong? Thin lines of blood spurted out from the 5 people's bodies. Just as they spurted out, they turned into wisps of black smoke in the air, burned into gas by the flaming Sun Sutra. Boom. The 5 people fell heavily on the ground at the same time. 5 puddles of blood appeared on the ground. However, they couldn't care less about the pain in their bodies. They jumped up and ran. Since they couldn't do it, running for their lives was the most important thing. However, Zuo behind them waved his hand. Strings of shiny hidden weapons were already shooting towards them like raindrops. 2 of them had just jumped up. However, when they took a step forward, they realized that one of their legs was still on the ground, that it had been cut off by the sword energy attack just now. Not only that, at the place where they had fallen, there were pieces of ears, fingers, an arm, and 2 feet connected to the ankle. In an instant, horrible shrieks shook the heavens and the earth. This wave of hidden weapons didn't go to waste. They all drilled into the flesh of the 5 people's wounds. Then they turned left and right in the flesh. Finally, with a boom, they exploded in the flesh. Clouds of blood mist flew out from these people's bodies violently. 2 of the people's eyes were directly blown into bloody holes in the explosion. 5 bodies that were like gunny sacks fell to the ground. Zuoxiao's body flew down. The first thing he did was to dislocate the jaws of the 5 people. Then with 5 consecutive slashes he pierced their dantians. Then he raised his long sword and used it as a chopping knife. Just like chopping pork ribs, he chopped off all the legs of the 5 people. Then he started to save the dying and heal the injured. These people couldn't die. They were all clues. Stopping the bleeding, cutting off the meridians, applying medicine. This series of actions was extremely practiced. It was as if he was very familiar with it. Finally, with each kick he kicked the 5 blood gourds into a pile. Then he picked up the phone and called Wen Xingtian. "Teacher Wen, help. Someone wants to assassinate me. He's at Grandma Shi's place." Fuck. Wen Xingtian, who was in the middle of a meeting, didn't even have time to identify the direction. With a boom, he directly crashed a big hole in the wall and directly rushed out. Before the dust could even rise, Wen Xingtian's shadow had already disappeared. It seemed that Zuoxiao's method of crashing through walls was actually inherited from this technique. Indeed, a great teacher produces a great student. Fuck. Xiang Quangren cursed but also rushed out. Seeing Zuoxiao's fierce operation and the score was 0-5 in an instant, Grandma Shi was completely relieved. This little monkey basically didn't need anyone to teach him what to do. Soon after, he quietly returned to his own small courtyard. When she was in midair, she looked at the ruins of the village. Countless people were wailing and trembling in the ruins. Grandma Shi's eyes were cold. She felt an inexplicable comfort in her heart. It was as if the pent-up anger of many years had suddenly dissipated by a lot. Her original resentful thoughts of, "Wait for me to clear my name and kill the whole village with one slap," had unknowingly dissipated by a lot. With this child here, I suddenly feel that this world is still worth protecting. Grandma Shi poured a cup of tea for herself. Her expression was much gentler, and was no longer filled with dead silence like before. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, his actions are extreme. He only wants his own thoughts to be clear when he does things. But I like him very much, old man. Although you've trained many killing machines in battle formations, you don't have the ability to teach such a student, right? With a boom, Wen Xingtian landed like an intercontinental missile. The ground rumbled as he smashed and the foundations of many houses shook. He jumped in midair and landed again. There were only a dozen houses that Zuoxiao didn't manage to destroy in time, but they all collapsed with a crash. Zuoxiao rolled his eyes. Why do I feel that Teacher Wen is purely harboring evil intentions and wants to demolish this place? That even if I didn't destroy so many houses before, when Teacher Wen lands this time, I estimate that more than half of them will collapse. Chapter 503. Then Xiang Quangren also landed like a cannonball. The ground shook again. As far as the eye could see, other than Grandma Shi's house, there were no other buildings that were still intact. When Xingtian saw Zuoxiao, who had recovered his appearance and hurried over. "What happened?" "I came to see Grandma Shi. She was ambushed by these people." Zuoxiao told him about the whole thing, and then told him about his guesses and conjectures. When Xingtian's face immediately became serious. They're not dead, right? They're not dead. But they're all crippled. They're all nascent soul cultivators. Just in case I crippled their cultivation. Zhou Xiaoduo grinned. Good job. When Xingtian praised. He liked it the most. It was easier to interrogate when there was no hope. I'll take them all back. Okay, but here. The ordinary people's houses are badly damaged. Zhou Xiaoduo said worriedly, what should we do? When Xingtian sighed and said, the hateful Umno Alliance spies sneaked into the continent of astral souls and destroyed so many ordinary people's houses. They're really abominable. But don't worry, I'll inform Star Shield to do the statistics, and then the governor's office will come and settle them down. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo suggested, but now Grandma Sure is still here, so it's a little inappropriate. Everyone's houses have collapsed. Only Grandma Sure's house didn't. Xiang Quangren said gruffly, what are you trying to say? Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. What can I say? Xiang Quangren said angrily, what are you trying to do? Just say it. Zhou Xiaoduo said, actually I was thinking. My villa is so spacious and it's just me and Li Qinglong. It's too empty. Why don't we? When Xingtian frowned and said, I'm afraid Mrs. Sure won't leave this house. Your intentions. Zhou Xiaoduo knew what he meant and said, my courtyard. It's a few acres of empty space. When Xingtian said, you mean? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed, speechless. I wanted you to say it out loud but you didn't. You were beating around the bush to make me say it. I've never seen such an irresponsible teacher. What I mean is, we can move this small courtyard. Move over there? It seems quite difficult, right? Zhou Xiaoduo said cutely. It's not hard at all. Yi Changqing also came and tried to persuade Madame Sure to move. He had already done so countless times. Xingtian. And Madame. Would it's possible? Would it successful? To everyone's surprise, it didn't take much persuasion this time. Grandma Sure agreed very quickly. Even Yi Changqing was overjoyed by the result. Although it was a big surprise, the sense of relief in his heart was real and not fake at all. I live here because the Sure family's ancestral home is here. I just don't want to move. If old Sure was still alive, he would have been disappointed in his neighborhood and ancestral home. He wouldn't have let me suffer like this. He's dead. I've watched over him for so long. It's enough. Zhou Xiaoduo comes every day. At first I chased him away but he still doesn't care about his reputation. He comes again and again no matter how much I scold and beat him. Until now. Now I'm still a distance away from the school. If the children want to see me, this distance is enough to cause them to lose their lives. Of course I have to leave. No matter what, I can't be the bait for them to kill the children. Grandma Sure said lightly, the children are young and have many advantages. At the very least, they don't care about their reputation so much. They're not like some big shots who don't even come to the door after being scolded by me. In this world, the older you get, the more you care about your reputation. But you don't know that your reputation is long gone. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, and the others were scolded until their faces turned green. They were embarrassed and kept quiet. Grandma Sure didn't say anything too outrageous. She just snorted and stopped talking. Yi Changqing hurriedly arranged for the moving. But in the process of moving there was an accident. Countless villagers walked out from the ruins. Seeing that everyone was moving, they suddenly asked in unison, can we not move? Zhou Xiaoduo said impatiently, why? Didn't you all dislike Grandma Sure for a long time? If she moves away, won't you all be satisfied? If she moves away, our compensation, these houses, the government's compensation, I'm afraid, it'll be a long time before the day comes. An old man stammered. He was very ashamed and didn't dare to look at the crowd. He said in a low voice. Zhou Xiaoduo said with interest, oh, I don't quite understand. What you mean is, if Grandma Sure still lives here you can benefit from it. Because the hero's family lives here, you can get compensation as soon as possible. Is that what you mean? Did I get it wrong? All the villagers lowered their heads in shame. Although they didn't answer, it was no doubt a tacit agreement. This was also the reality. In other words, you all know what kind of person Grandma Sure's husband is. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly wanted to kill someone. You all know that this is the hero's family that has been receiving long-term compensation from the government? Still no one said a word. I see. Then I'll ask one more question. What do you all do on a daily basis? Don't ask about her well-being or greet her when she's met. Just say, Is there anyone in your family who hasn't said anything bad about Principal Shi? Zhuoxiaoduo's voice was hoarse as he asked sternly. Still no one said a word. It was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. What are you talking about? Start moving. Yi Changqing waved his hand coldly. Please don't move. Several old men suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Grandma Shi. Please don't move. Stay here and continue to be persecuted by you? Zhuoxiaoduo snorted coldly, his hands and feet moving even faster. Yi Changqing ignored those people and looked around the small courtyard. He said, Don't move. First, use your true essence to solidify the foundation. Then I'll lock the upper and lower space in 3 feet underground. Let's move the whole house there. Okay, understood. Under the stunned gaze of Zhuoxiaoduo, Yi Changqing and the other 2 people shouted and moved Grandma Shi's small courtyard in a few moves. Yi Changqing sat on the roof and sealed the space with his vigorous true qi. Nothing in the small courtyard, not even a grain of soil, would fall. Xiang Quangren went downstairs and held the courtyard with one hand. He rose into the air and flew out. In short, they had used such a shocking method to move the entire courtyard away. Zhuoxiaoduo, who thought that a lot of people would be needed to move the house and was eager to help, was stunned on the spot. He originally wanted to call people to help him. In his plan there were people who would move furniture, books, and now, it seemed that he was a country bumpkin. Just like that, Principal Yi used his hand to swipe across the square and carried the foundation away at the extra when Xingtian brought the 5 people who had been beaten up by Zhuoxiaoduo and disappeared in an instant. These 5 people were all treasures and had to be taken care of carefully. Moving the small courtyard didn't require 3 experts to work together. That would be too much of a fuss. Seeing that everyone had left, Grandma Shi turned around. With a bang, her finger hit Zhuoxiaoduo's head solidly. Zhuoxiaoduo covered his head and was stunned. His eyes were full of confusion. Why didn't you ask for help? Grandma Shi looked at him sternly. Obviously, once you shouted, help would have come. Why are you, a Shao in the embryonic breathing realm, thinking so much? Yes, you can win, but your true strength of being able to fight above your level will be exposed after today, won't it? Zhuoxiaoduo touched his head. I'm not afraid. Afraid that I'll be upset? Grandma Shi hit his head again with her finger and said, You little monkey, you are too scheming and think too much. Zhuoxiaoduo cried out in pain again. Grandma Shi's finger was like a steel bar, hitting his scalp until it made a loud sound. The pain seemed to be magnified, making him extremely uncomfortable. However, after 2 knocks, Zhuoxiaoduo was in so much pain that tears almost flowed out. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Grandma Shi, I won't dare to do it again. Zhuoxiaoduo was a professional when it came to admitting his fear. His teary, guilty, and sincere expression of admitting his mistake could definitely make any strict teacher or parent feel his sincerity. Grandma Shi was indeed fooled. She snorted softly, It's good that you know your mistake. Immediately she strode forward, her speed neither fast nor slow. Zhuoxiaoduo hurriedly followed behind like a lackey. Along the way he asked about her well-being and was very attentive. Behind him, only the villagers with complicated and uncomfortable expressions were left. They looked on helplessly as Grandma Shi left. All that was left behind was a huge square pit. Whether it was Yi Changqing, Grandma Shi, or the others during the entire process of moving, they didn't look at these people again. The affection of the ancestral home had long been completely wiped out by the persecution of conscience. Not a single drop was left. After this time, it was completely severed and there was no more affection. Zhuoxiaoduo and Grandma Shi chatted and laughed as they left, not looking back. That kind of silent indifference immediately made these people feel cold all over, and they trembled with fear. Basically, everyone who lived in this area knew that this old lady was an expert, a super expert. However, everyone also knew that this super expert would never make a move. The main reason why she wouldn't make a move was because this was the ancestral home of Headmaster Shi. Everyone in the village was a neighbor. Everyone also knew that this old lady's husband was wrongly accused. However, this didn't stop them from deliberately saying some things to provoke the other party, and deliberately doing some things to disgust the other party. The pleasure of humiliating a strong person in the clouds, the feeling of, aren't you awesome? How did you die? Aren't you the high and mighty headmaster? Aren't you someone that no one dares to provoke? Why are you like this now? Back then, when I begged you to open the back door for my child to enter the school, you said that my child didn't have the qualifications and you weren't willing. What about now? Aren't you still dead? When alive you were above us. When dead, your reputation is so bad, and you still want us to continue worshipping you? Who do you think you are? Leaving behind a widow, do you still want us to treat her like a grandma? What's wrong with bullying her? This kind of dark and twisted mentality, they didn't know where it came from, but it was real. Now that the other party was about to leave, they just remembered that if this old lady wasn't here, the losses caused by this incident, the compensation, the subsidies, wouldn't know when they would come. If the old lady was still here, these compensations, these new houses, they would all be in place very quickly. Perhaps it would be tomorrow, but in short, it would be very soon. This was without a doubt. But now the old lady was gone, and she took the ancestral home with her, never to return. This meant that those compensations and subsidies would still come, but it wouldn't be very fast and it wouldn't be sufficient. This was also without a doubt. Because they no longer had the right to get people to come immediately. The hero had gone far away and would no longer protect them. When the hero's widow left, she didn't even turn back to look. It was said that when killing enemies on the battlefield, one had to turn back to take a look after killing the enemy. After the battle, one had to collect the corpse. But now the old lady of the Sure family didn't even look at them. In fact, they were worse than corpses. In the sunset, everyone watched in a daze as the old and the young stepped on the setting sun and slowly left. Boundless regret was like the boundless darkness that was about to come, devouring everything. I don't know who said that a country needs heroes, because when everyone respects heroes, there will be more people who want to be heroes. However, when the people of this country didn't respect heroes, and even trampled on and suspected the former heroes, heroes would no longer exist. If the heroic souls had spirits, the human world that they had once risked their lives to protect would become like this. Then the heroic souls would also be far away. When a hero was bitterly disappointed, no one would want to be a hero. Therefore, there would be no more heroes in this world. Lu Xun had once said, "This world needs war." After too long of peace, there would always be many complicated things that replaced the respect and reverence in people's hearts. Therefore, the consequences of too long of peace were corruption and moral decay. Update complete. This chapter is clearly a chapter to vent my anger, but I wrote it with a heavy heart. Chapter 504. Zhuxiao Duo was overjoyed. Granny Sure had moved over. They would be living in the same courtyard from now on. This was equivalent to having a super bodyguard protecting him. His sense of security instantly exploded. Although Principal Yi could also provide protection, the principal was still very busy after all. Teacher Wen would beat him up if he glared at him. Besides, Granny Sure was the one who was worried about staying here alone. Now that she had moved over, she felt more at ease. It was easy to overthink when she was alone. If she couldn't take it anymore, wouldn't it be terrible if there was no one around? In the villa, Zhuxiao's courtyard was really a few acres of land. The villa was right in the middle. Granny Sure was unwilling to move into the villa. She only wanted to live in her original small courtyard. After some discussion, they arranged the villas side by side, leaving a distance of more than 10 meters in the middle, and placed Granny Sure's small courtyard there. Moreover, they increased the height of the small courtyard a little. The height was not very obvious. They also added a gentle slope that extended all the way to the door and the steps. Yi Changqing and the others were especially meticulous. Every detail was done as well as possible. They were even discussing how to use streamlines and curves to make the lawn look as flat as possible. Putting an old courtyard and a villa together, trying not to make the difference too big and the difference in quality. This was not an easy task. Granny Sure did not care about this at all. She completely let them do whatever they wanted. She found a chair in Zhuxiao's courtyard and sat down to take a nap. In the end, Yi Changqing and the others made Granny Sure's small courtyard look even more classy than the single-family villa here. The winding path led to a secluded place. Stone slabs were laid on the green grass. There were also many green bamboos in the surroundings. The bamboos extended all the way, getting shorter and shorter, and then connected to this side. There were countless bamboos around the small courtyard, covering the mottled courtyard walls. Only a corner of the eaves could be seen. Yi Changqing and Xiang Kuangren didn't even care about the 5 captives that Wen Xingtian had brought back. They were fully focused on their work here. From time to time, they would fly a little further away to check if there was anything else that was out of place. Their bodies, hands, and faces were all covered in mud. From time to time, they would gather together to discuss and point at each other. Then they would start working again. In the end he still felt that it was inappropriate and uncoordinated, so he decided to consult Zhuo Duo, the feng shui master. After receiving guidance, he directly dug a pit in the west side of the courtyard, solidified the bottom and the surroundings, and instantly built a fish pond. Xiang Kuangren flew out as well. In just a short while he had moved a rockery and a pavilion with one hand. Then he held a huge plastic bag with his other hand. Inside there were many beautiful fish of various colors. Finally he moved a small bamboo forest around the fish pond. Sparse shadows slanted. The sun was already setting in the west. In the small courtyard, the door to the room was open. Vice Principal Shi, dressed in martial attire, sat with his hand on his sword as he silently watched his two old brothers working for his family. They were busy and covered in mud. They discussed, argued, moved and built. That kind of seriousness, that kind of effort, that kind of precision, that kind of detail, that kind of perfection, 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 that kind of perfection. Vice Principal Shi's serious face seemed to have a hint of gentleness. Finally, it was done. Yi Changqing and Xiang Kuangren looked left, right, front and back, and looked around to make sure that there were no more mistakes. Their faces were full of joy and comfort. Grandma Shi, who had been sitting on the chair, finally woke up from her nap. She looked over with a blank expression and suddenly said, "Today is the day that old Shi and I move into a new house. I'm going out to buy some food. Do you want to come and drink some wine?" Her voice was very flat, and there was a hint of disdain in her tone. Yi Changqing and Xiang Kuangren were stunned. The two of them seemed to have misheard and asked in unison, "Really?" Grandma Shi said impatiently, "Just say that you're not coming. Come." Yi Changqing was such a calm person, but his eyes turned red in an instant. Xiang Kuangren's tears even fell. Ever since Vice Principal Shi's death, it was rare for people to come to this small courtyard, especially the few of them. Today they actually received such an invitation. The two of them were so surprised that they almost thought that they were dreaming. "Tonight, my brother and I will drink until we're drunk." Yi Changqing's voice was hoarse. He laughed, but his voice was already trembling. That night, Yi Changqing, Xiang Kuangren, Wen Xingtian, and a few other hidden dragon teachers came. Everyone drank in the small courtyard, laughing and chatting merrily until the latter half of the night. Everyone was dead drunk. When Shi Yunfeng was still around, everyone was like this. They often drank in the small courtyard. They drank when they were happy, when they were depressed, when they were angry, when they were bored, when it was raining, when it was snowing, and when it was snowing they drank. Now, it was still the same small courtyard, but there was one less person. At first, the 10 or so people were still joking and trying not to talk about sad topics. However, later on, they could not help but raise their wine cups and drink with Shi Yunfeng in the portrait. Their voices started to tremble as they spoke. Brothers died, a cup of wine for 20 years. A few people raised their cups in the courtyard and one person sat in front of the portrait. 16 brothers in life and death, rising and falling in the world of yin and yang. I still remember when Yunfeng was still around, lightning struck across the sky and cut off his soul. We howled together on the battlefield, sacrificing ourselves for 2,000 years. We waved the golden sword in front of the sun and moon pass, raising our children and grandchildren. We spent our lives working for the country and the people, and our reputations are glorious. 20 years later we toast our brothers and we drink until our souls are broken. We dream of this day, choked in our throats, unable to speak. Yi Changqing let out a long sigh. "Yunfeng, you've been wronged. Big brother, I'm sorry." Suddenly tears streamed down his face. He raised his head to drink, but his breath was unstable and he choked. In the portrait, Vice Principal Shi sat with his hand on his sword. His gaze was gentle and a breeze blew, flipping the portrait slightly. He seemed to be drinking with his brothers. Grandma Shi kept cooking, and when it got cold she would take it back to heat it up. In the end, Xiang Kuangren burst into tears. He lay on the ground and cried, and no one could pull him up. He hammered the ground with his fists and cried, but he refused to say what he was crying about. Wen Xingtian, on the other hand, remained seated and did not say a word. He drank one cup of wine after another. When others drank, their faces would turn red. However, Wen Xingtian was different. After drinking, his face would turn green. The more he drank, the greener he got. The greener he got, the more he drank. He sat upright and downed all the wine that came his way. In the darkness of the night, his ashen face, coupled with his increasingly sharp eyes, were like two sharp swords that swept in all directions. Sword chi overflowed. As far as the eye could see, Bamboo leaves in the bamboo forest fell without any wind. The morning breeze was mighty and it blew across the world. The night of drinking finally came to an end. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were not qualified to sit in this drinking party. They were busy playing the role of housewives and even tidying up the messy dining table. The scene. Every place was clean and spotless. From the very beginning of the drinking session, Yi Changqing had given strict orders. I don't care what your kennels are like, but this little courtyard has to be clean and tidy at all times. If there is even the slightest mistake, haha. The threat in his words was not concealed at all. Naturally, the two of them trembled like cicadas in winter. Yi Changqing and the others had gone back long ago. At this moment, only Wen Xingtian was left and he did not leave. He sat upright with a wine jar in one hand and a wine bowl in the other. He poured a bowl of wine, raised it forward and said, "Fifth brother, sure please." Then he drank it in one gulp. Then he paused as if thinking about something. After a few minutes he poured another bowl and drank it in one gulp. After everyone had left, another 8 or 9 jars of wine were piled up beside Wen Xingtian. The more he drank, the greener his face became, and the more he drank, the fiercer his eyes became. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at him and the fear in his heart kept rising. He did not even dare to go forward to persuade him. Wen Xingtian sat there, like a sharp sword that shocked the world, and the light shone in all directions. Evil spirit rushed to the sky and killing intent filled the sky. A ray of sword qi rushed to the sky, shining brightly in the sky above Fenghai, and the light shone in all directions. This night, just this ray of sword qi was enough to make the hearts of countless experts in Fenghai City tremble, and they did not dare to breathe. Grandma Shi appeared at the door. Looking at Wen Xingtian sitting upright, she could not help but shake her head, sighed and said lightly, 100,000 massacre. Why, are you resigning? Are you quitting? Hearing this, Wen Xingtian's body trembled, and the look in his eyes suddenly changed as if he was alert in an instant, and his mind returned. Grandma Shi sighed, go back to class, your students are still waiting for you. Wen Xingtian's eyes slowly closed, and the sword qi that swept across the sky, and the killing intent that filled the sky, quickly disappeared. In an instant, it disappeared as if it had never appeared. You are no longer 100,000 massacre. You are a literary teacher, just a literary teacher. It's good to be so literary. Grandma Shi said, go. I have moved here, you can come here anytime in the future to drink with your fifth brother, and I will cook for you. Wen Xingtian nodded silently and suddenly stood up. A majestic power surged out from his body, and the smell of alcohol spread in the air, intoxicating people. Finally he took a deep breath and after a long exhalation he finally said with a hoarse voice, thank you, sister-in-law. Then he took a step out and with one step he disappeared and there was no trace of him. Grandma Shi sighed softly. Zhou Xiaoduo asked curiously, 100,000 massacre, is that Mr. Wen's nickname? That's strange. There's nothing strange about it. Grandma Shi shook her head lightly. When Wen Xingtian was on the battlefield, he said that if he did not kill 100,000 people, he would not die in peace. And he kept on killing. Li Chenglong clicked his tongue. Then, did he kill that many people? Grandma Shi smiled. If it was calculated in terms of military merits, the number of people he killed had already exceeded, and it was the kind that exceeded by a lot. After that, he got this nickname 100,000 Massacre. She smiled softly. When the Hidden Dragon Academy was looking for teachers, there were strict requirements. This included Principal Yi, your Mr. Wen, your Principal Shi, and the others. Back then, each of them was a warrior on the battlefield. If it was not because of the damage to their origin. At this point, she smiled sadly and said, when they came to the Hidden Dragon Academy, they were at their current cultivation level. After so many years, they are still at this level. Zhou Xiaoduo said in surprise, origin damaged? Wasn't it because of the injury to Principal Ye's heart? Grandma Shi snorted and said, the injury to the heart is something that happens after you come to the Hidden Dragon Academy. This group of people encountered the invincible the Flood Witch in the past. They were a whole army of 12,000 people, and they were led by a deputy commander. But the Flood Witch just flew across the sky, and smashed the hammer of 1,000 souls. Out of 12,000 people, 9,000 died on the spot. The rest all had their origin damaged. From then on, they could not advance in martial arts. Grandma Shi shook her head and sighed. Otherwise, why would they come to the Hidden Dragon Academy? Chapter 505. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were dumbfounded. A troop of 12,000 people, and a deputy commander with a higher level of cultivation. That great flood shaman only used one hammer to defeat it? Zhou Xiaoduo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said dryly, that the flood witch is so powerful. Is she really invincible? She's more than powerful. Grandma Sher sighed. At that time she was the nightmare of the entire astral souls. It was said that even the sky-inspecting throne and the star-plucking emperor were not her match. Li Chenglong's face turned pale and said, what about the left and right heavenly kings? They can beat her, right? Grandma Sher rolled her eyes and said, don't talk like a child. The right heavenly king of the left and right heavenly kings is the son of the star-plucking emperor. They are a generation younger and they don't have the strength to defeat their father. Zhou Xiaoduo felt his scalp tingle. Then isn't this flood shaman really invincible in the world? He is invincible in the world. Grandma Sher snorted and said, among the star soul cultivators of our generation, there wasn't a single person who didn't want to tear this flood shaman into pieces. However, there wasn't a single person who didn't dare to admit that he wasn't number one in the world. Is he really that powerful? Zhou Xiaoduo exclaimed. Go to school. Grandma Sher said, are you coming back for lunch? What do you like to eat? I will make it for you. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, I will come back from grocery shopping and drink with Grandma Sher. Li Chenglong's alcohol tolerance is not good, I don't like to drink with him. Little monkey. Grandma Sher scolded with a smile, go. He had to work harder. His foundation had to be solid. Only then can you walk steadily and go far, remember? Remember. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong strode away. Grandma Sher looked at the two youths leaving with youthful vitality and couldn't help but smile softly. This kind of youthful vitality. She had seen too many of them. Perhaps, in a few years, he would go to the battlefield and display his prowess. As his thoughts flowed, he sighed. In the distant Umno Alliance. Heavenly Sorcerer Hall. Deep underground. Wow. He spat out a mouthful of dark red blood which sprayed out dozens of meters. A tall and sturdy figure with disheveled hair was panting heavily. His eyes suddenly shone with an extremely sharp light. My eyes have recovered. He panted and looked extremely weak. Suddenly he looked up and roared, Swa. I'm not done with you. His eyes had recovered and his body was slowly recovering as well. But occasionally he would feel weak for some reason. This situation left the flood witch, who was once an invincible expert, speechless. Occasionally, a surge of energy would surge in, and in an instant, it was even stronger than before, much stronger. But after a few days a lot of his strength would be sucked away. This kind of situation was completely passive and irresistible. This kind of situation had happened many times on and off, causing the flood witch to suffer. The cultivation of the heart in the mortal world was over. His cultivation had indeed increased by one level. But now this kind of speechless situation also followed. There was a connection here that was constantly providing the power of providence, as if someone was accumulating providence for him. And there was a pipe that was constantly sucking out providence. It made him feel like he was the strongest in the world at one moment, and like a weak chicken in the next. Although he had tried his best to use all kinds of methods to balance his state, and although he had improved a lot compared to when he had just returned, but this kind of extreme weakness that occasionally appeared was still unavoidable. I can sweep across 3,000 miles, and I can easily crush all life within 3,000 miles. Even high-level martial artists were no exception. But after I'm done, maybe there will be a twitch and I'll fall from the sky and be dizzy. How can I dare to go out in this kind of situation? What if at this time, I encounter a similarly ruthless character who can take the opportunity to kill me? If I die in this way, won't I become a laughing stock and be hated for eternity? The flood witch felt that she was going crazy. Swa, you're so fucking cruel. You're willing to use your own son to plot against me. The flood witch was speechless to the extreme. My life ring has been taken away by you. With a crack, the void exploded with a clenched fist. But after that she began to gasp for breath again. Since waking up, the flood witch had an impulse to hit the ground with her head every time she thought of this matter. I've been cheated. I've really been cheated. I've been cheated so badly. Boss, what happened to you? A man in fiery red walked in. I'm fine. Flood snorted coldly and said, I used the secret method to advance. Although it was successful, I need some time to stabilize. I'm afraid it will take me 10 years to completely consolidate my state and return to my strongest state. 10 years. The man in red fell into a state of sluggishness at once. I've been waiting so long for you to come back, but you say it will take you 10 years to recover. That he couldn't help but remind. Boss, the situation now is very strange. Not only our luck has been taken away, but your godson is also making up for it. In fact, it's not a matter of taking advantage of the light or suffering a loss. If your godson has great achievements in the future, what he will give you will be much greater than what has been taken away from you now. Oh. The fiery red man said anxiously, but as he spoke, he stopped himself. Damn it, he said too much. What the boss didn't want to hear the most now was his godson. I don't need it. The flood which looked at the man in red in front of her. Her eyes were as if they were going to smash his face. She said word by word, and, don't promote in front of me anymore. Son. Understand? Yes. The man in red nodded like a chicken pecking rice. He thought to himself, you fucking recognized your own godson. At that time, you were so gratified that you cried as if you had picked up a great treasure. You were so grateful that you shed tears and snot, and even gave away your life ring. And now you say you don't care. Humph, I'm too embarrassed to mention these scandals of yours. Buzz. A big hammer suddenly appeared. With a bang, the man in red in front of her was sent flying by the hammer. The flood witch's furious voice could be heard. What kind of expression is that? What the fuck are you thinking? The flood witch was furious. In fact, he could feel that the luck that had been taken away from him was far less than the luck that had been given back. His godson was really the son of destiny. This was beyond doubt. In this aspect he had indeed benefited from it. But the problem now was that they were enemies. Before he died in the mortal world he had received a great favor from him. He had to wear mourning clothes and send him off. This was a huge karma that couldn't be repaid. The reason why he said it couldn't be repaid was because this action made up for the only shortcoming of his mortal world, having no descendants. It was just that his luck had been taken away by the backlash of that big array. He just had to wait for his strength to return and cut it off and it would be over. How could it take 10 years? But the problem would then become that he had simply accepted the other party's benefits. Yes, it was accepting the benefits of the godson. The godson's luck was so great that it would constantly strengthen his own luck. This was equivalent to owing him more and more in this life? But he couldn't refuse or resist. He couldn't refuse it even if he wanted to. The godson's status was confirmed and witnessed by heaven and earth. It was equivalent to the continuation of his life bloodline. Feeding him back was a logical thing to do, a matter of course. But the key problem now was that he had already owed him in his previous life. He owed him again in this life and would owe him for the rest of his life. It was equivalent to taking the other party's benefits while constantly going against him. Fighting? How could he endure this? The flood which felt that his skin wasn't that thick. 10 years was enough for him to adapt to this state and even cultivate to become stronger. Then he must return all of this and find a way to cut off this karma. Otherwise he would feel uncomfortable and guilty when he went out to fight. At his level, how could it be so easy to accept favors and karma? Just cut it off? And these were the key factors that directly affected the great Tao. That's what guy is too insidious. The flood which was so angry that her teeth were about to shatter. And the Umno alliance. He was too careless. After returning, he felt that something was wrong and even shattered the soul projection he had prepared in advance to find the reason. That day Lai Hua and Bing Ming happened to come to see him. He had already looked through half of it and still didn't find any problems. He asked these two guys to look at the soul projection with him and brainstormed to find out where the problem was. In the end, he let these two bastards see a big show where he was schemed against and turned upside down. That day these two guys almost died laughing in front of him. His strength hadn't recovered that day and he was at his weakest. He couldn't drive these two guys away. Not to mention Lai Hua, even Bing Ming, who was known as the 10,000-year popsicle, laughed in front of him on the spot. When it came to the part where he gave out the life ring, these two guys went back to watch it again and again. They watched it over and over again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Damn it. In their eyes, he changed from the most powerful and invincible man in the world to the most laughingstock in the world in just a few minutes. Yesterday Bing Ming fearlessly asked, "Boss, if you meet your godson on the battlefield, will you fight him? What if he suddenly calls you godfather in front of two armies?" Because of this sentence, Bing Ming was still lying on the bed. All the bones in his body were smashed by himself. Damn bastard. Zwagai. You schemed well. You schemed so well. The flood which said to herself ferociously, "But so what? You won't be able to come back in 10 years. Even if you can come back, what can you do? Are you my opponent? Even if Yu Xingqian is here, you still can't defeat me. You're wasting your time. As long as I see you, I'll be the first one to smash you. Your son is my godson. I can't touch him for the time being, but you're not my godson. You're my enemy. I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Boss. If you kill your godson's father, it seems to be. Cough, cough, cough. The fire which who had just returned muttered fearlessly. Fuck off. A loud curse erupted like a volcano. A hammer. The fire which flew away again. Behind him came a series of curses. Zwa guy. You're despicable, you're shameless, you're a bastard, you. I'll never forgive you. Ah. Boomed at the whole Soul Oracle Hall made of star iron flew into the sky and suddenly shattered. Update complete. Chapter 506. The freshman competition of the Hidden Dragon High School ended as scheduled. However, Li Chenglong did not win the championship that he had been longing for. He was only the runner-up. Yes, the runner-up. In this freshman competition, the first place was the runner-up. Everyone knew that there was one person who did not participate in the competition from the beginning to the end. He was a freshman, but his strength had long surpassed the limits of all the freshmen. It was to the extent that if he participated in the competition, he would be bullying others and destroying the balance. He alone was enough to suppress all the geniuses in the Hidden Dragon High School. If he was not the champion, none of the geniuses would be convinced. Li Chenglong was miserable. He protested for a long time in grief and indignation. In the end, he went up the stage happily and received the runner-up prize. As for the champion, you did not participate in the competition, why should you be rewarded? It was a pity that Zhou Xiaoduo, who didn't know about this, didn't even attend the award ceremony because he didn't want to worry about it. He was still focused on cultivating. There was a big problem in the interrogation of the Hidden Dragon High School this time. The 5 people they captured this time were all nascent soul cultivators. This level of cultivation was neither high nor low. In a small place like Phoenix City, this level of cultivation would be considered top-notch. However, in any large clan, this level of cultivation was far below the level of a core member. Therefore, after they were captured, Wen Xingtian and the others only went to interrogate the mastermind behind the scenes. In fact, they did not have much hope. However, the world was so strange. After a round of interrogation, they actually found a big fish. Qiu Shaoqian ordered us to do this. They interrogated the 5 people separately. 3 of them knew the mastermind, but the third one heard it from the second one, the second from the eldest one, and the 4th and 5th knew nothing. They only knew that there was a superior. After hearing this news, the whole Hidden Dragon High School was shocked. When Wen Xingtian and Xiang Quangren heard this shocking news, they began to interrogate more carefully. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not give up anything else. Other than knowing that Qiu Shaoqian ordered them to kill Zhou Xiaoduo, they did not know anything else. And these people were Qiu Shaoqian's hired thugs on normal days. If you fancy a woman, go snatch it. If you fancy a fortune, go snatch it. If you fancy something, go snatch it. Although Old 4 and Old 5 did not know that this operation was ordered by Qiu Shaoqian, they still confessed many of the dirty things they had done for Qiu Shaoqian. That's the general situation. When Xingtian looked surprised. Qiu Shaoqian, I'm afraid. He's really a suspect this time. At least he's definitely involved in this matter. Yi Changqing rubbed his forehead with a heavy expression. Qiu Shaoqian was the brother-in-law of the king of Zhongyuan. The king of the Central Plains, Fenghai's #1 expert, the #1 power, and most importantly, he had the backing of the royal family. This fish was really big. He immediately dialed the number of the Southern District Chief. Chief Nan, there's a new situation. It's like this. This matter involves the Prince Mansion of the Central Plains. Hearing this, the other side of the phone fell silent for a moment. This matter was really a little tricky. Although Chief Nan did not take the king of the Central Plains seriously, it was not a small matter to suddenly make a move on a prince with real power who could suppress the Central Plains. On the phone, Chief Nan replied clearly, "You Hidden Dragon High School don't bother about this matter. I'll ask Star Shield to step in and follow the proper procedures." Yi Changqing said, "But this matter concerns my revenge for Hidden Dragon High School." Chief Nan said calmly, "If Hidden Dragon High School were to step in, it's very likely that there would be no results. Everyone knows that Qiu Shaoqian does not have such ability and courage, so there must be someone else behind him. But the person behind him might not necessarily be the king of the Central Plains. And most importantly, if the other party's mastermind is really the king of the Central Plains, even if Hidden Dragon High School does its best, it might not be a match for him. It's better not to provoke him. With Hidden Dragon High School's current situation, even if the mastermind is not the king of the Central Plains, the pressure from the king of the Central Plains is still something you can't handle. Yi Changqing nodded slowly and said, "Yes, this is reality." Chief Nan said, "Once Qiu Shaoqian enters Star Shield, his identity and background in the king of the Central Plains can be temporarily set aside. If he wants to get away, it will depend on whether his position is important or not. If his position is important enough, someone will definitely take action, either to fish him out or to silence him. And when it comes to dealing with this, Hidden Dragon High School is also far inferior to Star Shield." Yi Changqing said, "Yes, but I'm afraid Star Shield will not be able to catch him." "This time I'll send people directly from Star Shield," Chief Nan said. But now that more than a night has passed, Qiu Shaoqian might have already heard the news and fled. "He won't." Chief Nan's voice was very certain. "These 5 people must be kept alive." Then the phone call ended. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian looked at each other. They didn't understand why Chief Nan was so confident. If they hadn't been busy moving yesterday, there might have been hope of catching Qiu Shaoqian. But they had been busy moving for so long and had been drinking all night that there was no way Qiu Shaoqian didn't know that those 5 people had failed. He wasn't a fool. Why wouldn't he run? Although they knew that if they didn't interrogate him in time, there might be unforeseen circumstances, Yi Changqing and the others still drank that wine without hesitation. Because that was a wine that they had dreamed of but didn't dare to hope for a long time. They had made up their minds yesterday. If they couldn't get anything out of the interrogation, then forget it. Even if there were really clues, they would just have to put in more effort. Today, when they learned about Qiu Shaoqian's whereabouts, although they felt regretful, they didn't regret it. But why was Chief Nan so confident that Qiu Shaoqian wouldn't run? It was puzzling. At this time in the King of the Central Plains residence. The King of the Central Plains was standing by the huge fish pond. In his hand were Zhao's star beast condensed cores, which were the size of corn grains. He threw them into the fish pond one by one. One after another, fishes with wings and golden luster all flew out of the water surface, fighting to snatch the treasures. They swallowed them and sank to the bottom. Once they snatched the cores, they had to digest them. These star beast condensed cores might be good stuff, but to these fish they were just right for them to bear. They wouldn't suffer from indigestion after eating them. The King of the Central Plains had a lot of star beast condensed cores in his hands, but there seemed to be more fish in the pond. Judging by the size of each fish, they probably weighed more than 50 kilograms. But no matter whether they jumped out of the water or fell, they didn't make a lot of noise or splash. There were only soft splashes. Such big fish actually only made the soft sound of bubbles popping when they jumped out of the water, but because the sound was too loud, they didn't eat the star beast condensed cores. The King of the Central Plains was already quite effective against this group of 3-winged star spirit fish that he had trained for a long time. His phone suddenly rang. The King of the Central Plains didn't immediately answer. A moment later, the butler walked over quickly with the phone in his hand. "Your Highness." "Jim? It's Chief Nan." The King of the Central Plains took the phone, and his laughter was exceptionally hearty. "Chief Nan, why are you so free today to call me personally?" Over the phone, Chief Nan's voice was very cold. "King of the Central Plains, I have to inform you of something bad. Please be careful." "Chief Nan, please go ahead." "Your brother-in-law is suspected of seeking the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy." Chief Nan said directly, "The evidence is irrefutable. Before this afternoon, get him ready. I want him alive and intact. He can't turn into a corpse after entering S.H.I.E.L.D., and he can't have his life and death controlled by others. He can't say anything. Before 6 o'clock in the evening, I'll ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to go to the King of the Central Plains residence to get him." Chief Nan's voice was very calm. "Is there a problem?" The King of the Central Plains' expression changed. He pondered and didn't answer for a while. After a pause he said, "Go and see where Qiu Shaoqian is now." The butler didn't hesitate and left with a whoosh. The King of the Central Plains said in a low voice, "Chief Nan, please wait for a moment. I'll go and confirm Qiu Shaoqian's whereabouts now. I'll definitely give you an answer." The King of the Central Plains' cold voice said, "I don't want to hear your answer. I just want Qiu Shaoqian in good condition. If he's dead, then you'll be the biggest suspect." The king of the Central Plains laughed. Chief Nan, are you thinking of arresting me too? The king of the Central Plains said, you can try. Kill Qiu Shaoqian before this afternoon, and see if I dare to arrest you. With a smack, the phone was hung up. The king of the Central Plains grabbed the phone that had already been hung up, and it was still pressed against his ear. His expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The butler flew over. Your Highness, young Master Qiu is missing. We don't know where he went for the time being. Missing? The king of the Central Plains smiled faintly. He turned to look at the fish pond and threw out a condensed pill. He watched as a big fish swooped out and swallowed the condensed pill. He said faintly, find Qiu Shaoqian and detain him in the residence. Hand him over in the afternoon. But I don't want to say it a second time. The king of the Central Plains said faintly, Qiu Shaoqian who's alive and can talk, who can't have his life and death controlled by others, and who can't enter Star Shield and then die. Qiu Shaoqian who's intact and sane. The butler was stunned and said respectfully, yes. Then he turned and left. The next moment, thousands of people from the king of the Central Plains residence rushed out of the residence and scattered in all directions. However, after a while, more figures flew out from all directions and sped in all directions. That the king of the Central Plains' expression was gloomy as he continued to feed the fish. Only his eyes flickered and flickered. Nanjing Qian really dared to arrest him. Although he was only the Minister of Finance. If it were another minister, the king of the Central Plains might not even care. However, Nanjing Qian was different. He was completely different. Everyone knew that. There was no marshal in the south. Nanjing Qian was the Minister of Finance in Shangjing, but there was no marshal in the southern army now. However, no one dared to go to the south. Chapter 507. This was because the southern chief did not send anyone to take up the position. As long as the southern chief did not personally send someone to take up the position, no matter who it was, even if they went with the military appointment letter. They were a group of proud soldiers and valiant generals who had fought for thousands of years. They did not even care about life and death, not to mention the rank of an official. Why would they care about a military appointment letter? The Southern Corps only recognized Nanjing Qian and this man alone. The king of Zhongyuan had no doubt that since the southern chief had said this to him, if he still killed Qiu Shaoqian and turned him into an idiot, the Southern Corps would destroy his mansion. Reason, drill. Yes, this reason was enough. Or rather, this reason was enough. After feeding the fish, the king of Zhongyuan returned to his room with his hands behind his back. Then he strolled leisurely to the backyard. The princess of Zhongyuan was admiring the flowers in the backyard pavilion. Her pretty face was filled with tranquility. The king of Zhongyuan quietly entered the pavilion with his hands behind his back. With a shake of his head, the two women immediately retreated. Your Highness. The princess of Zhongyuan looked at her husband with her clear eyes, somewhat suspicious. The king of Zhongyuan looked at the princess of Zhongyuan's face with his eagle-like eyes. A moment later, smack. A heavy slap sent the princess of Zhongyuan to the ground. Blood spurted out of her cherry lips. The princess of Zhongyuan covered her face and looked at the king of Zhongyuan in shock and grievance. This sudden change of events stunned her. Is it strange? The king of Zhongyuan asked gently. Smack. Another slap was sent over. The king of Zhongyuan put his hands behind his back and asked calmly, is it still strange? This second slap was much heavier than the first. The princess of Zhongyuan felt her head buzzing, but she immediately replied in a low voice, no, it's not strange anymore. The king of Zhongyuan said calmly, when I'm willing you can put on an act for fun. But when I'm not willing you're courting death by putting on an act in front of me. Your brother must be handed over alive and in good condition. Otherwise I'll hand you over. Yes. That afternoon at 4:30 p.m. Qiu Shaoqian was escorted back to the mansion covered in blood. At 5 o'clock Qiu Shaoqian's wounds had completely healed. He looked clean and spotless as he waited in the courtyard. 5:59 p.m. Jiang Wenzhou led the shield experts through the gate of the Prince of Zhongyuan's residence. The Zhongyuan king's eyes flickered as he left with his hands behind his back. He didn't show his face at all and allowed the people from the Star Shield General Bureau to take Qiu Shaoqian away. The timing was very strange. Minister Nan said that before 6 o'clock in the evening, Star Shield would come to pick him up. Therefore, Jiang Wenzhou visited at 5:59 p.m. to pick him up. If he were to do so earlier, the king of Zhongyuan might have a hold on him and offend him completely. You said before 6 o'clock, but it's only 5:58 now. Why are you in such a hurry? You can't even wait for 2 minutes? This was a taboo in the officialdom, especially when they were trying to capture a person with a very sensitive identity. Of course, Jiang Wenzhou was a smart person. 30 seconds after 5:59, Mr. Nanfang can't blame me. You said before 6 and I didn't disobey. On the other hand, the king of Zhongyuan can't blame me either. You're only 30 seconds away from 6. I've already given you as much time as I can. No matter what, you can't blame me. You immortals can fight all you want. It has nothing to do with me. I've given enough face to both sides. If one wasn't a wily old fox in the officialdom, not only would they not be able to use this method, they wouldn't even think of it. Therefore, many young people who entered the officialdom for the first time didn't even know how they fell. I've gone off topic. As the freshman competition came to an end, Zhuo Duo gradually realized that he seemed to be making a name for himself in the Hidden Dragon High School. The main reason wasn't because he could fight and was the best in the first grade. Instead, it was because he had once claimed that he was the best in the aspect of appearance. Previously, when the freshman competition was ongoing, not only were the freshmen watching the student arena matches, there were also many older students watching from the side. Although all the students in Class 1 scolded Zhuo Duo as a bitch, when they saw him, when they faced the students from other classes, they were full of admiration for him. Moreover, Li Chenglong's prestige in the class was getting higher and higher. He started to make arrangements. Everyone go out and brag on behalf of Zhuo. The more you brag, the better. The more awesome you brag, the better. You can even brag until you blow up. What? Lie? Which one of you didn't benefit from it? Let me tell you, this is a guide to the lost sheep. It can even save a life in the future. This is a good thing for the country and the people. You don't want to do it? Okay, this vice class monitor will compare notes with you. The students in Class 1 were all mentally exhausted. Damn, Zhuo Duo brought a braggart to school, but we can't beat this braggart. Okay, braggart it is. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. You have to brag step by step, you can't be too abrupt, Vice Class Monitor Li earnestly taught. The experience learned from Zhuo's company came in handy. As a result, our class monitor's strength is definitely the best in the entire grade. He doesn't need to compete to be the de facto champion. Our class monitor's strength isn't just for show. In the past, I heard squad leaders say that fortune-telling is the best, wealth is the second, and cultivation is the last. I thought he was just praising himself and tricking us into looking for him for fortune-telling. Now, I know that his fortune-telling is really accurate. What did he say? Do you remember the last trial? The class monitor gave me a slip of paper and told me to open it when I arrived at the trial field. Then I entered the trial field and opened the slip of paper. It said, follow the set direction, 30 degrees to the right, search in a straight line. In the end, I got 27th place and gained quite a lot. And I also noticed that the direction I originally planned to go was in the direction where a few people from Class 3 went. Those people were actually in the 600th or 700th place. Don't you think it's amazing? No way, right? So amazing? You guys are bragging? Bragging? Bragging your grandma. Let me tell you, I also got a slip of paper from the class monitor at that time. He told me to give up on the set direction and go 45 degrees diagonally. In the end, I got 9th place. As for the direction I originally went, do you know who went there? Shimen Daqing? That guy's not weak, right? This time he's in last place. He didn't even earn enough credits to eat. It's up to them whether they believe it or not. These guys don't believe it. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were ambushed in the trial field. How did they come out unscathed? It was class monitor Zhuo who saw it in advance. This isn't a secret now. If you don't believe me, ask your teacher. Idiot, I'm too lazy to explain. I'm lying to you guys. I'm so bored that I'm lying to you guys. Right, I'll tell you one more thing. Do you guys know Meng Zhangjun who got 3rd place in the previous trial? I know, but he's not in the top few in your class. Is there something fishy about his results? There is something fishy about it. He also got a slip of paper from class monitor Zhuo. Otherwise, how could his trial results be so much better than the others? He almost caught up to Li Chenglong. He really got lucky. You guys don't know, but at that time he directly threw away class monitor's slip of paper. Later he picked it up. If it wasn't for that, how could he get into the top 3? This is fate. Damn, it's that mysterious. It's that mysterious. If you don't believe me, just wait for the next trial. You'll find out. It had to be said that although the students in Class 1 were all forced when they started bragging, everyone realized that this was really the case. Thus as they bragged, they started to believe it. Class monitor Zhuo was that awesome. Since Class 1 was already like this, the students from other classes were even more stunned. Many of them went to Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Meng Zhangjun to verify it. Is that really the case? It's true. Xiang Chong's temper flared up. I already told you that it's true. Can you stop asking about the details? It's quite embarrassing. Xiang Bing, yes, it was Class Monitor Zhuo who saw through it and saved us. However, this doesn't mean that Class Monitor Zhuo is a complete bitch. Meng Zhangjun, speaking of this, I really have to thank Vice Class Monitor Li Chenglong. If he didn't emphasize it again and again, I would have really taken it as a joke. I wouldn't have gone back to look for the slip of paper. Previously, everyone was busy with their own cultivation and rarely had the chance to chat when they met. They really didn't have the time. They could be overtaken by others in the time it took to eat a meal. Who dared to relax? However, the freshman competition gave everyone a chance to chat, and the conversation was in full swing. As a result, Zhuo Xiaoduo's manifestation technique began to spread like wildfire. After half a day, everyone in the entire Hidden Dragon High School knew about it. Understanding the mysteries of heaven, determining life and death, determining fortune and misfortune, seeing marriage, resolving misfortune, investigating the 3 lives, knowing yin and yang, controlling the universe. Omnipotent, omniscient, omniscient, omniscient. On that day, Zhuo Xiaoduo's poem was also dug out and was enthusiastically discussed by all the students in the school. They shook their heads and recited it. I was originally an immortal banished from the 9 heavens, dancing in the clouds. Today I set foot in the mortal world and stirred up the mortal world with my hands. With one glance I saw through the 3 lives of people. With one word I solved all the people in the world. If you want to know where the mysteries of heaven are, you must ask Teacher Zhuo. Many people began to understand this poem and analyzed it word by word. He really has the demeanor of an immortal, a person among immortals. Look at this, dancing in the clouds. The word dance is used so well. And the word stirred up the mortal world is simply, indescribably wonderful. The last word is to inquire. But it can also be to seek, to search. But no matter what you do with Teacher Zhuo here, you will be able to find a solution. Wonderful, wonderful. Just the concept of this poem is enough to make me drunk. When I see Class Monitor Zhuo, I must ask him to help me see my future and my marriage. Me too. Me too. Li Chenglong walked out from the crowd and waved his hand. Frowning, he said, disperse, disperse. You all wish. Help you all? Don't you know that revealing the mysteries of heaven will incur the wrath of the heavens? I begged Zhuo for a long time to read the fortune of my classmates. Furthermore, they were all my classmates and he only casually gave them a few pointers. In the end, it was just a reward from the trial. There was nothing more. Do you all think that Zhuo will casually read people's fortune? What a joke. If there isn't anything important, don't come here to cause trouble. This is revealing the mysteries of heaven and exhausting one's lifespan. Zhuo doesn't have it easy, and yet he is being harassed by you all? Besides, think about it yourselves. What is the price of hiring an aura watcher? How much information can an aura watcher give you? Zhuo can see your life and death. He can save your life and give you a bright future. Seriously, all of you want to see his fortune the moment you open your mouth. Do you all have any shame? Li Chenglong's saliva flew everywhere. I'll say the ugly words first. If you are unwilling to fork out money and resources, just give up. If you are sincere, register with me first. Make an appointment. Zhuo is exhausted from cultivating every day. Why are you all causing trouble? Those who don't register with me are invalid. Li Chenglong shouted and gave Xiang Chong a look. Then he walked away with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Xiang Chong's expression was conflicted. Suddenly he chased after him. Vice Class Monitor Li, what's the matter? Xiang Chong's face was drooling. I'll register first. Let Class Monitors would take a look at my fortune? Last time it was all thanks to Class Monitor Zhuo. But these few days, aren't I going out for trials again? So Li Chenglong snorted and glanced sideways. I'll offer 50 high grade. Xiang Chong stretched out a hand. How about it? How about it? This matter depends on Zhu's mood. It's not like you don't know that Zhu's fortune comes first. Next is wealth. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. Ah. Vice Class Monitor Li, please put in some good words. Who doesn't know that the two of you live in a villa and are inseparable? In the entire Hidden Dragon High School, your words have the most weight. Xiang Chong sneakily stuffed a handful into Li Chenglong's hand. It was shining brightly. Everyone saw it clearly and understood what was going on. Xiang Chong actually stuffed 2 pieces of high grade into Li Chenglong's hand. Many people were suddenly enlightened. So that was how it was. This was also possible? Update complete. Looking for recommendation votes. Chapter 508. Li Chenglong said sanctimoniously, actually there's no need for that. Brother Xiang is the first one to make an appointment, so you'll definitely be at the front of the line. Those who don't know might think that yours was accomplice. Ah. Don't worry, leave it to me. As he said that, he quietly put the 2 pieces of top-grade soul into his ring and left. Behind him, Xiang Chong looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, a relaxed smile blossomed on his face. The next moment, the 2 students of Class 2 looked at each other and suddenly sped up, chasing after Li Chenglong. On the way home, Xiang Bing blushed and beat up her twin brother. Shameless. You're an accomplice. Do you think I didn't see the 52 pieces of top-grade soul stones Li Chenglong gave you? Xiang Chong also looked helpless. I seg, there's no other way. Don't call me I seg. Xiang Bing was furious. Xiang Chong also felt tired. I can't call you that? Li Chenglong calls you that every day and so does Wuxiao Duo. I'm your biological brother, why can't I call you that? What kind of logic is this? Alright Xiaobing, I'm really helpless. Don't you know how much the price of the top-grade Astral Souls Jade has increased? We've already reached Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, so it's not good to always use the resources at home. Isn't that just relying on your parents? But if we use credits to exchange, how many pieces can we exchange for with those credits? Moreover, the facilities and resources for training in seclusion all require academic credits. After that incident, we really don't have enough. Now, I really understand the saying, conscience is lost in seclusion. In this way, we can still have another source of resources. Xiang Chong tried his best to explain the situation to him. Xiang Bing finally forgave her brother. I know you're in a difficult position. Then you can share half of it with me. Just take it that I'm in the same boat. Only those who go to see more than 50 pieces can have a piece of mine. Just tell me if you'll give it or not. Yes, yes. Xiang Bing raised her head proudly and left. Xiang Chong only felt that it was too difficult for him. His younger sister had found the wrong person. Why don't you ask Li Chenglong for it? He'll definitely get more than me, right? Wuxiao Duo still had to give Li Chenglong a commission. My commission is just a small cut from Li Chenglong's hands. This was far from enough. You've been disfigured by Li Chenglong 8 times a day. What's wrong with asking him for some top-grade astral souls? However, Xiang Bing refused to go. Xiang Chong was so anxious that there was nothing he could do. Why do I have such a silly sister? Getting beaten up for nothing every day? From the looks of it, not only will I be beaten up for nothing now, I might even be beaten up for nothing in the future. Cough, cough, cough. I can't think like that. How can I think like that? I shouldn't. With the current situation, how much can I earn in a day? Now, I should think about this. This is the key. That night, as soon as Wuxiao Duo came out of the gravity room, he saw Li Chenglong's mischievous smile. What's wrong? Wuxiao Duo rolled his eyes and said weakly, Did you eat a god's fart? Why are you so happy? Li Chenglong said sneakily, Let's talk about it when we get back. There's good news, very good news. Wuxiao Duo was shirtless. He casually put his clothes on his shoulders and walked out with Li Chenglong. However, after taking 3 steps, a teacher's voice came from the school loudspeaker. That freshman on the field. Put on your clothes, shirtless. Are you taking a walk in the bathhouse? I'll go. Wuxiao Duo hurriedly put on his clothes. He complained, I can't live like this. The school even cares about whether I wear clothes or not. What a busybody. Li Chenglong squinted, Then why don't you just wear your butt? I'm not as shameless as you. Wuxiao Duo escorted Li Chenglong out of the school quickly. Hurry up and tell me what the good news is. Let's make it clear first. I've brought a bunch of clients to you for fortune-telling and geomancy. How are you going to give me a commission? Wealth comes second. Li Chenglong rubbed his fingers. Commission? At the mention of this topic, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart ached. He raised his eyebrows. Swollen, do you still have a conscience? You borrowed my money, my jade of astral souls, my space ring. Don't give me that. Li Chenglong snorted. Let me tell you, this is a long-term business deal. Cash transactions one at a time. I still have to find other people to flatter you. Those people who help you have to give benefits. Otherwise, why would they help you? Bullshit. With my strength, I don't need you. I'm the real deal, a shining gold. You have to advertise it yourself. Now that I've done it, just tell me if you're going to give it or not. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while, rolled his eyes and said, 1%. That's it. 1/10. That's it. How dare you ask for such a high price? 2% at most. 9% at least. 3%. The two of them fiercely bargained and finally settled on 5%. Li Chenglong's face was filled with dissatisfaction while Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was filled with heartache. However, the proportion of the shares was also decided. I'll leave the rest to you. How can I do that? You'll be responsible for their share. How about you give me 10%? Forget it if you don't want it. 8%, you can't expect me to lose money. Forget it if you don't want it. 6%. Forget it if you don't want it. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already taken out 5%, and his entire body was trembling from the heartache. How could he take out more? This ratio was already his bottom line. He was like a man who plucked the feathers of a swallow. Giving out 5% was already the biggest concession and compromise. All right, I owe you. Li Chenglong sighed. From Zhuo, it was indeed 5% that he expected. It was not much at all that he really didn't take out a single cent. He was so fucking stingy. Sure enough, accumulating wealth was the second most important thing. First the villain, then the gentleman. We'll settle accounts clearly. Let's sign an agreement. We'll settle it once and for all. Li Chenglong took out the agreement that had already been printed. He first filled in the ratio reserved for both parties and signed the name of Party B, Li Chenglong. Zhuo Xiaoduo studied the agreement seriously 3 times. After confirming that there were no traps in the agreement, he signed his name hesitantly. Looking at Li Chenglong, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that something was wrong. It was as if he had been cheated by the person in front of him. This bastard. Is he using me to accumulate wealth? Actually, it's like this. Li Chenglong put away the agreement. He was in a good mood and said, Today I've already. Blah blah blah. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart ached so much that his intestines were about to break. He truly felt how heart-wrenching the damage caused by the information asymmetry was. It turned out that this kid had already spread the word. In other words, even if he didn't take out a single cent today, he could still take it all. In the end. Li Chenglong. Zhuo Xiaoduo bared his teeth and his eyes flashed fiercely. You'd better remember this. I'll remember this debt for the rest of my life. You just wait for me. Li Chenglong didn't care at all. If you want to remember, then so be it. I already owe so much. Why would I be afraid of owing a little more? In any case, this time he had gotten the real gold and silver. I'm your manager now. If you dare to violate the agreement, I'll sue you in court. Zhuo, I know you must have your own use for fortune-telling. Li Chenglong's expression turned serious in the blink of an eye. Perhaps fortune-telling is also a kind of cultivation, but I'm not good at it. What are you trying to say? Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. Swollen Thought's divergence is awesome. What I want to say is, I know that you can look at short-term gains and losses. Maybe a few days, maybe a month. But, when the day comes for the seniors to go to the battlefield, I hope that you can look at their fates seriously and protect them so that they can return safely, Li Chenglong said seriously. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and said, How can I read it? There are too many people. See as much as you can. Everything depends on effort. You don't know where your limit is. What if you can see through it? Li Chenglong insisted. The ratio of casualties on the 3 major battlefields had always been Hidden Dragon High School. It wasn't that the students of Hidden Dragon High School were stupid or inexperienced. But Hidden Dragon High School was the eastern battlefield. It was located at the front line of the Sun Moon Pass. Naturally, it was the place where the battle was the most intense. The ancestral dragon produced commanders, the clouds produced military strategists, and the hidden dragon produced generals. As the continent's #1 ancestral dragon high school, 2 of the commanders at the front line were from the ancestral dragon high school. As for the 4 grand marshals, 6 of the 8 Grand Marshals were military strategists from High Cloud's Martial Arts Academy. The most direct reason was that one of the vice principals of high school was a top-notch military strategist. As the newest school to be established, Hidden Dragon High School had countless talents in these years. They fought fiercely on the battlefield and had many outstanding military achievements. It was the head of the 3 major martial schools. But when generals came out of the battlefield, heroes came out with sacrifices. The more generals came out, the more sacrifices there would be. Since entering Hidden Dragon High School, the achievements of these seniors had been recorded in the school's history library. Everyone, from the moment they entered the school, who their teachers were, where their families were, what they were good at, what they did in school, were recorded clearly. There was always a sentence at the end of each one. After going through hundreds of battles on the battlefield, I finally achieved a certain meritorious service and was promoted to a certain position. On a certain day, on a certain year, the Wizard Alliance launched a large-scale invasion. I fought hard to kill the enemy and died in battle in front of the Sun Moon Pass. My body was wrapped in leather and I became a martyr of the Jianghu Empire. My body was buried in the cemetery behind the pass. That every student who came out of Hidden Dragon High School had such a record. The records of the living were not in the school's history library but in the archives room. Every day, many teachers would go to the school's archives to look at their deceased students. She looked at the picture of the young boy when he first entered the school. He seemed to be looking at her with a smug look on his face. She could not help but feel sad and tears fell like rain. Chapter 509. The teachers knew that they would feel bad if they looked at it, but they could not help but look at it and reminisce about the past. These are the children of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Yi Changqing's words were hung high above the school's history museum. Brave souls are immortal, noble spirits are everlasting. I just visited the school's history museum today. Li Chenglong's attitude turned unusually low as he said, "Zwa, you don't know what it's like to see those endless black files. Many of the people in the files are the same age as us. They're not much older than us. And now they're all quietly resting in the school's history museum. We don't have the ability to look at the previous ones but the ones after that. Even if we can't look at them all, Zwa, you have the ability. If you can see anything, it's always good to remind us. Perhaps at that time, it'll be a protective talisman that can help us avoid death once. It'll also preserve some vitality for the border, a little spark." Li Chenglong sighed softly. He also felt that what he said was a little too emotional. It might cause a lot of work for Zhuo Xiaoduo. But he still said it, and he said it resolutely. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath and stared at Li Chenglong. His expression became unprecedentedly serious. "Swollen, do you know what you're talking about?" "I know. I understand what you mean, but using my advice as a protective talisman is not very useful." Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and said, "Because you don't understand what physiognomy, fate and fate are in the bones." Li Chenglong was confused. "What do you mean by what's in the bones? Do you know that there's an old saying that goes like this?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly but seriously, "That people's lives are predestined?" "I know." Li Chenglong's expression was sorrowful. "The true meaning of this sentence is not that a person's life is predestined," Zhuo Xiaoduo said calmly, "but everyone has a certain stage, a certain period of time, when their luck reaches its lowest point. We often see people constantly encounter bad things in their lives. That is the most direct manifestation of a person's weak luck. And this is just the behavior of ordinary people. We call it bad luck. So what is luck?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said faintly, "Luck is luck." However, the vast majority of things at the level of ordinary people could not be said to involve luck. Could only be said to be luck. This was because the weight of an ordinary person's life was limited. With his own ability, he could only influence the smoothness of his life. When you reach the martial artist stage, it will affect your life and death. And what is the essence of physiognomy? Zhuo Xiaoduo said faintly, "Physiognomy from a certain perspective can be used to detect an impending crisis based on the combination of one's physiognomy and weak luck. Or detect signs of impending doom and then warn people to avoid it. This is the true face of physiognomy. What's more awesome is to remind people how to avoid it. This is the method given. Or directly what you should do. This is another concept. For example, I remind you to avoid it in the West, and directly tell you where you should go in the West. This is different. There is an essential difference. Telling you to burn incense and telling you to burn 3 sticks of incense are also very different. Can you understand? Li Chenglong's expression was solemn. I can understand. Let's make another example. If you are the heavenly axiom, and then someone's luck is lacking at a certain time, so it leads to a life and death crisis. But as long as there is someone to guide you, this life and death crisis will be safely passed. Then, how will you deal with this life and death crisis? Li Chenglong frowned. Can it be simply withdrawn? Maybe it can be withdrawn. But will the heavenly axiom withdraw for an insignificant person in its eyes? Probably not. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. Li Chenglong's expression was calm. He had already vaguely guessed Zhuoxiaoduo's meaning. Don't be so emotional. I'm just giving an example. Let's go back to the question just now. Will the life and death crisis still be unresolved? It's like a knife that has been slashed out. The person under the knife is gone, but the knife has not been withdrawn. Then where is the knife and where is the landing point? The knife is in the air and the landing point is uncertain. Even if the knife is in the air, it will fall sooner or later. There will always be a landing point, and the people who will bear this knife will become 2 people. One is the person who should bear the knife, and the other is the person who guided him. Either he or the person who guided him will suffer. There is no need to be surprised. I always say that there is a cause and effect and vice versa. The person who guided the target temporarily avoided the fate of the heavenly axiom, more or less accepted this karma. Of course, it can also be one of the established targets. Zhuoxiaoduo said faintly, that's right. Therefore many people, whether they are chi diviners or physiognomists, will definitely not be tired of telling the other person what to do and how to make up for it after they have guided him or her. Moreover, many times they will say things that are ambiguous and specious. This is, after using some methods to get rid of the knife, they also have to think of ways to minimize the backlash and the consequences of meddling in other people's business. Otherwise, this saber might fall on my head. Many brilliant people, while understanding the secrets of the heavenly axiom, gave out too much information that should not have been said. They attracted the wrath of the heavenly axiom. They could not avoid it and fell. And this is the inevitable result. Do you understand? This is the truth of physiognomy, the truth of physiognomy. Zhuoxiaoduo said faintly, I know, swollen, you have a compassionate heart. You don't want people with lofty ideals to die like this, so you want to help them. You want to use my intervention to preserve more of their fire and vitality. But the heavenly axiom has its own destiny. There are some people who can reverse the death calamity. Who knows how many people have to work together and how many people have to fight to achieve the goal of reversing the death calamity. The process is unimaginably difficult and it can easily lead to death. When he said this, Zhuoxiaoduo could not help but think of Zhuoxiaoyan. Wasn't reversing Zhuoxiaoyan's death trial like this? How could a person's death trial be so easy to reverse? In addition, everyone's weight was different, so the difficulty of reversing the heavenly axiom was even greater. Let's not talk about other things, just take Lu Jianxing and the others as an example. Zhuoxiaoduo pointed out the direction and they avoided a disaster. However, was the death trial really gone? Definitely not. At most, it would not happen again for a short period of time. And in the time after that, Zhuoxiaoduo could no longer see it. I'm not saying that I don't want to show it to the seniors. They will definitely see it. It can be prudent to avoid a death trial. It can indeed prolong their lives, but it can't be eliminated in the long run. Zhuoxiaoduo said seriously, because the misfortune that belongs to them will always be there. Even if it is temporarily gone, it does not mean that it will never be gone. If there is a noble person to guide them, their luck will increase. When they are strong, the misfortune will be washed away. However, it will not really go away. It will be reflected on the people around them or those close to them. It is also a way of showing. Why is it that most of the experts are all alone in the final stages of their cultivation? Why do people call such a person a jinx? Zhuoxiaoduo said lightly, that is because their luck is too strong. It hangs high and does not fall. However, the misfortune is never far away. It is always hovering around them. Therefore it will easily fall on those close to them. Those people do not have the luck of this person to protect them. Naturally, they will be more vulnerable to misfortune. This is the origin of the eternal loners. It is nothing more than that. If it is an ordinary person who lives in a peaceful and stable atmosphere, the misfortune will be nothing more than illness, car accident, or unexpected disaster. However, if a martial artist encounters such misfortune, it will be a disaster of life and death. The reason why I say this is to remind you not to be too superstitious about my fortune-telling ability. I can see that Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing are in a life-or-death situation. Although I played a part in helping them avoid death, it was more because of Martial Hidden Dragon's luck that helped them block the disaster. You should know that the real target of the misfortune is not the two of them, nor is it Vice Principal Xiang, but Martial Hidden Dragon. Only by doing this from top to bottom can it be eliminated. This is a very different process. Zhou Xiaoduo patted Li Chenglong's shoulder. Well, this means that the misfortune of the Hidden Dragon martial artists may not completely disappear. The next time it appears, it will have to be on someone in the Hidden Dragon martial artists. Only then will it be considered over. Li Chenglong sensitively caught the key point. Then Vice Principal Wei, Vice Principal Wu, and the others. And even the people who are hiding in the Hidden Dragon martial artists, are they counted as people in the Hidden Dragon martial artists? Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. People with such high status and power, of course they are counted. This answer was resolute and decisive. Li Chenglong asked hopefully, can it be transferred? DSK. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, let's do our own thing first. Then I will point out a direction for those who want to. Vaguely, it is best to let them carry the luck themselves. As for the others, what does it have to do with you? Li Chenglong said disappointedly, wouldn't it be better if they all saw it? It works if you are sincere. Zhou Xiaoduo said, this is not to say that I am awesome, but whether I am awesome or not, they need to believe in me first. Only if they take the initiative to find me it will be meaningful. Only then will there be the possibility of doing what I say. Those who don't believe in me and scoff at me, do you think that they will believe me if I take the initiative? Swollen, your heart is good, but this kind of thing cannot be forced. I told you not to go east after you go out. Some people listen to me but insist on going east to take a look. For these people, what is the use of seeing and reminding them? It will only contribute to their disaster. Why bother? Li Chenglong sighed dejectedly. In Li Chenglong's understanding, he really believed that Zhou Xiaoduo could reverse the yin and yang of life and change fate. However, after Zhou Xiaoduo's explanation today, he was a little disappointed with the result. But he immediately cheered up. At least, Zhou Xiaoduo agreed. He would not stand by and do nothing. No matter what, he would remind some people. That was enough. As long as he did his best, he would have a clear conscience. Good words were hard to persuade a damned person. Two little monkeys. Grandma Sher's voice called out impatiently from outside, it's time to eat. Coming. The two of them didn't say a word and rushed out of the room. That night, after Zhou Xiaoduo fell asleep, Xiaolong came with a great sense of accomplishment. Boss. As soon as Xiaolong saw him, he called out flatteringly with an unprecedentedly humble attitude. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. Why did Xiaolong change the way he addressed him? Calling me boss? Do you think that I have to give you face just because you call me boss? Give you benefits? Are you going to ask me for a change of address later? I won't give it to you. Update complete. Please recommend me. Chapter 510. Boss, you're my boss from now on. Greetings. Xiaolong was very attentive, flying around Zhou Xiaoduo. His face was full of flattery. Oh, I won't give you the deity for free. You can give up on that idea. Zhou Xiaoduo still felt an inexplicable heartache for giving a drop to this guy. If he had known that he could give it out in his dream, would he have given it to him? I don't want it for free. Xiaolong grabbed a wisp of green gas from his paw as if he was presenting a treasure. Boss, I saw that nothing can grow in your tower until now. 99% of the reason is that there's not enough earth vein chi, so I got you another half. Xiaolong's face was, I'm sensible, right? Come and praise me. Half. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the green gas and sensitively grasped the key word. This is half. I think it's very complete. It's actually half. Zhou Xiaoduo felt very strange. It seems that I really have a lot to learn. It's over. Boss knows that it's not half. Xiaolong suddenly felt that he had been exposed. He said with an embarrassed face, Boss, please forgive me. It's just that it's very difficult to extract a complete earth vein. I also spent a lot of effort. Last time I already gave you a third of it. This time it's still a third of it. Cough cough. These are indeed less than half of it. Boss, your eyes are very sharp. Zhuo Duo snorted with his nose up and rolled his eyes. Do you think you can fool me with your little tricks? I knew it last time. Zhuo knew in his heart that he had the upper hand again. You actually fooled me. I've been so cold to you all this time. Don't you know it in your heart? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was cold and arrogant. Boss, I was wrong. Xiaolong lowered his head, wagged his tail, and sincerely admitted his mistake. His expression was very sad. Since you've brought it here, just put it in. Zhuo Xiaoduo said faintly, I'll give you credit this time. However, the earth vein qi you got is not complete, so its use is limited. Sai, simply put, it's still useless. Xiaolong prostrated himself in admiration. Boss is indeed knowledgeable. However, if I want to peel off a third of it, I will need at least 6 to 7 days. It's still quite troublesome. Moreover, I can't let the stripped area suddenly become a qi meridian vacuum, because something will happen. So, if I want to complete it, I might need a few more days. Alright, I got it. Zhuo Xiaoduo said generously, you've worked hard too. How about this, when you gather enough earth veins, I'll give you one of my deity. Xiaolong's eyes were full of happiness. This earth vein qi, at least in Xiaolong's eyes, was not something valuable. At least, it was not at the same level as the trade goods that Zhuo Xiaoduo had proposed before. He had brought it over again, and the main purpose was just to build a relationship with him. It was still a long way from actually doing something. He did not expect to get a drop of it. It was really a pleasant surprise. Thank you, boss. Boss is mighty and generous. Xiaolong flattered him endlessly. In order to make friends with Zhuo Xiaoduo, Xiaolong had secretly read a lot of books these days, especially about flattery. He had specially practiced for a long time. It seemed that it was indeed useful. He had to work harder in the future to innovate. Well, as long as you are loyal to me, I will not treat you badly. In the future, don't do such unrealistic things. You said it was useful? Who can you fool? With your IQ? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought that his fortune-telling career in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School was about to begin, and that his luck points would be endless again. He suddenly became generous and dared to make empty promises. Xiaolong's face was full of shame. I will go back now and get the other 1/3 of the earth vein qi. Xiaolong was very smart. He said, Boss, don't worry. I will be loyal and never change my mind. He immediately realized that Zhuo's empty promises were based on the premise that he was loyal and obedient. Xiaolong's EQ had obviously improved by a lot. Well, don't be so stupid to empty a earth vein. Zhuo Xiaoduo advised earnestly, there are so many earth veins in Fenghai. It doesn't necessarily have to be a dragon vein, right? We can take 1/3 or 1/4 of any earth vein. If we take all of them, won't we have more here? Right? If we take 1/3 of each of the 3 earth veins, won't we have a complete earth vein? In this way, the other 2 earth veins won't have much of an impact. Don't you think so? What if we take 1/3 of each of the 18 earth veins? 2/3 of each? You are too young. Zhuo Xiaoduo advised earnestly, your thinking is still not thorough. The most taboo thing to do is to take advantage of others. You have to take it slowly. For example, when you go to work, steal tea leaves from the manager's drawer. Only a small handful at a time, only once a day. Fuck, why am I telling you this? Xiaolong's eyes lit up as if he had been enlightened. Right, why didn't I think of this? If that's the case, it will be much easier for me that just as Zhuo said, there were so many earth veins here. It shouldn't be a problem to take a little from each earth vein. I understand, boss. Then I will go to work now. Xiaolong was very happy. Boss's deity was about to be in his hands. Go. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also in a good mood. The earth vein that belongs to me, my own earth vein, is about to be complete. This time Xiaolong left happily. I have improved a lot today. After dating for so long, today was the first time that I wasn't forced to leave. I was the one who asked to leave. This was definitely a good start. I must keep it up. I must keep it up. And boss also taught me a lot of valuable experience. But here's the problem. Why is boss so experienced? It's scary when I think about it that I can't play tricks with boss in the future. Xiaolong immediately made up his mind. According to human habits, the closer the relationship, the easier it is to talk. When I am familiar with Zhuo, I can take as much deity as I want. I can have as much as I want. So cool. So cool. The more he thought about it, the happier he was. Xiaolong flew away energetically. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also immersed in the dreamland, his face filled with reverie. 1 earth vein. Is it too little? I have to try to get many earth veins. It's best to put them all in. With so many earth veins gathered together, won't it be able to freely grow heavenly treasures? Can the real combination of time and space of the Tower of Annihilation be completed? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was highly possible. Grow a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb in a day? Plant all of them. What the fuck, computers nowadays? Can this number be calculated? In the end, it was Zhuo Xiaoduo who woke himself up with excitement. When he woke up, he couldn't sleep anymore because of his excitement. He began to search for books on qi in his mind to see if there were any books on merging earth veins into super spirit veins. Slowly, he realized that there were many things that he didn't know about. It seems that I have to read more books in this area in the future. It's good to have more skills. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought of the huge library of Hidden Dragon High School and couldn't help but feel a headache. It would be best to compress all of this into a jade slip, and then find Wen Xingtian and directly impart it to him. I'm not afraid of too much. Zhuo Xiaoduo planned to spend 10 credits to go to the library tomorrow to see what was going on. Early the next morning, when Zhuo Xiaoduo had just arrived at the school, Xiang Chong had already rushed up and directly blocked Zhuo Xiaoduo at the crowded door. Class monitor Zhuo, help me take a look. As he spoke, he directly took out 50 pieces of glittering top-grade jade of astral souls, which exuded rich spiritual qi, and stuffed them into Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands. Class monitor Zhuo, I've been embarrassed recently. Please don't mind it. Don't think it's too little. Zhao's kindness is my respect. Zhuo Xiaoduo declined. We're classmates, how can I accept this? Hey, you've also exhausted yourself. Zhuo, take it to nourish your body. This is your good fortune, unlike other things. Xiang Chong said. One insisted on giving, the other insisted on pushing. Pushing back and forth. Xiang Chong was dumbfounded. The 27-meter-tall man stood there in a daze. Class monitors, what, you've already put them into your space ring. What's the meaning of this? Early in the morning, 50 pieces of top-grade jade of astral souls entered his account. This reality made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel very refreshed. He quickly put away the jade of astral souls and said leisurely, write a word for me to see. Xiang Chong scratched his ears and cheeks. Write a word? What word? I've never heard of writing a word. I'm just here to act as a prop. Why do I have to write a word? This is an extra service. I'm selling my body, not my skills. Okay. At this time, more and more students came to watch. Every one of them was looking at them seriously. Of course, there were also a few who were smiling mischievously, obviously intending to watch a show. After thinking for a long time, Xiang Chong picked up a branch and wrote the word love on the ground. He asked somewhat uneasily, Class monitor Zhuo, is this word okay? Yes. As long as it's a word, it's fine. Follow your heart, the will of the heavens is unpredictable. Zhuo Xiaoduo said affirmatively. Then I'll write this. Xiang Chong was very relaxed. He felt that he was fine. I'm just here to act as a prop. I'm an honest person. I'll do more. It doesn't matter. Anyway, no matter what you say later, I'll say, wow, that's so accurate. Boss, you're awesome. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the word love and fell into deep thought. If Xiang Chong didn't write this word, Zhuo Xiaoduo wouldn't have paid much attention to his facial features. After all, he didn't have any calamity, so he could tell by looking at his aura. However, when he wrote this word and looked at Xiang Chong's facial features, Zhuo Xiaoduo sharply noticed that something was wrong. Love is done with the heart, 12 months in the heart. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed softly. Ru Sha, this life is bitter. Xiang Chong was confused by Zhuo Xiaoduo's extraordinary prophecy. He said subconsciously, Zhuo, what do you mean? What Sha, it's not a good thing, is it? Let me give you a few words of advice. As long as you follow them and do enough, maybe there will be a turn for the better. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the word love on the ground with a serious expression. He said lightly, when this heart is moved, heaven and earth are empty. All 4 seasons are bitter. In 12 months I hate the heavens. Why didn't I be heartless in the beginning? Xiang Chong, peach blossom calamity Ru Sha. If you want to avoid it, then don't fall in love before you become one. Xiang Chong was even more confused, but he didn't understand. He scratched his head and said, Class monitors, well, what you said is confusing. Can you explain it more clearly? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and said, you just need to remember not to fall in love before you become one. Yes, before you become one. With your cultivation. I believe it won't take long. But with your personality. Chapter 511. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed from the bottom of his heart. He knew that in this world this was probably the most difficult thing to control. The love between a man and a woman came from the heart. Who knew when the heart would be moved, and it would be like a wildfire that could not be stopped. Even if he had warned him when it came down to it. Zhou Xiaoduo was not sure if Xiang Chong could do it. At the side, Xiang Bing, who was dressed in white, frowned and silently recited what Zhou Xiaoduo said. She was different from Xiang Chong. Xiang Bing believed in Zhou Xiaoduo's judgment wholeheartedly. She firmly believed that Zhou Xiaoduo must have seen something, so she memorized everything he said about her brother without missing a single word. When she went back, she would ask her father to find someone to analyze it word by word. She felt that it was not a good thing. Could he not find a wife, or would there be problems in his relationship? Xiang Bing was a little worried. Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. It's time for class. There are still 20 minutes left. At this time the class monitor of Class 2 walked over. Class monitor Zhou, help me take a look. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. Ahem. The class monitor, Gui Xiaoqing, hesitated for a moment and handed over 50 pieces of high-quality jade of astral souls. Class monitor Zhou, thank you. What do you want to see? Zhou Xiaoduo did not even decline this time and took it directly. He could see that this guy was distressed. If he really declined, this guy would definitely take it back. He was the real deal. He had already pretended to be pretentious once. If he did it again, it would be worthless. Besides, if he took it back, wouldn't it be too embarrassing if he snatched it back on the spot? I've been having nightmares recently. I dreamed that the wall in my house fell down. I've already dreamt about it 3 times. Usually, I would dream about it, but I would forget about it after waking up, so I rarely remember it. But these 3 times I remember it deeply. I feel that it's even more bizarre. I'm panicking and want to ask class monitors to give me some pointers. Gui Xiaoqing frowned. So it's like this. Zhou Xiaoduo could tell by looking at his face that his family was facing an impending disaster. However, he did not reveal it. The warning in his dream was not without reason. Zhou Xiaoduo pondered for a while and frowned. I'll leave you with a few words. You can pass it on to the people in charge of the family. If the crisis is resolved, your jade of astral souls won't be enough. Gui Xiaoqing said straightforwardly, no problem. I don't have much on me right now. If the problem is solved, I'll naturally have to thank class monitor Zhou. This was not a sky-high price. The problem with Gui Xiaoqing and his family was no small matter. If the problem could be solved, 50 pieces of high-grade jades of astral souls would be nothing. Zhou Xiaoduo would vomit to death if this amount became the norm, and no matter who came to ask about it in the future, it would be better to be a gentleman first. After listening to Gui Xiaoqing's reply, Zhou Xiaoduo pondered again. Then he said lightly, your family has already discovered the problem, right? The so-called nightmare has already enveloped your entire family, right? Zhou Xiaoduo instantly understood what Gui Xiaoqing said just now. He might as well point it out. Don't think that I'm easy to talk to. If the problem is solved. That meant that Gui Xiaoqing already knew what the problem was. Gui Xiaoqing smiled embarrassedly. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at him and said, when the wall falls, it means that your backer is about to fall, right? Your family has attached itself to another family. And then your family's higher-ups have started to act, right? Gui Xiaoqing was shocked. He looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and wanted to say something. Zhou Xiaoduo was right. It was precisely because of this situation that the important people that the family had attached themselves to had their positions changed. They had to be transferred away and they didn't know where they would go. All their efforts over the years were about to go down the drain. It was hard to say if they would be able to contact them in the future. It was even harder to say what kind of local officials would come in the future. Therefore, the family was in a mess now and there were all kinds of rumors. At this critical moment, the choice was very important. If the wrong choice was made, the family would be doomed eternally. Zhou Xiaoduo had already seen through it. He raised his head and thought for a while. Then he said in a low voice, don't let your guard down. If you go east, I'll go east. Sincerity can only be exchanged for sincerity. Do you remember? Gui Xiaoqing's expression changed. He said, thank you, class monitor Zhou, for your words of wisdom. Zhou Xiaoduo said, if you don't listen to me, then forget it. But if you do as I said and get benefits, remember to block the front stone of the sun and moon in the southwest part of the courtyard. Remember, it's the front stone. Don't close it and don't close it behind. Understand? Understood. Gui Xiaoqing repeated it a few times to make sure he remembered it. He was still worried, so he took out a pen and wrote a few words on his palm. Then, he left as if he had found a treasure. He ran to one side to make a call. Li Chenglong was puzzled. Zhuo, why the southwest? Because the southwest is the Ghost Gate. Since ancient times, the southwest part of the Ghost Gate dynasty was bound to have a disaster. In the entire continent, the gate has never faced the southwest. It's because of the Fengdu Gate. Because the legendary ghost town of Fengdu is in the southwest. Gui Xiaoqing's family has been shaken this time. In fact, they have already taken half a step into the Ghost Gate. Although I've given them directions, one of their feet is already in the Ghost Gate. You need to use the Bloodstone to kill the enemy at the Sun Moon Pass and directly suppress the Ghost Gate. Li Chenglong seemed to understand. However, after this time, Gui Xiaoqing's family can't be shaken anymore. Once they are shaken, the family will be exterminated. Because the front stone of the Sun and Moon Pass is the soul of a hero. The soul of a hero doesn't protect disloyal and unjust people. Once they are shaken again, the soul of a hero will immediately withdraw and the Ghost Gate will be completely opened. Even the gods won't be able to save them. Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly. As soon as this started, a few more people gathered around. Class Monitor Zhuo, Class Monitor Zhuo. Li Chenglong shouted from the side, pay up here. When class finally started, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already earned 250 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. It was a small profit. Other than this number, which made him a little unhappy, everything else was fine. At this time there were still many people queuing behind. Manager Li Chenglong immediately jumped out to maintain order. Everyone, don't be anxious. It's already class time. You should prioritize your studies. Please wait for a while. Zhuo has more than enough free time after class. Those who haven't queued up, come and find me. I'll help you register and queue up. Let me tell you. When everything comes true, you'll know how magical Zhuo's divination is. How reliable. It's definitely true that he's number one in divination. Actually, there's really no need to be so anxious. It's not too late to wait for the follow-up results of the students who have already had their turn to be read today. After all, it's just empty talk now. There's no evidence or anything. Everyone snorted at Assistant Class Monitor Li's words. Did he think they were stupid? Who didn't know that others would be confident after their divination was confirmed? But when that time came, it would no longer be the 50 pieces of high-grade fortune. When that time came, they wouldn't be able to queue up even if they had multiplied by several times. Everyone was clear about this. After all, they were all once known as geniuses. Who would be more stupid than who? How could they not see this? This Li Chenglong has a bad conscience. He actually wants to raise the prices so that we can enter. Smash him with money? Thus, they swarmed to Li Chenglong to sign up. Everyone directly gave him their fortune. Li Chenglong frowned as he received the money. He was yelling that he had lost so much money, but in his heart, he was counting his commission and was overjoyed. I'm rich. With the resumption of fortune reading, Zhuo Xiaoduo's time in the gravity room to practice was reduced from 4 hours in the morning to 3.5 hours. The fixed time in the afternoon was also reduced. Including the time after school, he could see 20 people in a day. To Zhuo Xiaoduo, this wasn't difficult at all. He could basically understand everything with a single glance. After all, at this stage, those who came to Zhuo Xiaoduo for fortune reading were all weaker than Zhuo Xiaoduo. He could really see everything clearly. However, what made Zhuo Xiaoduo puzzled was that no one came to snatch his table these few days. Wasn't it already Class 3's turn? Why was there no movement? This didn't make sense. It shouldn't be. What he didn't know was that in the classroom of Class 3, Grade 2, the homeroom teacher was leading the class to study Zhuo Xiaoduo's combat videos. Including the strength of each attack, almost all of them were labeled. His various moves, various methods, and various analysis of his combat power had been done for 3 days. From Zhuo Xiaoduo's competition to the most recent battle to snatch a table. Did you see it? The homeroom teacher knocked on the table. After every battle, Zhuo Xiaoduo's strength is increasing, and the increase is huge. Currently, he has been practicing in the 100-fold gravity room for many days. How many of you have entered the 100-fold gravity room before? The students who were ranked at the top of the class looked dignified. This kid's combat style is ever-changing and has few shortcomings. Moreover, all of his techniques have reached an extremely proficient level. Just this point alone is enough to make one gasp in amazement and find it hard to believe. The homeroom teacher said, "Look at the swordsmanship used in this battle. It's extremely light and graceful. Combined with the star steps, the footwork is combined with the swordsmanship. It's light and casual, but it's everywhere and everywhere. Then he changed the topic and said, however, the attack of the sword in this battle is like a storm. It's completely different from the previous moves. Look at the hidden weapon technique in this battle. What do you see from the punches and kicks in this battle? Casual style? It can change according to the opponent, and it's very specific? Yes, but this is only one of the characteristics. This Wuxia duo has a very obvious characteristic. He is never willing to use too much energy. He directly uses moves that can restrain the opponent and win. The homeroom teacher said, in addition, his fighting style includes the characteristic of having no scruples. When he feels that the distance is far and the hidden weapon is effective, he will use the hidden weapon. When he feels that crushing the opponent is the fastest way to defeat the opponent, he will use the most direct way to crush the opponent. This is a kind of almost perfect combat intuition. The most important thing is that in every battle so far, he hasn't used his full strength. He hasn't used all of his trump cards. The homeroom teacher sighed and said, if you want to fight, it's fine. But I'm not optimistic about this battle. There's no chance of winning at all. You will definitely lose. We think so too. The class leader sighed, but this battle must be fought. It must be fought. Well said. The homeroom teacher's eyes were full of praise. Not bad. It's better to be beaten to death than to be scared to death. Tomorrow my saber will fight Zhuolang. The leader of the second year's class 3, a thin youth in green, whispered. Class leader, please reconsider. A girl said worriedly, you've already broken through to the nascent soul transformation realm, but Zhuo Duo has only broken through to the embryonic breathing realm for a few days. If you fight with him, it'll be an unfair victory. If you don't win, it'll be a joke. It'll be a matter of reputation. The youth in green smiled faintly. Being afraid to fight is even more of a joke. Most of us Hidden Dragon students will go to the battlefield in the future. Life and death are nothing, let alone reputation. He stood up and said, back then I didn't get into class 1 and I've been brooding about it. I've been challenging for more than a year and I've been defeated repeatedly. But I've been defeated repeatedly. I Chu Xiang have been defeated 100 times. What reputation do I have left? Tomorrow at noon I'll go alone. The students beside him all sucked in a deep breath. I'll go with you tomorrow. We drink together in victory and shame together in defeat. It's nothing more than that. Good. Then let's go together. I'll do my best to win and drink with you. Chu Xiangren laughed loudly. For more than a year, the most gratifying thing is, if I'd been assigned to class 1, I'm afraid I wouldn't have such a close relationship with all of you. That's the regret of my life. Let's go together tomorrow. Let's go together. Isn't it just standing and eating together? I've been sitting and eating so much that I'm getting indigestion. Chu Xiangren looked at his classmates, his eyes filled with warmth. On the second day, class 3 was dumbfounded. After discussing for so long, the class leader went up to fight with Zhuo Duo. In the end, he was pushed back 30 meters by Zhuo's sword. On the ground, a deep sword mark was left. Chu Xiangren admitted defeat without hesitation. Looking at the sword mark on the ground, Chu Xiangren felt a lingering fear. Zhuo's sword was only a slender sword of 7 to 8 grams. However, Chu Xiangren could clearly feel that what was coming towards him was clearly a giant axe that could split the sky, or a huge hammer that could break the heavens and earth. The difference was too great. Zhuo Duo began the battle. With crab steps, he walked over without any regard for his family, and with a single strike he secured victory. Crab steps instantly added a few points of chic and elegant augmentation. So cool. A few girls' faces turned red. This disregard for his family footwork is really cool. That's right. Class leaders would tilted his neck and swung his arms. When he walked with crab steps, I thought of 2 words. What 2 words? Invincible. I also thought of 2 words. What 2 words? Like. Someone glanced sideways. I also thought of 2 words. Holy shit. When I saw all of you, I thought of 2 words. Moral integrity. Everyone hurriedly asked out of curiosity, what's that? Update complete. Seeking recommendation votes. This chapter is worth 4,000. Chapter 512. I'm impressed. I'm sincerely convinced. Chu Xiangren said sincerely. Because he did not expect, or perhaps even the teacher did not expect, that Zhuo Duo had already reached the realm of lifting light as if it were heavy. Lifting heavy as if it were light was very difficult. But lifting light as if it were heavy was 10 times harder than lifting heavy as if it were light. If he had known that Zhuo Duo had such strength, Chu Xiangren would not have even thought of challenging him. There was no other way but to lose face. When Chu Xiangren was defeated and the entire third class stood to eat, they realized that the second class was also standing to eat. The second grade second class directly chose to admit defeat. This was because Chu Xiangren had already defeated all of the members of Class 2. Now that Chu Xiangren had lost, even if they were unwilling to accept this and wanted to fight again, it was not a battle that they would definitely lose. Instead, they did not know their own limits. Now that the second grade had lost to Zhuo Duo for a table, there was no longer any feeling of unwillingness to admit defeat. Instead, their expressions were as usual, as if they all felt that this was normal. It was normal for him to lose. When? They never thought about it. Face. He was just awesome, why did you talk to me about face? Then they all looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. In this way, all the pressure was concentrated on the second grade's first class. Whether or not they could stop Zhuo rapid improvement depended on the geniuses of the first class. From the second grade second class to the last class of the second grade, there were more than 1,000 people, and they were all full of anticipation. Some people even started to place bets. They bet that they would beat the second grade. The first class would definitely not be able to stop them. But no one accepted the bet. They knew that they would lose, so what was the point of betting? We're all in the second grade. This kind of anticipation, even a little bit of schadenfreude. That's not very good, right? TSK, what do you know? Those guys from the first class have been suppressing us for a year. Don't you want to see them get beaten like dogs? Yes. TSK, how honest? Since you want to. Then what do you mean by saying these words? I'm just saying. The second grade's geniuses expressed that the pressure was as great as a mountain. Facing this monster, no one dared to say that they would definitely win. Then I'll go first. Tang Qianshou was the first to stand up amidst the discussion of the students of Class 1. I'm also good at using hidden weapons. Zhuo Duo often uses hidden weapons when facing enemies. Let me test the waters. I'll compete with him in hidden weapons. Let's see who can dominate in hidden weapons. Tang Qianshou's real name wasn't Tang Qianshou but Tang Jinpeng. It was a very resounding name and it had a very good meaning. However, he had changed his name to Tang Qianshou after he became famous in the Hidden Dragon High School due to his family's secret weapon technique. This was an extremely confident person. Alright. When? Let me think of a countermeasure first. Give me a copy of his previous competition videos. I need to study them carefully. At this moment, Tang Qianshou's expression was very dignified. There was also a bit of reverence and fanaticism as if he was about to go on a pilgrimage. Yes, it was reverence and fanaticism as if he was going on a pilgrimage. There was no other reason. Previously, when Zhuo Duo threw the hidden weapon on the ground, there was almost no follow-up action. It was almost without any warning, but the hidden weapon suddenly exploded on its own. It left a deep impression in his heart. In that battle, his opponent was Xiang Chong. At that time, Zhuo Duo was still in the middle of a fierce battle. He was using all his strength to dodge Xiang Chong's attacks. However, the hidden weapon on the ground jumped up on its own. It was as if it had activated on its own. Everyone thought that this was Zhuo Duo's backup plan. However, Tang Qianshou knew that this was impossible. At the very least, this statement was not comprehensive. It was too partial. There was definitely a backup plan. However, it was impossible for the backup plan to attach spiritual energy to the hidden weapon. After such a long time, it exploded on its own. Moreover, the angle was so perfect. This was absolutely impossible. The only possibility was that during the battle, Zhuo Duo looked for opportunities to move. At the most suitable time, at the most suitable position, and with the most ingenious method, he activated the hidden weapon to achieve such an effect. However, Tang Qianshou still could not figure out. How did he activate it? This was no doubt the key point. At the right time, at the right position, these were not difficult to deduce. The only thing that could not be figured out was the method of activating the hidden weapon. It was really amazing and ingenious to the extreme. The life of a hidden dragon martial artist was dull, normal, and step by step. It seemed that everything had already entered the regular routine. Zhuo Duo went to school, read his fortune, came back from school, went to the gravity room, practiced the void extinguishing pagoda, and slept. The cycle repeated. It was boring but fulfilling. Every afternoon after school, the two teenagers would pester Grandma Sher to tell them stories on the lawn. They listened with great interest. Grandma Sher did not want to tell them at first, but Zhuxiao Duo said with conviction, "Grandma Sher, please tell us. We will also enter the martial world in the future and enter the battlefield. Every word you say is experience. Maybe that one sentence can save our lives." Hee hee. Grandma Sher was helpless. She could only pretend to be impatient and tell them occasionally. At first, only the two of them were listening. Later, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing also came to listen. Later, Zhen Piapiao, Yu Yener, Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the others all came over. Every afternoon after school, it was as if classes had started all over again. More than a dozen young boys and girls were like baby eagles waiting to be fed. They stretched out their tender yellow mouths in their nests, eagerly waiting for the eagles to feed them. Grandma Sher was very helpless about this. Am I back to the lectern again? Am I back to being a teacher again? But this sudden change was so sudden that there were no signs at all. He was not prepared at all. The most important thing is that I don't want to do it. However, although Grandma Sher said that she did not want to do it, she could clearly feel that her mentality was changing. In her heart, she was still eager to impart everything she had learned to the children and enrich their knowledge that using her experience she would nurture them bit by bit and nurture them into talents. She would reduce their life and death situations and improve their strength. In the future, in the martial world, on the battlefield, the children that I have taught will not be weaker than others. After a few days, she realized that she had started to pay attention to her appearance. As a teacher, she could not be sloppy. Clean, fresh, and neat were the proper performance of a teacher. Even after teaching every night, Grandma Sher would think about what to teach the next day. With these children as the foundation, which aspect should she strengthen? In that case, did he need to prepare a lesson plan for the lesson? Then she really began to prepare lessons. Everything was so involuntary and natural. I am not a teacher. I am just an unemployed person who opened a tutoring class. If you want to come, then come. I'm not forcing you. Grandma Sher comforted herself, hoping that she could separate herself from teaching, this profession that she hated. I don't ask for anything in return. I don't ask for students everywhere. I only ask that in the future. On the battlefield, the children can protect themselves better and survive. This is because I, Yu Jiaran, do not want to sweep the graves of my students. Zhuxiao's high martial arts life was just like that, calm and steady. Everything in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy was also calm and steady, but carried out step by step. It was as if all the mischief and conspiracies had suddenly vanished without a trace. The whole world quieted down. Apart from the shouts and battles of the high martial arts students, everything was peaceful. Shangjing. White Cloud Purple Reed. This was the residence of a legendary person. White Cloud Pavilion, the famous Qi divination master of the Jianghu Empire. His legends had long become legends and were talked about enthusiastically by too many people. In terms of feng shui, White Cloud Pavilion was known as the best in the world. Eastern Debate, White Cloud Watch Home. These were the words of White Cloud Pavilion himself. They were very conceited. The meaning was obvious. In terms of feng shui, even Marshal Dongfang, who was also famous for his qi divination technique, could not compare to him. A passerby in the mortal world, a person in the Purple Mansion Heavenly Court. His heart was set by the universe, and he could control the ups and downs of the world with his hands. The first time White Cloud Pavilion made a move, it was the Fu family in the capital. It was said that when the ancestors of the Fu family were traveling in the world, they once had a meal with White Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, when the Fu family was in ruins, White Cloud Pavilion took the initiative to make the Fu family jump from a second-rate family to a first-rate family in a short 40 years. Until now, their power was still expanding and they had more than enough. The second time they made a move in the same year, they made the Fu family, which was originally on the verge of decline, rise against the trend. The Fu family produced many literary heroes and generals, and their reputation returned to the peak. The third time they made a move, it was the Gu family. Back then, the Gu family, which was surrounded by strong enemies, was on the verge of collapse. They would either be destroyed in one day or be divided up by their enemies. White Cloud Pavilion only made a few arrangements and gave a few pointers. In the next 2 years, the Gu family walked out of the difficult situation, and returned to the status of a first-rate family, even higher than before. At that time, White Cloud Pavilion said, "This time the feng shui changed and there was a slight accident." Under the roots of the parasol tree the phoenix cried in the sky. There was the sound of string music and the 9 heavens fell. In the future the children of the Gu family may produce a world-famous music master. Sure enough, the big star Gu Luoyan came out of nowhere, and became famous in a very short time. After this incident, all the people who knew the truth were full of admiration for this master to the point of prostrating themselves before him. In Shangjing he was definitely a legendary figure. Even the nobles, generals and ministers treated him with respect. When all the playboys in Shangjing mentioned this master, even if he was not present, they did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. Master Bai understands the mysteries of heaven. How can he not know when someone is scolding him? Once he knows, the consequences will be unpredictable. If he is in a good mood and doesn't care, then it's fine. But if he is in a bad mood when he hears it, it's not strange for a playboy to ruin the future of a family. So, be careful with your words and actions. From this, it could be seen that Master Bai had a great reputation. Chapter 513. Master Bai rarely made a move, especially when it came to ancestral tombs. He would avoid looking at them if he could. If there's a gain, there's a loss. There are only so many benefits in the world. What's given to you is taken from other families. To us Qi-seers, it's detrimental to our fortune. We can only take advantage of the situation and we can't forcefully change it. If a clan goes against the flow and faces decline, it's only karma. As this clan declines, it also means that another clan will rise up and replace it, and its destiny will still be the same. The so-called feng shui qixir is just mobilizing the scattered fortune, gathering it, and then slowly guiding it with the terrain to strengthen one's own fortune. That's all. Bai Yunting seemed to be very modest. However, the more he was so, the more the aristocrats in Shangjing flocked to him and worshipped him like a god. Over the years, more and more people regarded Bai Yunting as the #1 qixir in the Yanwu Empire. However, Bai Yunting still refused to accept it. Being called a master is already a sign of reverence and awe. As for being called a master, I dare not accept it. However, the more modest he was and the more he refused, the more impressive he seemed. In Shangjing, Master Bai Yunting's reputation was like the sun in the sky, unshakable. White cloud, purple reed. The green mountains behind were faintly discernible, surrounded by clouds and mist. Purple bamboo fluttered around, but it was spotless. 60 miles of purple bamboo, 3 to 5 cottages, a mortal world before one's eyes, 9 heavens in one's heart. This was White Cloud Pavilion. Layman Bai Yunting. White Cloud Purple Reed rarely had guests. Master Bai disliked noise the most. Visitors would first go to the foot of the mountain to report their identities. Someone would guard there, preventing anyone from entering the mountain. If the visitor was of high status, money or had urgent matters, they could call the people at the foot of the mountain to make an appointment. If Master Bai did not agree, no matter how high their status was, he would not receive them. Very few people barged into the mountain. The main reason was that no one dared to barge in. There was once a rich man from West Mountain who wanted to take out 1 million pieces of high-grade astral soul's jade to ask Master Bai to help once. However, Master Bai ignored him. The rich man did not let him off and spoke rudely in the end. Then in half a month, this rich man from West Mountain went bankrupt. All the powerful people spontaneously took action and forcefully got rid of him. What kind of person and status was Master Bai? Master Bai was not someone a rich man. Today, White Cloud Purple Reed. In the purple reed, Master Bai was dressed in a loose hemp robe. His hair was tied up in a bun with a purple hairpin made of unknown material. His face was thin, and he had the demeanor of an immortal. His face was indifferent, and his whole body exuded an otherworldly aura. He sat there calmly as if he could ride the wind and fly away at any time. Master Bai. Patriarch Gao sat in front of Master Bai with a hesitant expression. After being scolded by Minister Nan, Patriarch Gao had mixed feelings. He didn't know what to do and instinctively thought of this. I already know about it. Bai Yunting didn't even raise his eyelids as he said indifferently, if we take advantage of the situation, the Gao family will naturally have the opportunity to soar. However, it seems that the eye of fortune has been blocked. This is something that can't be helped. The eye of providence has been blocked? Patriarch Gao frowned. Remember not to harm anyone. Bai Yunting said faintly, there are many different opinions on fate, but the essence is the same. Although great fate is accompanied by the aura of weapons, if You don't have to kill or harm others, you should try your best not to harm others to benefit yourself. You should know that these are the consequences of the future. When the time comes, there will be consequences. Patriarch Gao was thoughtful. He didn't quite understand, but he didn't understand. Master Bai, please point out the right path and help the Gao family to continue on. Follow your heart, do what your heart desires. Patriarch Gao, you must be under a lot of pressure right now. Bai Yunting said faintly as he raised his hand gently, you don't need to speak. I can see that the pressure you are under should be from the strong pressure from above. And this pressure is making you not dare to move. You can't move. If you move, your family will be destroyed. Is that right? Master Bai lowered his eyes and asked faintly. Master Bai's insight is like a torch. You are absolutely right. Patriarch Gao was full of admiration. Bai Yunting was indeed a legendary figure. He didn't even say a word, but Master Bai had already understood everything. Just this ability alone was enough to shock the world and make it impossible for anyone to imagine. Master Bai, what should I do now? What can we do to help our Gao family escape from danger? Patriarch Gao asked anxiously. Bai Yunting sat upright on the high platform. He stretched out 2 fingers and held them up like a flower. He seemed to be calculating. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, human power is sometimes limited. The Gao family's luck has run out. What can we do? Patriarch Gao was shocked. He didn't expect Master Bai to give such an answer. Now the Gao family should have started to suffer misfortune. Or be injured or killed. Bai Yunting said faintly, when a country is about to die, there will be demons. When a family declines, there will be a death knell. The Gao family is now on the road to decline. In the next 6 months, it should be 5 months, there will be news of the death of the Gao family's disciples. Master Bai Yunting sighed softly, Patriarch Gao? Patriarch Gao's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Master, I am here. Please take pity on me and give me a way to save them. Bai Yunting was silent for a long time. Patriarch Gao waited for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Master? This matter. Bai Yunting's thin face was still full of hesitation. Finally, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say and sighed, Patriarch Gao, go back. This matter. The Gao family's luck has run out. The destruction of the family is right in front of us. Patriarch Gao has too many restrictions, including martial arts. Forgive me for not being able to help. Patriarch Gao only felt a bone-chilling wind blowing. His whole body was cold. The luck has run out? The destruction of the family? His whole body trembled. He suddenly stood up and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed and held up a space ring with both hands. He said in a trembling voice, I hope Master Bai can give me a way out for the sake of our friendship in the past. Bai Yunting sighed deeply and hesitated for a long time. Patriarch Gao held the ring with both hands and knelt motionlessly. After a full 20 minutes, Bai Yunting suddenly sighed, forget it. He gently stretched out his hand. A gust of wind blew. Then a round thing outside fell into his hand. He handed the round thing to Patriarch Gao. Patriarch Gao, do you recognize this thing? Patriarch Gao frowned and looked at the thing in his hand. This is a walnut? Bai Yunting closed his eyes. Take this and go home. Master. What does this mean? The will of the heavens and the will of the people is only one word. Master, this. More and more confused, Patriarch Gao became more and more confused and terrified. Furthermore, with the words his fate is over, his family will be wiped out in front of him, he felt as if his brain had stiffened up. He couldn't think of anything. Go. Bai Yunting closed his eyes. Take this. You don't have to come again. Today I didn't say anything to you, nor did I give you any advice. No matter what you do after you go out, it has nothing to do with me. Patriarch Gao, this life is over. From now on, no matter whether your family succeeds or fails, you don't have to come again. Even if you come, I won't see you again. Then he closed his eyes and didn't say a word. He was like a dead person. He didn't even breathe. Patriarch Gao asked 2 more times, but he didn't get any response. He had to stand up in confusion, holding the walnut tightly in his hand, and left in confusion. The spatial ring was left on the futon, shining brightly. Patriarch Gao frowned and thought as he went down the mountain. Why did the master give me this walnut? Did he spend a lot of money to buy a walnut? After he went out, he found a place to put on makeup, changed his figure and appearance, and quietly went down the mountain. He walked all the way out of the West Mountain without stopping, but his heart was filled with thoughts. Patriarch Gao looked at the walnut in his hand from time to time, and his heart was full of confusion. What? Why did he give me this? What is his purpose? Walnut? Escape? That can't be right. Our Gao family hasn't reached that point yet. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. Master, stop the car. For the sake of confidentiality, he didn't drive or bring bodyguards. He just took a taxi like an ordinary person. Now that he was going back, he naturally took a taxi. The driver hurriedly stopped. Patriarch Gao got out of the car and ran back. There were quite a lot of people at this intersection, and many people came and went to buy things. On the side there was a fruit stall with all kinds of fruits. It was a dazzling lineup. Among them there was a round thing that was very eye-catching. It was a walnut. Walnuts were now the source of Patriarch Gao's nerves. He squeezed into the crowd, pointed at the walnut and asked anxiously, "Boss, is this a walnut?" The boss was stunned. After a while he said in a daze, "Is this a watermelon?" Patriarch Gao was suddenly excited. He stretched out his hand and showed the walnut in his palm. "Look at mine. It's also a walnut?" Everyone around was a little confused by this question. Could it be that this fellow was actually a lunatic? Pointing at someone else's walnut and asking if it's a walnut? I almost thought that you've never seen a walnut before, but you're holding one in your hand. Then he pointed at his own walnut and asked again, "Is yours a walnut? Is mine a walnut?" This is. Unless he's retarded to a certain extent, how can he ask two such high-end questions in a row? You. The boss was shocked. He looked up and down at Patriarch Gao and bared his teeth. "Big brother, is your walnut different from the rest? Isn't it the same kind as mine? They're both crispy walnuts." Patriarch Gao said embarrassedly, "I'm asking this thing how to eat it. Crispy walnuts, right? That's the name of walnuts? Crispy? How to eat walnuts?" The boss was stunned. How should I answer this question? I've been selling walnuts for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a question. Update complete. Chapter 5:14. A few aunties who were picking fruits could no longer hold it in and scolded him. "What's wrong with you? Are you pretending to be crazy? Flirting? You can flirt with a little girl, but why are you flirting with a stinky man? You're from the city, right? You took a taxi and traveled hundreds of kilometers to come here and pretend to be crazy. You have quite the perseverance. You can't show off in the city, so you're holding it in? What a joke. How can you eat walnuts? Eat them with the skin. Throw away the meat inside and eat the hard skin. I'm afraid you don't have the teeth. Are you an idiot?" Patriarch Gao was embarrassed by the scolding. After all, he was a person of high status. He could not argue with a few aunties, nor could he hurt them. He asked 3 questions in a row, and all of them were as weird as an idiot. It was no wonder that they were angry. However, he was confused. He wanted to use the wisdom of the crowd to enlighten himself, but he held back. The stall owner's face was also distorted. "Brother, what are you doing? What do you want to do? You're not here to mess with me, are you? How can you eat walnuts? Break them open and eat them. You can't just eat them raw, right?" Patriarch Gao looked embarrassed. "Break them open and eat them?" Suddenly he was stunned and muttered, "Break them open and eat them?" The words entered his soul and he felt enlightened. Break them open and eat them. Ah, I finally understand. Walnuts need to be broken open and eaten. Ah. Patriarch Gao was enlightened and could not help but laugh at the sky. Around them, everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck. I'm in Buddha. That's awesome. Did he solve a world-class problem? I've opened my eyes again today. Could it be that this person swallowed the walnuts raw before? Awesome. I can only say I'm impressed. Too awesome. With this IQ, how did this old man survive for decades? He doesn't dress like a poor man, but why does he do things like a retard? Walnuts need to be broken open and eaten. I'm enlightened. Wow. I understand. A young man also looked enlightened, which caused a burst of laughter. A middle-aged woman had just taken a bite of a pear from a stall, but she was so amused that she spat it out and coughed repeatedly. "Thank you very much. Walnuts have to be smashed open to eat." Patriarch Gao laughed heartily, beaming with joy as he pulled out a thick stack of Star Origin coins from his ring. There were at least several tens of thousands of Star Origin coins, and he threw them into the arms of the stall owner. "Ha, many thanks, many thanks." After saying that, he swaggered off. He returned to the taxi and disappeared in a flash. The entire place fell into a rare silence. Holy shit. What was going on? Why did he throw away tens of thousands of yuan just because he asked how to eat walnuts and didn't buy any? Then, if I had said that the orange needed to be peeled and eaten, would I have been able to get tens of thousands of yuan? That money is enough for you to live comfortably for a few years. Was he crazy? That person must be crazy. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing? The stall owner hugged the thick stack of cash and was dumbstruck. Did I do something that was too great? Why damn, I'm so excited, but I'm also panicking. So much money, is he really giving it to me? The stall owner was stunned for a long time. He felt dizzy and sat down on a chair. After a long while, he shouted excitedly, "Fellow villagers, brothers, take whatever fruits you want from today's stall. You can eat as much as you want. There's no charge." Ah. No one said a word and no one touched the fruit. They all stared at him with envy and jealousy, their eyes filled with green light. "I don't want the stall anymore. I'll give it all to you." The stall owner ran away with the money at a speed that had never happened before in his life. Patriarch Gao sat in the car, looking at the walnuts in his hand with a gloomy expression. He couldn't stop thinking. Master Bai gave me walnuts. But he didn't say a word. He obviously doesn't want to be tainted by karma. The benefits that we, the Gao family, want are like the meat inside the hard shell of a walnut. If we want to eat the meat, we have to break the hard shell. As for breaking the hard shell, we have to use force. Is this a reminder for me to use force to break it? Use a thunderous method to get rid of that little guy with the surname Zhua? Although the walnut shell is hard, it has its limits. It can be broken in one hit by a heavy hammer. The thunderous method is really effective. We, the Gao family, have to be that big hammer. They returned to their own home. Patriarch Gao was still thinking about this matter. He asked intentionally, "Is there anyone in the family who likes to eat walnuts?" Of course there are many who like to eat walnuts. Call a few of them here. "Grandpa, I like to eat walnuts." "Oh, how do you like to eat them?" "I like." The little granddaughter tilted her head innocently and cutely. "I like to peel a bunch of them after I peel them and then secretly eat them. I eat them all. That way I can eat to my heart's content." Patriarch Gao laughed. "Then this walnut is for you." He handed over the walnut in his hand and encouraged her. "Just eat it here, okay?" "Okay." The little girl agreed crisply. Then she ran out with her short legs and came back with a small hammer. She carefully placed the walnut on the floor and smashed it with the hammer. "Ah, it's broken." The little girl was laughing. Patriarch Gao looked from afar and saw the white flesh of the walnut. His smile gradually widened and finally he laughed out loud. "Ah, this hammer is good. Just broken." Over at White Cloud Purple Reed Pavilion, there were many visitors these days. The head of the Wu family in the capital came. And left. No one knew what he took with him. The head of the Wei family came. And left. No one knew what he took with him. Late at night, a thin young man came to the room of White Cloud Pavilion. "Martial uncle." "Yes. I've been here for 2 months." "Yes, I know what you want to say, but you can't go to Fenghai." "Why?" "Fenghai is your death ground. No matter what, you can't go. Once you go to Fenghai, you will die without a doubt." The thin young man was silent for a moment and said, "Martial uncle, I still can't accept losing to Zhuo Duo last time. And I still don't understand where the problem is." "So you want to understand the whole story and even want to get back at him?" "Yes, there's one more thing I want to solve. If I'm not wrong, Fang Yinhua should be in Fenghai right now, cooperating with Zhuo Duo. This is another thing I don't understand. Why would Fang Yinhua betray us?" "You want to investigate all these?" "Yes. Last time I lost too unjustly. I can't accept it." "If you have this intention, then you're not far from death. Please enlighten me, martial uncle." "Since he can make you lose the first round without knowing why, he has the ability to make you lose the second round without knowing why. Previously he was just an ant. You still lost and kept your life. But now he has the entire hidden dragon behind him. If you suddenly go, how can you win? If you lose again, you'll lose your life." "I understand. It's very dangerous. So don't go. I won't let you go. Fang Yinhua. Even if he really betrayed us, how much influence can he cause? He's just a cloud transformation pinnacle." "Yes, I'll listen to martial uncle. You don't need to use Meng Qintian's identity anymore. Cut all ties with the past and let bygones be bygones. Yes. Shangjing is the place where the astral soul's continent's dragon veins gather. You should stay in Shangjing and consolidate your strength. It's the best choice and the easiest place to make a name for yourself. Yes. You should focus on consolidating your strength and familiarizing yourself with your new identity. When you're invulnerable, I'll naturally think of a way to let you enter Ancestral Dragon and stir up a storm. Okay. Now, there are people who want to deal with Zhuoxiao Duo. Instead of doing it yourself, it's better to use the strength of others to achieve your own goals. That's the best choice. You used the Meng and Ning family's methods last time. Martial uncle praises me too much. Listen to me. Calm your mind. Only by remaining calm in an ancient well can you reflect all living things. Turbulent waves will only destroy your own dam and cause a burden on your mind. Yes, martial uncle. Thank you for your teachings. The battle for luck has lasted for thousands of years and hundreds of generations. Temporary gains and losses are nothing. If you take it too seriously, your state of mind will be deficient. It's time to reflect on yourself. Yes. You still can't get started with chi observation? I'm ashamed. Forget it. Everyone has their own fate. You're not made for this. If you force yourself, it'll be in vain. But remember to report and reflect on everything. Yes. After you leave this place, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. I won't see you again. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Disciple will stay here temporarily and cultivate until martial uncle nods his head before leaving. You're worth teaching. Time passed by peacefully. Zhuoxiao's life was unusually peaceful, except for the perilous waves that were constantly stirring up on the internet. Yi Changqing and the others' gazes fell on Zhuoxiao Duo more and more. There was a hint of worry in their eyes. They were all old men who had accumulated thousands of years of wisdom. How could they not understand the real reason why the enemy hadn't made any moves? It was because Zhuoxiao Duo was here. No matter who they were targeting, Zhuoxiao Duo would immediately see through them and set up a targeted trap to counterattack. Therefore, before Zhuoxiao Duo died, they wouldn't make any moves, at least for a short period of time. Then, the enemy's top priority was to kill Zhuoxiao Duo, which was their only option. In the previous two operations, they didn't know if the enemy was from the same family. But both times they lost a lot of people and lost a lot of money. It could be said that it was an unprecedented huge loss for countless years in dealing with the Hidden Dragon realm. If they made a move again, the enemy would never make the mistake of underestimating the enemy and advancing rashly. It would definitely be a well-thought-out thunderbolt attack. And the first to bear the brunt of it would definitely be Zhuoxiao Duo. Chapter 5:15. As for whether or not they could block the attack and protect Zhuoxiao Duo, none of them had the slightest bit of confidence. If it's someone below the peak of the mysterious realm, we can naturally hold them off. However, if the other party sends an expert at the level of a secret shaman, how can we resist? Yi Changqing's face was gloomy. A secret sorcerer is a top expert above the martial flame cloud realm. They're at least at the level of a deputy commander or a general. How many of them are there in the whole continent? It's impossible to send someone like that just to deal with a kid like Zhuoxiao Duo, right? Xiang Quangren disagreed. Not to mention secret sorcerer, how many cloud transformation cultivators are there in Fenghai? Xiang Quangren felt that the other party would not send a real cloud transformation cultivator. That's hard to say. When Xingtian said with a gloomy face, "We're not afraid of the Umno Alliance's secret sorcerers, we're only afraid of the experts on our side. If the Umno Alliance comes to assassinate us, things will be clear. But if we're fighting for power, or being incited by others, that'll be a huge tragedy." Yi Changqing let out a long sigh. That's right. Neither side can afford to lose an expert of that level. Once one of them is lost, it'll be an almost irreversible loss to our side, especially for the position that person was originally in charge of. It'll be a light injury to our bones. I hope that won't happen. What did the Southern Chief say? The Southern Chief has already caused a huge storm in the capital. Currently, he's also continuing to act under pressure like a mountain. But regarding Zhuoxiao's matter, the Southern Chief can be said to be unusually careless. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. The Southern Chief said, "He's just a student and a freshman at that. How can anything big happen?" When Xingtian and Xiang Quangren could only chuckle in response to this. The southern chief was not here, so he could naturally say that. It was easy for him to say that. How could he know what kind of pressure they were under? For the sake of Zhuoxiao Duo, Yi Changqing and the others had to meet up almost every day. They had to have secret discussions and everyone felt immense pressure. However, the person involved, Master Zhua, didn't seem to feel anything. He was extremely busy in school every day and his schedule was unusually full. Amassing wealth, reading fortunes and sleeping every day. Although he didn't sleep much, he counted money until his hands got cramps. Following the confirmation of the accuracy of 3 students' short-term physiognomy, Master Zhua's fame quickly swept through the entire campus. After Gui Xiaocheng's family survived the crisis and unexpectedly gained the recognition of a big shot, someone came to Zhua Xiaoduo's door with 2,000 high-quality astral souls to thank him. Because of this, Master Zhua's reputation as the godly image of Zhua soared to the peak. Divine image. Divine foresight. Appearance technique connecting gods. He's definitely a living immortal. Class monitor Zhua is too awesome. Please accept my knees. No, I should prostrate myself before you. I prostrate myself before you. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be so accurate. It's so accurate that it makes my scalp tingle. It's true. The future seems to be right under Master Zhua's nose. Life and death, misfortune and fortune. In one sentence. There's actually such a godly person in this world. Zhua Xiaoduo's reputation in the Hidden Dragon High School had soared to the mythical level. The price of fortune-telling had also risen, from the initial $50 to $500. It had increased by 10 times. Moreover, the number of people waiting in line every day had reached dozens. Among them were many female students who came to read their futures and fates. In fact, Zhua Xiaoduo could tell at a glance. What futures and fates? Who were they trying to fool? All of them were here to read about love. Actually, I'm not here to read about love. I'm not interested in my future other half or my future husband's family, but it'd be great if I could know what I'm doing. I'm mainly here to read about fate. As for love, I can ask about it. I wonder if it's going to be successful? Zhua Xiaoduo chuckled. If you can be any more hypocritical, I promise I'll let you see it. There were also some bold girls who directly asked, Class monitor Zhua, do you know Song Yuxing from the 3rd grade class 4? Do you think it's possible between us? Song Yuxing, this guy's cultivation isn't outstanding, but he's recognized as the most handsome guy in the Hidden Dragon High School. He's bright, handsome, and extremely exquisite. Although he's a guy, he has a lot of fans. Not only are there a lot of female fans, but there's also a lot of male fans. You can roughly imagine how handsome this guy is. Zhua Xiaoduo had always thought that his appearance was quite outstanding. He was handsome, elegant, and carefree. But compared to this Song Yuxing. He's still a little bit worse than me. Right. But I'm more manly than him. When this girl asked this question, a few of the male students beside her instantly felt disgusted. I'm standing right here, why don't you ask me? Zhua Xiaoduo smiled faintly. I won't answer any questions that involve others. The girl snorted and didn't ask anything else. She walked away with her head held high. With this face that's like a door in Xiang Chang's figure. She actually dares to have delusions about Song Yuxing. She's really overestimating herself, a girl beside her muttered. Li Chenglong had been working as a middleman these few days. His hands were sore from receiving red packets, and his commission was flying high. He was beaming from ear to ear. And Xiang Chang's commission from Li Chenglong was also very generous. Even Xiang Bing had become much more extravagant during this period. God of wealth. At this moment. Opposite them, a girl walked over with big strides. This girl was 187 meters tall, which was basically the same height as Zhua Xiaoduo, but at a glance she was at least a head taller than Zhua Xiaoduo. Although she was tall, her body was extremely well proportioned. Her front and back weren't exactly protruding, but she was filled with a kind of feminine beauty. When people saw her, they couldn't help but think of female generals galloping on the battlefield, valiant and heroic. His face was a little masculine, but the more one looked at it, the more attractive it became. He held a long spear in his hand, which was 5 meters long. The tip of the spear was sharp and was half a meter long. It was streamlined and flashed with a cold light. At a glance, one could tell that it was a great killing weapon. She was wearing combat boots and a military uniform. Her pants were at her ankles. Her long legs were streamlined, slender and well proportioned. They were straight and strong. She walked over with big strides, but it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging together, with a threatening aura. What a dashing girl! Zhuxiaoduo couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time he sighed in his heart. There were some things that couldn't be avoided and couldn't be avoided. The girl came in front of Zhuxiaoduo and propped her long spear on the ground. Although it was a very soft sound, everyone felt that the ground under their feet shook. Class monitor Zhuo, my name is Zhan Xuejuan. Zhan Xuejuan was straightforward. She pointed her finger at Xiang Chong and said, "This guy is my fiancé arranged by my family. You tell me if he wants to marry me or not." Zhuxiaoduo's face turned blank when he heard this, and he was complaining in his heart. Xiang Chong's eyes were fixed. Fiancé? Arranged by my family? I like her so much. This girl. Disk. Xiang Chong instantly felt that his heart was moved. I'm in love. Ah. Xiang Bing, who was standing at the side, was also as stunned as Zhuxiaoduo. Her eyes were fixed. I just told my family about the fortune that Zhuo arranged for my brother. Didn't my family say that it was very important? Why did such a sister-in-law suddenly appear? What is my family thinking? Zhan Xuejuan was very famous in Hidden Dragon High School. As a third-year student and the class monitor of the third-year class, she was very famous in Hidden Dragon High School. It was said that many fourth-year seniors were no match for her. She could be said to be one of the most influential people in Hidden Dragon High School. Now that he had said these words so straightforwardly, it immediately caused everyone to feel greatly surprised. This girl was so stubborn? Cough, cough, cough. Zhuxiaoduo kept coughing. Zhan Xuejuan, if not for the war, could be said to be a good match for Xiang Chong. She had a straightforward personality and a heroic appearance, which made people admire her at first sight. But this was war. Zhan Xuejuan was surrounded by an obscure aura. Her murderous aura rushed to the heavens, and the aura of death came from the soles of her feet and from the top of her head. Her luck was extremely bad. It was definitely not the sign of longevity. Zhuxiaoduo saw Zhan Xuejuan walking over and knew that Xiang Chong's doom had come. But this kind of woman to Xiang Chong, was destined to be a poison. But he really couldn't stop this kind of thing. Why are you coughing? Just say it if you have something to say. Zhan Xuejuan frowned and shouted, Don't hesitate, why are you acting like a girl? Zhuxiaoduo looked helpless. You should ask him about this matter. Okay. Zhan Xuejuan shouted and then raised her head to look at Xiang Chong. She shouted, Xiang Chong, do you dare to marry me? Yes. Xiang Chong's face was glowing. He also took a step forward. With his height of 2 meters, he actually puffed out his chest and straightened his back. He shouted, I'll marry you. I dare. Suddenly there was an endless stream of strange cries. Oh ho! Ow ow ow! Li Qinglong clapped his hands until they were numb. This unforeseen event was really too shocking. Zhan Xuejuan obviously didn't expect Xiang Chong to be so straightforward. She was stunned and shouted, But you're not qualified now. Xiang Chong rubbed his hands together. How can I be qualified? My man, you have to beat me. My man, you have to kill more enemies than me. My man, you have to have a higher military rank than me. My man, you have to have more military achievements than me. Zhan Xuejuan shouted, I'm looking for a real man, not a little man. Xiang Chong laughed wildly. That's it? Don't worry. One day I'll knock you out with a few punches and kicks and carry you home. Zhan Xuejuan sneered. If that's the case, let's not talk about the marriage contract for now. We'll talk about it when you're at my level? Of course. Xiang Chong said proudly, Even if you want to marry me now, I won't. It's a tradition of the Xiang family to beat the wife on the wedding night. I don't want to be beaten by my wife on the wedding night. Zhan Xuejuan's face seemed to blush a little. She gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I'll wait for you to beat me. Zhuxiaoduo was speechless. He said, Xiang Chong, about your family's tradition. Did you mishear a word? Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Li Qinglong, Everyone who heard it, Zhan Xuejuan's face suddenly turned red. She glared at Zhuxiaoduo fiercely and then looked deeply at Xiang Chong. She reached out and picked up her big spear. She swung the spear elegantly and put it on her shoulder. Then she turned around and strode away. Xiang Chong watched Zhan Xuejuan leave valiantly. He stared at her even after she had turned the corner and disappeared. After a long time he laughed loudly. I'm quite satisfied with the way the family handled things this time. I'm very satisfied with this wife. Zhuo looked up and sighed. Update complete. Looking for recommendation votes. I'm still writing on the live stream. I'm trying to save some chapters. Hehe. Chapter 5:16. Zhuo felt melancholy. This is simply making things difficult for me, Master Zhua. How did I meet such a weird couple? The Xiang family is also weird. Didn't they already know my prophecy? Why did they hastily set up the engagement? They are a classic example of finding trouble for themselves. Zhuo felt depressed. He was no longer in the mood for fortune-telling. After a moment of silence, he pulled Xiang Bing aside with a heavy heart. What's going on? Xiang Bing was also confused by Zhuo's question. What do you mean by what's going on? Zhuo's face was full of depression. He stared at her and said, Didn't you hear my comments to your brother at that time? I saw that you even took notes. I think my hint to you was very obvious, right? Why did you suddenly? Xiang Bing was surprised by this and said, I just asked my dad. My dad said that according to his analysis, you shouldn't let him have the freedom to fall in love. Because of this, the family decided to arrange a marriage and solve the problem from the root. It completely cut off his path of free love. My father said that everyone agreed that since Master Zhua said so, the family should just make the decision. It's foolproof. This Sister Zhan is very much in line with my brother's taste. She should be a good match, right? Zhuo opened his mouth wide. This thing can't be avoided just because it's not a good match. But the Xiang family's way of thinking is really fucking weird. This understanding. Full marks. Zhuo was speechless and gave a thumbs up. He had an impulse to go crazy in his heart. The Xiang family is indeed an overlord family. Their brains are really good. Xiang Bing coughed and said, This was yesterday. It's just been decided. I didn't expect this future sister-in-law to be so hot-tempered. She actually came here today. Zhuo stared and said, I remember that before returning to Xian, don't talk about feelings. How did you interpret this to mean that you can't fall in love freely? Xiang Bing was confused. Isn't it? Actually, that's how I understand it. Looking at Zhuo's widened eyes, Xiang Bing felt guilty and her face turned green. Ahem. I don't know how they understand. She suddenly became nervous and said, Zhuo, what's with your attitude? Is there something wrong with my brother's relationship? I think this future sister-in-law is quite a good person. Zhuo sighed. Could there be a problem? There would definitely be a problem. As for your sister-in-law, she's not bad. Another line of nonsense. If your sister-in-law wasn't so good, how could your brother's fate be so miserable? It was precisely because he was a good person that he could leave behind a painful scar that would never fade away. For something like a death in love, if the other party was of high quality, the pain and regret would only be greater. If the person who gave you the pain of love was a scumbag, then you should rejoice. Because after you lost your head, you could only sigh at your own stupidity and naivety. Cursing for the rest of one's life because of love and being sad for the rest of one's life were two completely different things. The future is full of changes due to the cycle of cause and effect. Now we can only take one step at a time. Zhuo sighed and said with an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Zhuo could only see the fate of Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan from their faces. Then there was the appearance of lightning and thunder. That was the breaking of fate caused by the calamity of heaven and earth. The calamity of heaven and earth. In this regard, Zhuo didn't dare to interfere at all. The consequences of being involved were too serious. Zhuo could fight against Zhu Xiaoyan's fate at all costs, but he might not be willing to get involved in Xiang Chang's fate. Zhuo was very clear about this choice. If he rashly got involved in this calamity of heaven and earth, a considerable part of it would definitely fall on him, an uninvited guest. If he was implicated and died, it wouldn't be strange at all. What kind of fate could provoke the calamity of heaven and earth? If an outsider wanted to forcefully interfere with such a fate, or even change it, how could the consequences be like? If he was dragged into this mess and died, wouldn't he have to leave Nian Cat to live alone in this world? That wouldn't do. Looking at Zhuo, who was different from usual, Xiang Bing couldn't help but feel more worried. Looking into the distance, Xiang Chong, who was smiling and joking with Li Chenglong, was still looking in the direction of Zhan Xuejuan's departure. It was as if that vigorous and valiant figure would appear in the next moment. With Xiang Bing's understanding of her brother, how could she not see that this guy was really moved? At this moment she heard Xiang Chong laughing. This woman is a little difficult to deal with. That gun of hers is even longer than mine. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned, and his face suddenly became distorted. This sentence. Roughly speaking, there seemed to be no problem with it. However, thinking about it carefully, it was terrifying. On the other side, Li Chenglong, who also felt the same, also had a distorted face. Then he saw Xiang Chong give a thumbs up. Obviously he was full of praise for this sentence. On the way home from school in the afternoon, Zhuo Xiaoduo, Xiang Chong, and Li Chenglong began to divide the loot with flushed faces. Anyway, you only have 5% of the share. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't give up a single cent. When he took out the 5% share, Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of pain, and his heart was full of reluctance. This bastard Li Chenglong, he earned 500 yuan from me in one go. The 500 yuan that I worked so hard to earn. This is all for you. I won't share with you. Li Chenglong pretended to be generous and gave all 500 yuan to Xiang Chong. Xiang Chong didn't accept it. Bullshit. You are obviously trying to take advantage of me. The two of them had previously agreed to split the loot 50-50. Then they began to act. Li Chenglong had received a lot of extra bribes before, and that was a huge sum. Finally, under the threat of Li Chenglong and his sister, they began to split the loot. This guy had received a total of 960 yuan in one day, plus the 500 yuan then. 1,460 yuan. Everyone got 730 yuan. Xiang Chong got 730 yuan and gave his sister 300 yuan. Xiang Bing was furious. Didn't we agree to split it 50-50? I should get 365 yuan. Xiang Chong's face was full of happiness. Your brother is going to have a wife soon, so I have to keep more money for myself. Xiang Bing was speechless. They had only met for the first time today, and he had already mercilessly deducted so much from his sister's share. Could it be that all men were like this? Xiang Bing snorted and rolled her eyes. Suddenly she asked Li Chenglong, Swollen, if you find a wife, will you be like this too? Wife? Li Chenglong trembled in shock. This word is too far away for me. It's out of my reach. I mean if. Xiang Bing stomped her feet in anger. Li Chenglong laughed. Isn't it good to be single? Why do you have to find a wife? Being single, you can flirt with any girl, joke with any girl, flirt with any girl, and not be stained by any of them. This is the highest realm. If you really have a wife, how can you be so casual? No. Before he could finish, Xiang Bing had already walked away. Just like that, she pulled Xiang Chong and left. She didn't even go to Grandma Sher's class. Li Chenglong didn't feel that anything was wrong. He quickly walked to Zhuo Xiaoduo's side and sighed. Look at Xiang Chong today. Sigh, when he saw that Zhan something, his IQ dropped by 3 levels. People always say that a woman becomes stupid after 3 years of pregnancy. When I see a man, at least he's completely stupid now. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face twitched. What else? Is this the main point? Of course not. After Grandma Sher's class tonight, we have to keep an eye on the progress of Zhuo Shuai's company. This is the main point, don't forget. Li Chenglong reminded. What else? Let's practice tonight? I want to test the current progress, and you're the ideal benchmark. Li Chenglong said proudly. Leader. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. I realized that the netizens are really sharp. This nickname is really destined by the heavens. Sure enough, there are wrong names, but there are no wrong nicknames. Li Chenglong smiled slyly. Indeed, I feel more and more that the nickname, Cheap King, is really suitable for you. It's just right and it's only natural. Ha ha ha. Swollen laughed loudly. He really didn't realize the true meaning of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. More importantly, he was definitely not faking it. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was drunk. He didn't even retaliate because Swollen dared to call him Cheap King. Swollen. Sigh. It's nothing. I think you're really happy. It's quite good. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and sighed. Every single dog is happy. They're foolishly happy every day. Everyone in the world is like a brother. Only after many years do you realize what you missed when you were a single dog. Sipping on a glass of wine, lamenting about the foolish youth back then. Li Chenglong snorted. You're talking as if you already have a wife. If you want to act like an experienced person, you should at least stop being single, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo said angrily, Of course I have a wife. My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Li Chenglong, ha ha ha. Zhou Xiaoduo glared at him fiercely. You don't believe me? My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, my ass, I'm telling the truth. I have a wife. And she's the most beautiful woman in the world. Zhou Xiaoduo looked very serious. Hee. Li Chenglong stopped laughing and changed it to hee hee. He turned his head away. His meaning was obvious. I don't want to talk to a liar like you. Do you really think I'll believe you? If it was someone else, they might still be skeptical. But if it was someone else telling it to me? Why don't you take a look at what kind of person I, Li Chenglong, am? Do you think you can compare to my, Li Chenglong's IQ? Do you think you can compare to my, Li Chenglong's EQ? Right now, the person who appears by your side the most is me, okay? And for the next 4 years, you have to keep me company the whole time. And then you tell me with your white teeth that you have a wife, and that she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Hee hee. Even a dog wouldn't believe a lie. Chapter 517. That night, Grandmaster mainly talked about one thing. When the sword is close to the body and there is no way to avoid it. Then she lets Zhou Xiaoduo go up and demonstrate. The sword pierced his shoulder, his throat, his heart, and his joints in a split second. This is the true way to save one's life. You must remember it well. In the future, every once in a while, I will focus on this. Grandmaster attached great importance to this point, far more serious than any basic theory lesson. She emphasized it several times in a row. Sometimes the enemy's sword is too fast and has already pierced your throat. At this time, even if you don't have time to do these actions, you can at least clench your teeth or swallow a mouthful of saliva. Grandmaster taught sincerely, the action of clenching your teeth can cause your windpipe to deviate by 0.5 millimeter in a critical moment. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva can cause your windpipe to move back by 5 millimeters. In a battle between experts, life and death is decided in an instant. A little difference is enough to completely change the situation. This is the difference between life and death. From this night onwards, Grandmaster began to teach all kinds of life-saving techniques and all kinds of life-saving points. If the opponent's cultivation was higher than yours and suppressed you from the beginning to the end, how could you survive? How could you form a situation of seeking life in the midst of death? If the opponent's cultivation was much higher than yours, it would be a direct suppression. At this time, how could you save your life? How could you create a ray of hope for yourself to escape? If the opponent's strength was already at the level where you couldn't resist at all, then, what method could you use to delay your life for even a second? Don't underestimate it. 1 second, 2 seconds. Sometimes if you can't hold on for even a second, you will die. But if you can hold on, there will be a turn for the better. Help will arrive and your life will be prolonged. At any time, even if you already know that you are powerless and can only wait for death, you must still have a firm belief in your heart. A little bit of hope. That is, I want to live. I want to live. With the same injury, if you have this belief, you can live. Without this belief, if you are even a little bit pessimistic, you will die. Only if you don't give up first, then there is hope, then there is a chance. The most important thing is to remember. That night, Granny sure talked about a lot of things, including Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, which he had never heard of before. Not only was it about martial arts techniques, but it was also about cultivation and mental state. It was also about thoughts and some things that sounded extremely mysterious. For example, if you believe that you are protected by the gods, then when you are seriously injured and on the verge of death, as long as your belief is strong enough, you can still survive. Grandmaster said, these refer to. Some people will bring some so-called protective talismans to the battlefield. And most of the protective talismans are used here. After every great battle, there are far too many who can't hold on and give up and die after cleaning up the battlefield. However, there are also many who can survive and even recover from the same injuries. This is the effect of spiritual belief. Grandmaster said, everything that exists is reasonable. In this world, there are far too many things that can't be explained by scientific principles. Don't casually doubt anything and don't deny anything. You need to remember one thing. Even if these are fake, it is not up to you to deny the truth. These words made the 10 or so children who came to listen feel that they had benefited greatly. Although they didn't fully understand, they were all thinking and considering. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian sat across from each other and drank tea in the bamboo forest, separated by more than 20 meters. After hearing Grandma Shi's words, they couldn't help but sigh softly. These words remind me of the battle we fought against the Flood Witch. A casual hammer, just a casual hammer. And we. Yi Changqing smiled faintly. That time I was almost the first to bear the brunt. If it wasn't for the belief that I can live, I can't die in my heart, and I was bitterly holding on. That time I would have lost my life the moment I closed my eyes. How am I not the same? Wen Xingtian laughed bitterly. Do you still remember General Fu behind you? His cultivation level was higher than yours at that time, but I still remember the sigh he gave before he died. His last words were, "Dying under this hammer is not an unjust thing." Then he died. But I didn't want to die at that time. Why is it not an injustice to die under this hammer? It is an injustice to die under anyone's hammer, okay? Why should I die under this hammer? Why should I give up and die wholeheartedly? Wen Xingtian said faintly. I clenched my teeth and kept myself awake, waiting for rescue. At that time, my foundation was injured, and the injury was really serious. Once I closed my eyes, I was afraid that I would be separated by life and death forever. I knew this, so I held on. In the end, I survived. Actually, General Fu didn't have to die at that time, but because he sighed. Why did he sigh? Because he was convinced, resigned, and gave up, so he died. And we had a strong sense of unwillingness. We didn't want to die, so we bitterly held on, so we lived. Yi Changqing sighed softly. For those who have not experienced life and death in war, they won't believe this kind of thing. Not only will they not believe it, but they will also cite the classics, use all kinds of human biology and all kinds of medical views to refute you and scold you. They will say that you mislead people. They will say that you are a spiritualist. Ha ha ha. Both of them laughed. Right, speaking of hammers. When Xingtian suddenly changed to telepathy, do you think Wuxia's hammer technique is similar? You've come into contact with it before? Yi Changqing asked in surprise. I'm not qualified. I haven't either. Yi Changqing said indifferently. What I know is that Wuxia Duo has inherited the Flaming Sun Manual, which is regarded as a treasure by the Southern Elder, and has not been passed down for many years. Ever since the Lord of the Scorching Sun died in the hands of the Flood Witch, no one has cultivated the Flaming Sun Manual for more than 2,000 years. When Xingtian nodded, yes, that's enough. Yes, that's enough. After this period of brewing, the internet was already in full swing. The popularity of the Hidden Dragon High School was still high, and every teacher's name had turned into a bright star. And now, it was slowly spreading to Vice Principal Shi's side. This game was done very cleverly, and it was progressing in an orderly manner without any chaos. Very few people were able to grasp the context of this situation. The initial topic of conversation started from "this romance is ultimately empty," and slowly extended to other topics. This was a post, an article. It was a realistic post written in a person's tone. It was a story of a high-level martial artist and an ordinary girl, who fell in love with each other, but ended in tragedy. The second half of the story was accompanied by a photo. A person dressed as a martial artist stood in front of a tombstone under the setting sun. In front of him were weeds, and one could feel a sense of desolation at a glance. The beauty of the past has now been buried for 3 years. The grass in front of the tombstone is 3 feet tall, but I am still young and strong. Thinking of the past, it feels like a dream. As long as I don't wake up from this dream, this love will not die. If you have a soul, we will meet again in the next life. But I am still me. In this boundless secular world, who is you? Back then we made a solemn vow of love, but who would have thought that this romance is all for naught? This post was written with deep emotions. Countless VIPs reposted it, and when they did, they said, "Sigh, the me in the past was also." It immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Love was an eternal topic, and the tragedy of love was more likely to arouse people's sympathy and empathy. Then, it quickly brought about a trend on the internet. Did you also have such a relationship? How about such an unforgettable person? There were even more people participating in this post. Countless people came forward to give their opinions. All kinds of opinions proved one thing. It was impossible for martial artists and ordinary people to be together. The topic, based on one example after another, was mixed with yin and yang, structure, mechanics and many other factors and argued with each other. Later, an unprincipled martial artist of the inner core realm also joined the discussion. He insisted that it was impossible, but the other side insisted that it was possible, and gave a large number of examples. This brother was so angry that he lost his mind because of the scolding. He said that he would live stream his chirp piercing through a steel plate. Didn't you say it was possible? This thing of mine can even pierce through a steel plate in an instant. Moreover, why are you still insisting? Why are you still insisting? Countless people were waiting for this live stream, and this brother was also well prepared. Just as he was about to start, his account was banned by the officials before the live stream. But many people who didn't care about the matter, or many people who were curious, actually left a comment below. Damn, it can really pierce through a steel plate. I did it last night. I also tried it and it really works, but it can't be too thick. There's a limit to human strength sometimes. You're just bragging. Are you a girl or a guy? If you're a girl, let's meet somewhere and I'll show you how to pierce through a steel plate. Shameless. The discussions on the internet were getting louder and louder, but this topic was diverted to the problem of martial artists of the innate realm and above being unable to be together with ordinary women. The reason was simple: if one couldn't bear it, one would die. Starting from this somewhat dirty topic, it gradually expanded to include all kinds of topics, covering all kinds of topics. Slowly, the entire nation began to accept and realize that it was impossible for a martial artist and an ordinary person to be together. It was also at this time that someone suddenly raised a question. If it's a martial artist of the innate realm and above, that thing is already so sharp that it's unbearable, then what happened to the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, Shi Yunfeng? Wasn't he wrongly accused? As soon as this post came out, the entire internet fell silent for a moment. That's right, if a martial artist of the innate realm couldn't find an ordinary woman to satisfy his lust, then what was the cultivation level of the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School? He was a super expert above the clouds. If a martial artist of the innate realm couldn't do it, then what about Principal Shi? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.